are voted in. What is on the minds of Rajasthan voters? That's the big question on which we are focusing this morning. Is this the big semi-final before the final match in Lok Sabha 2024? A lot of analysts will point out to 2018 and say that there is no connection, that voters are very clear. What they choose in 2018 was not chosen later. So essentially, what are the numbers? What's really at stake as far as Rajasthan is concerned? Semi-final before the mega 2024 battle. Like I said, the desert state of Rajasthan is voting. There are 199 seats which are at stake here, and it's a neck-to-neck fight between the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Badlao has been the tradition in this particular state. It swings between the incumbent and the opposition. So will it swing from the Congress to the BJP this year as well? The Congress definitely hopes that that is not what happens. Caste survey is a promise on which Congress is banking heavily. They feel that the big promise of a caste survey could ultimately defeat anti-incumbency. But will the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot really negate all the efforts that the Congress party is making? For the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is really the Mukhyamantri Chehra? Who's going to be the Chief Minister? Multiple personalities in fray. What will happen if Vasundhara Raje, the Maharani, is not given a chance to hold the CM's chair once again? How much is it going to damage the Bharatiya Janata Party chances there in Rajasthan? Those are big issues for the state, and we are going to discuss those with our colleagues on the ground who are keeping a close eye. In fact, our executive editor Aman Sharma caught up with Ashok Gehlot just ahead of polling. We also spoke to Vasundhara Raje. Let me begin by showing you what the two contenders, the primary contenders, had to say ahead of voting. Listen in.
अशोक जी, 2 महीना पूरा कैंपेन हुआ है, क्या माहौल लग रहा है? वोटिंग तो पास आ गई है बिल्कुल।
शानदार माहौल है, अंडर करंट चल रहा है, सब जगह रहता है हमारे तो लोग कामों को याद करते हैं। गवर्नेंस हमारी जो हुई है, गुड गवर्नेंस हुई है, आईटी बेस्ड गवर्नेंस हुई है। इतने कानून पास किए हम लोगों ने, एक के बाद एक, लंबी लिस्ट है। इतनी स्कीम लेके आए, इतनी गारंटी दे रहे हैं, और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह में खूब काम हुए, शिक्षा में, सोशल सिक्योरिटी के अंदर।
बीजेपी ने पूरा धावा बोल दिया सर आप पे, पीएम ने, अमित शाह ने, बिल्कुल क्या क्या बोला गया आपको?
कारण दूसरा है, क्योंकि सरकारें गिराने का इनका जो तरीका है अलोकतांत्रिक, जिसमें लोग हाउस ट्रेडिंग करते हैं, 32, 35, 40 करोड़ रुपए देते हैं महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर, कर्नाटक के अंदर, रात में उनकी दाल नहीं गली, वो सरकार गिरा नहीं पाए।
अमित शाह जी तो बोले कि गहलोत जी कभी मुख्यमंत्री दोबारा नहीं बनेंगे, और तो प्रधानमंत्री भी बोल दिए सर। ये
कुछ भी कह सकते हैं।
हाँ।
ये अब समझ लीजिए कि प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री बोलते मेरे बारे में व्यक्तिगत, तो मैं तो इसको अच्छे सेंस में लेता हूँ कि कम से कम इतना टारगेट मुझे कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
काफी सारे इल्जाम कांग्रेस पे लगे कि सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है, सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है। बीजेपी में वसुंधरा राजे जी भी इस बार क्लियर नहीं हो पाई, वो भी।
हम उनकी परवाह नहीं कर रहे, वो अपने घर में क्या करते हैं क्या नहीं करते हैं, ना उनके वो नॉन इशू बना रहे वो। और यहाँ की हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को, हमारी स्कीमों को, हमारी कानून पास की, उसकी चर्चा ही नहीं करें। उसकी वो चर्चा नहीं करे, वो खाली भड़का के जा रहे हैं जनता को। भड़कने वाली जनता है नहीं।
बीजेपी ने आखिरी सवाल था, बीजेपी ने लास्ट में सचिन पायलट का भी नाम ले दिया, राजेश पायलट जी के भी नाम ले दिया।
नाम वो इतने घबरा गए, बौखला गए हैं कि जो लैंग्वेज काम लिए पीएम ने और गृह मंत्री जी ने, योगी जी ने, आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने और बाकी जो नेताओं ने एक ही लैंग्वेज सब की। इसका मतलब वो हार रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री जी का पोलिंग बूथ भी है, ये कुछ टाइम में आएंगे। आप सुबह सुबह आई हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं आपको लगता है राजस्थान के, किस बात पे वोट पड़ेगा इस बार राजस्थान में?
गहलोत साहब के पढ़ेंगे साहब ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट।
सीएम साहब के साथ हैं आप लोग?
हम सीएम साहब के साथ ही रहते हैं, सामने ही।
अच्छा।
जस्ट सामने हमारा घर है।
अच्छा,
पुराने हमारा रिश्ता है
जी,
तो जीतेंगे जरूर।
जी जी। 4 बार इस बार कह रहे हैं कि अगली बार दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री भी बनेंगे, ऐसे सीएम साहब तो कह रहे हैं। पर सरदारपुरा में कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि सीएम साहब दिखते नहीं, उनके जो उनके अगेंस्ट है वो कहते हैं सीएम साहब तो आते ही नहीं। ऐसा लगता है आपको, ये कोई बात है?
आते तो कम है, ज्यादा तो नहीं आते हो।
जी, पर महिला होते हुए आपको क्या लगता है कि महिलाओं का ख्याल गहलोत सरकार ने रखा है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं है।
तो आपका वोट जो है वो बेसिकली पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर है क्या?
पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर साहब।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से, कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको। तो अच्छा हुआ है, बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है जस्ट टू कास्ट हिज वोट टुडे।
So voting is currently underway at 199 seats of Rajasthan. You heard Vasundhara Raje Scindia there saying that this vote should be in the name of nation building. But not just her, but many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat have already come out to cast their votes, appealing to voters to come out and ensure that they take this responsibility, take this duty seriously. There are nearly 1,900 candidates who are in the race as far as these elections are concerned. But it's a direct battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. There is at least one seat where the Sri Ganganagar's Karanpur seat where voting has to be adjourned after the death of the sitting Congress MLA there. Congress party is definitely hoping that all the schemes that Ashok Gehlot has announced will work in their favour and they will be able to change tradition of changing parties every 5 years. But the Bharatiya Janata Party is depending on also the Modi factor and the anti-incumbency factor as well. Once again, let's listen in to what the leaders have said so far as they've come out and casted their votes from both the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
यह अपनी सरकार चुनने का अधिकार लाखों बलिदानों के बाद हासिल स्वतंत्रता और लोकतंत्र के द्वारा मिला है। 5 साल के लिए हम अपने क्षेत्र का, अपने राज्य का, अपने देश का भविष्य चुनने के लिए, और 5 वर्ष पूर्व जो मतदान हमने किया था, उस मतदान के चलते जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां और हालात बनी, इन दोनों का आकलन कर हमें मतदान करना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार में आ रही है। जनता अब की बार मतदान करते समय जो 5 साल तक दुख, तकलीफ, कष्ट सहे, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपमान हुआ, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपराध हुए, उन एक एक अपराध का जैसे बदला ले रहे हो।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि मैम
आप मुझे बात कर रहे हो।
निश्चित रूप से आज राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते अपराधों की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते जो बलात्कार की घटनाएं उनको उसकी मुक्ति के लिए और तुष्टीकरण से मुक्ति के लिए हमने यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में ऐसा मतदान किया है कि भविष्य में यहाँ पर कांग्रेस की सरकार कभी नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि राजस्थान की जनता ने जो पिछले 5 साल के अंदर झेला है, ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता कि पहले कभी हुआ। इसलिए राजस्थान के अंदर, पूरे राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में निश्चित रूप से मतदान हो रहा है और 150 से अधिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीटें आ रही है।
most of the leaders who have voted since morning have made an appeal to the voters of Rajasthan to come out and vote, especially the young voters, the first-time voters. Vasundhara Raje Scindia spoke about it. Sachin Pilot, considered a Yuva Neta, a youth leader, he's also made an appeal to the people. But why is this so important that more and more people come out and cast their vote? Because ultimately in a neck-to-neck elections, it is the vote share that matters the most. And what is the vote share story so far? What is it that they tell us over the years? If you see the vote matrix of 2008-2009 Lok Sabha elections, 2013-14, if you see how it changed from the Bharatiya Janata Party's 37% and the Congress's 34% in 2008, there was a massive upswing to 54% in 2009 elections, whereas the Congress party lost 2% vote. So the change there is evident. 2013, again, there was a dip for the Bharatiya Janata Party of till 45%, almost a 10% vote share dip, but they still managed to keep that lead as far as the Congress party's numbers are concerned. They came very close in 2018, and that led to a change as far as the Congress coming to power is concerned. 39 to 39, but did that reflect in Lok Sabha? Not at all. Once again, the gap was increased as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned. In Lok Sabha, if you see 59% of the Bharatiya Janata Party and less than 40% of votes for Ashok Gehlot. And I think that is what Pallavi was also pointing out too, that Sachin Pilot camp has made this argument that you promised Ashok Gehlot the Chief Minister's chair, because there were Lok Sabha elections immediately after Assembly elections last time around, and it did not really translate into votes there. This time around, how can you depend on him once again to get you the Lok Sabha numbers? Pallavi Ghosh, in fact, is here with us to discuss this story further. Aman Sharma is also live with us from Jodhpur. Ashok Gehlot will vote there in a while. But Pallavi, just to take that argument further that we were discussing earlier too, dependence on assembly numbers in Lok Sabha elections, it seems there seems to be clear-cut message from the voters that how they choose in Vidhan Sabha doesn't really reflect on their choices in Lok Sabha. What does that really mean when Congress party, if the Congress party has to choose between Gehlot and Pilot?
Well, I mean, example is there in 2019 itself. If you remember, the main argument why Ashok Gehlot was made the Chief Minister then, and I remember I was standing outside Rahul Gandhi's residence when this decision was being taken, is that fact that Gehlot, because he has a supporter, a largest number of MLAs, because he has an experience, therefore he is the only one who can ensure a good performance by the Congress party in the next year's Lok Sabha election. That didn't happen. Congress got 0 seats in Rajasthan, wherever Gehlot too lost from the and Chief Minister's son, so he never won from there. If you look at Madhya Pradesh, I think that's the only state where you at least had 1 seat, and Kamal Nath ensured that his son Nakul Nath wins from Chhindwara. So this argument has not really worked in favor of the Congress party, and should the Congress come back to power this time round, I'm sure this time round Sachin Pilot is going to make pretty much the same argument, that the argument you gave last year didn't click, so why not this time round? We've got another 5 years left to go if we are in power. Lok Sabha may not have an impact on it, and 2024 Lok Sabha elections are also going to be as much about women as it is about the young or the first time voters, and that is where I think a Sachin Pilot would put forward his strong pitch, a relatively younger leader in comparison to Ashok Gehlot, also someone who took on, mind you, Ashok Gehlot on the paper leak issue. He did a dharna for 2 to 3 days and kind of forcing the top Congress leadership right over here in Delhi, also at the state government, to come out with a law on this, and paper leak suddenly came at a large amount of attention as far as the Gehlot Sarkar goes. So even within the Congress party, he's seen as a rebel with a cause, or with a good cause, because that's what I heard from many of the people, of course in Tonk, where they're going to but naturally support him. But even those who are very critical of the Congress party said that at least Sachin Pilot stood up for us. So many do see him more of left or right of the Congress party in a good sense, of course, and the supporters of Ashok Gehlot, of course, will always consider Sachin Pilot to be someone who helped the BJP and who is against the Congress ideology.
In fact, even in Gehlot's home turf of Jodhpur, Pallavi, when I was moving around, there were youngsters who were talking about Sachin Pilot and him raising the issue of paper leak. But Aman, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, it's very clear. For them, this is actually leading up to Lok Sabha. For them, this election is all about the Prime Minister. They're seeking vote in the name of the Prime Minister and his governance.
Yes, absolutely, Arunima. Their slogan was Modi Satho Apno Rajasthan. So the slogan was very clear, the picture was very clear on all posters. It was Mr. Modi, all the leaders said so, that vote in the name of Mr. Modi, because BJP realizes, Arunima, this is also an election year, in Karnataka, for example, the Modi factor did not work as much as the BJP wanted, because it's a southern state, it's a non-Hindi speaking state, but BJP feels that in a state like Rajasthan or MP, which is a Hindi speaking northern state, the Modi appeal remains very, very strong. Even in an assembly election, it could bring dividends to them, and especially when you don't want to project a clear chief ministerial face, you feel you lost the last election because there was anger against Vasundhara Raje. That is why I think the BJP pitched its election totally on the face of Mr. Narendra Modi. There's a long line of voters here, in fact, at the compound where Mr. Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot will be voting in a while. तो भाई साहब, मोदी साथे अपनो राजस्थान की गारंटी पे वोट डलेगा अशोक गहलोत की, क्या लगता है आपको?
अरे हम तो अशोक गहलोत को ही वोट देंगे साहब। हम तो शुरू से ही कांग्रेस को देते आए हैं
जी।
हम तो जानते हैं, हम सीएम तो जोधपुर का है, बोली कोई पार्टी को, ये बोली बीजेपी में होता है कोई होता है, सीएम तो जोधपुर का है, हमको उसको ही देंगे। जोधपुर का है सीएम, फिर क्या चाहिए हमको?
जी जी,
हमारा यही चाहिए।
तो अशोक गहलोत जी अगर नहीं जीते इलेक्शन, कभी ये बात है कि बीजेपी बड़ा स्ट्रांगली लड़ रहा है,
तो इलेक्शन है, क्या मालूम पड़े, वो मालूम थोड़ी पड़ता है।
पर आपको लगता है ये गारंटियां जो अशोक गहलोत जी ने बोली इलेक्शन में, उसका
तो निकल जाएंगे?
हाँ,
अशोक जी तो निकल जाएंगे ना, तो फिर क्या है, अपन को यही बहुत है।
तो जो गारंटियां अशोक गहलोत जी ने कही इलेक्शन में, महिलाओं के लिए 10,000 रुपए बोला है, कई और चीजें बोली है, आपको लगता है उसको लेके भी वो लोग वोट डालेंगे?
वोट तो डालेंगे ही। वो गारंटियां, ये इसने काम बहुत किया है, सड़कें बनाई है, योजना है शिक्षा के लिए, और मेडिकल में 25 लाख का बीमा 50 लाख कर दिया है, इसलिए ये तो जीतेगा ही।
तो चिरंजीवी स्कीम है आप कह रहे हैं?
हाँ, चिरंजीवी स्कीम लाया है, अनेकों स्कीमें, पहले से ही स्कीमें ज्यादा थी, और अब ये गारंटी वगैरह लाया है, योजनाएं तो ये अच्छी लाता है।
कांग्रेस ये भी कह रही कि गहलोत साहब नहीं आए तो सभी स्कीमें बंद हो जाएंगी, आपको लगता है वो भी एक बड़ा मुद्दा है लोगों में कि स्कीमें ना बंद हो जाएं?
हाँ, ये भी
कर दे तो बात चलेगा साहब।
अगर बीजेपी की सरकार आई तो योजनाएं बंद हो जाएगी।
वो तो अपोजिट तो करेंगे कुछ।
Clearly, Arunima, if you see people here and they are all Ashok Gehlot supporters in Jodhpur, clearly saying that अगर अशोक गहलोत चले गए तो स्कीमें बंद हो जाएंगी. Is that a major factor in this election? Because if you see all the advertisements of the Congress, the campaign on social media, they are basically saying that this Chiranjeevi scheme in which 25 lakh insurance has been given to every family, in medical insurance has been given, all these schemes will be stopped if the BJP comes to power. So that is also the Congress campaign telling the voters, vote for us or all these schemes and guarantees will go away.
Right.
Arunima.
In fact, what you are talking is exactly what Rahul Gandhi is also telling the voters of Rajasthan. This is the tweet that Rahul Gandhi has put out. Even as Rajasthan votes, his message as Rajasthan vote is this. He says, Rajasthan will choose free treatment, will choose cheaper gas cylinder, will choose interest-free agricultural loan, will choose English education, choose OPS, the old pension scheme, and caste census. Today, go out in large numbers and exercise your franchise. Elect a Congress government that is beneficial to the people and has a guarantee. So, Pallavi, Rahul Gandhi has thrown his weight completely behind Ashok Gehlot and all the promises that he has made. On the ground also, there seem to be some resonance for the Chiranjeevi Yojana, for the other benefits that Ashok Gehlot has really announced. So, if Shivraj Singh Chauhan was hoping in Madhya Pradesh that Ujjwala would be the X factor for him, Congress and Ashok Gehlot feel that the guarantees are their X factor in Rajasthan.
Well, it worked for them in Karnataka and Himachal. It was a very successful experiment. And this entire idea of guarantees or Ghoshna Patra, which was a first time idea, I would say, of the Congress party, which worked very clearly for them in Karnataka and Himachal Pradesh. And so I can understand why the Congress party wants to apply that, not just in Rajasthan, which is going for polls today, but they tried it in Madhya Pradesh, they're trying it in Telangana as well. That, with the Congress party around, there's always a guarantee of a better future. Again, the hallmark which is being stressed upon is for women, money directly into accounts of women empowerment. That is where they kind of circumvent the accusations coming in from the BJP that the Gehlot Sarkar has never really cared about women because women's safety have been compromised. Here they talk about women empowerment, that's one. Second, of course, is young people. One other very interesting point which Rahul Gandhi kept on talking about, which matters in a state like Rajasthan, given the fact that that Kota is also known for its coaching centers, and why just Kota? I mean, you go into areas of Jaipur, there's a line of coaching institutes over there. When Rahul Gandhi talked about the fact that they should be allowed to learn English, why should learning English be the prerogative of just a few people? And that's where he also called out the duplicity, to use his words, of the BJP. These are very important points which are there, a part of the guarantee yojana of the Congress party, and they think that, the anti-incumbency mantra can be broken. I saw that breaking in Punjab. That also went through a cyclical pattern, but 2 times round the Akali Dal came to power. So there is no hard and fast rule in politics, I guess, and the Congress party thinks that guarantee will guarantee that they come back to power.
Guarantee will guarantee. That's a good take on what's happening there, Pallavi. But we spoke about Rahul Gandhi. Now Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has also tweeted out, keeping it simple for the voters of Rajasthan. Her message is, my dear brothers and sisters of Rajasthan, your every vote counts for a beautiful future, for rights. So simple. Most of the leaders have come out and made an appeal that Rajasthan voters must go out and vote, and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also reiterating that appeal. Pallavi, why is it so important for the Congress to ensure that every voter who perhaps is their supporter comes out and vote? Is it perhaps because of anti-incumbency? They suspect there is apathy amongst their voters also, their supporters also?
See, one point which the BJP has always had over the Congress party is this tremendous amount of organization strength, getting your booth workers. See, in the BJP, their core voters don't go anywhere. That's the perception. The Congress has never had, barring a few areas, very dedicated, hardcore Congress workers. So I think the challenge for the Congress party always has been, when they are winning elections, is to get their voters out, to get their supporters out. Because everyone talks about, okay, we are going to support the Congress party, but do they go out and vote? That often doesn't happen. It happened in Karnataka because that's what the Congress party formula is stressed on. That's exactly what they've tried in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan also now, and therefore it matters for them that a large number of people go out and vote, but those voters would be the ones who actually get mesmerized or impressed by this guarantee yojana, what they are offering for the women, what they're offering for the young people, and health. Health is a very important factor. This is the irony of it. Rajasthan often has been known to have all-women hospitals where you did not have adequate staff. Rajasthan has often been pulled up for not having a good health infrastructure. Chiranjeevi Yojana is something which is a counter which is now being provided by the Congress party, by Gehlot, and of course by Rahul Gandhi himself. I remember right in the middle of the campaigning, he had actually visited a hospital where he highlighted the fact that the Chiranjeevi Yojana is touching the life of a large number of people. Therefore, it is very important for the Congress party that the supporters mean it, they go out and they cast their vote. So over here also they've tried to begin this whole process of booth workers, getting the party workers out, ensuring that the voters, their voters, go out and vote.
If you are in Rajasthan, you must go out and cast your franchise, go out and vote. Pallavi, Aman, do hold on. We are slipping into a very quick break, but Ashok Gehlot is expected to vote in the next 15 minutes or so, and we will cross live once again to Aman Sharma, where he's at the booth where Gehlot is expected to vote. Slipping into a very quick break, but stay right here.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Brought to you by
broke the glass, broke the doors. Did all this well cornered off here to stop the gangs moving up and down. But it was horrific, absolutely horrific for Dublin. No, you can say in relation to the attack there in Parnell yesterday afternoon, God help them, has nothing to do with what went on here last night. It's just tuggery, and no protection or whatever else around the city. And it's terrible for any of the staff working in shops that couldn't even get home then last night because they were barred into their own shops. They couldn't get out. Even staff in Ireland there weren't allowed to leave until later on in the evening. So to me it's nothing to do with far right or far left or whatever. It's just tuggery and destroying the city, destroying tourism, and it's just absolute disgrace.
Oh, yeah.
When I left, the manager he called me. He said that too many people they came and broke the glasses on Foot Locker, Hinard Street, and the staff is still inside. So just they running on the roof and just to be safe, you know. Everything is damaged here. Everything is actually like lost everything. Yeah.
Que foi isso que sorry, nothing service. Look at this.
Welcome back. We continue to focus on Rajasthan, but first let's get you breaking news that is coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Security forces have launched anti-terror operation. This is in the Harichuma area of the Teryat area in Rajouri district and areas of the Riyasi district. After movement of two suspected terrorists was reported by a local, multiple teams are searching the area from the side of Rajouri as well as Riyasi. Two terrorists were killed in the month of September in this area. Tejinder Singh Sodhi is the one who's getting us that information. Tejinder, what exactly did the local report?
Arniva, if you remember yesterday, the Northern Army commander had said that there are 20 to 25 terrorists who are active in the Poonch-Rajouri-Riyasi belt. He had also said that former Pakistan Army personnel were also acting as terrorists in the area. Today early morning, some local residents of Harichuma area, which is in the Teryat in Rajouri, which is in Rajouri and Riyasi districts, they reported to the local police that they saw two people carrying backpacks and some weapons. So after that, they also informed that these two people were wearing combat uniform. So after that, a massive manhunt has been launched by the security forces. A joint operation has been launched by the army and the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the forest area, so a bit of a difficult terrain, but the entire area is being cordoned right now. A massive search manhunt has been launched. Multiple teams of the army, the Jammu and Kashmir police, the SOG are on the job. If you remember, this is the same place where an encounter had taken place in the month of September this year. 2 terrorists were gunned down in that encounter as well. So the security forces have the inputs that 2 suspected terrorists are roaming around in this very same area, and that is why this operation has been launched. Yes, Arunima.
Right, Tajinder, thank you so much. Keep an eye. We'll come back to you. That situation is developing. But back to politics, and this is about the Prime Minister and a key decision that it looks he's all set to take. Prime Minister Modi meets Cabinet Secretary and senior officials to instruct them to expedite the committee formation and process of sub-categorization in the reservation to the Madiga community. His initiative came days after he had announced at a rally organized by the Madiga Reservation Porata Samiti, the MRPS in poll-bound Telangana, that the centre would soon form a committee that would adopt all possible way for empowering this committee as far as their demand for sub-categorization in the scheduled caste list is concerned. Madigas are a big constituent of the scheduled caste in the Telugu states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. And this is a state which is going to polls. Aman is joining me. Aman, it's a key constituent as far as Telangana elections are concerned, and the Prime Minister's decision should be seen in that light.
Absolutely, and the Prime Minister had announced this on November 11th. When he was in Telangana, he was at this program organized by the Madiga community leader, Mr. Manda Krishna, where he promised that his government is committed to providing sub-categorization to the Madiga community within the SC quota. And, that was an announcement made by the PM. And yesterday, PM has met the Cabinet Secretary, other senior PMO officials and concerned secretaries, has told them to set in motion the process to setting up this committee and the other modalities to give this sub-categorization to the Madiga community, Arunima, and we expect this committee now to be set up in a day or two. Obviously, the opposition, the BRS and the others might look at it as a political move ahead of the Telangana elections. The state polls on November the 30th. But clearly the BJP, after the PM promised it on November the 11th, within days of it, the motion has been set into process and we could see this committee being set up in the next couple of days.
Right, Aman, thank you so much. Aman there telling us about what the impact of this decision could be as far as Telangana elections are concerned. Telangana goes to vote next, last of the 5 states which are voting in this cycle. Thank you, Aman. But let's shift focus to the other news that we are breaking. And this is coming in from our neighborhood. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive. Manoj Gupta, our colleague, is getting us this input that major protest has broken in Nepal, and this is being interpreted as a protest against democracy, against political parties and politicians. The protesters want Hindu religion to be back and that Nepal should be declared a complete Hindu state. The protesters have criticized the government of Pushpa Kamal Dahal for its failure. They're calling it a failure to develop Nepal. Protesters are fed up with corruption and change of government frequently. That's what they're saying. Now, how is India really seeing the situation? Top government of India sources tell CNN News 18 that this is due to continuous Chinese interference in Nepal. They have not allowed even a single government to settle down. Constant instability. People of Nepal are restless because this is a landlocked country and dependent on the rest of the world. But due to corrupt practices of political parties and politicians, local people and public are suffering. Going with China means compromising with their culture is also what the Indian government officials are saying. Abhishek Jha is with me for more on the story. Abhishek, a restless Nepal is not really good for India as far as India's interest is concerned. Help us understand how India is seeing the situation.
Well, we know that India and Nepal share a very long and porous border, and the people from both sides are allowed to freely move into each other's country. Now the protesters are demanding a return of monarchy. They are also demanding a return of Hindu nation, and the Himalayan nation was declared a secular state way back in 2007 by an interim constitution, and since then Nepal has maintained its secular status. But with the king, Janen, who has been living like a private citizen with no state power, but who still holds a lot of popularity among a certain group of people in Nepal. He is also behind this latest wave of protest that has taken Nepal by, in a way, surprise, where thousands of protesters have gathered in various places of the country, and we have seen multiple videos where riot police has used batons and tear gas to halt these protesters in support of former king. who want monarchy to come back to Nepal, who want Nepal to be declared as Hindu nation.
Right, Abhishek. Thank you so much. Abhishek Jha, they're reporting on the protests that are happening in Nepal. Protesters demanding return of monarchy, return of Nepal being declared a Hindu kingdom, and completely giving their thumbs down to the democratic process. We'll tell you more about that story. It's also up on our website, news18.com. But do stay with us after this very quick break, because our focus on Rajasthan continues. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
So is this the big semi-final before the final match in Lok Sabha 2024? A lot of analysts will tell you, will point out to 2018 and say that there is no connection, that voters are very clear. What they choose in 2018 was not chosen later. So essentially, what are the numbers? What's really at stake as far as Rajasthan is concerned? Semi-final before the Mega 2024 battle. Like I said, the desert state of Rajasthan is voting. There are 199 seats which are at stake here, and it's a neck-to-neck fight between the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Badlao has been the tradition in this particular state. It swings between the incumbent and the opposition. So will it swing from the Congress to the BJP this year as well? The Congress definitely hopes that that is not what happens. Caste survey is a promise on which Congress is banking heavily. They feel that the big promise of a caste survey could ultimately defeat anti-incumbency. But will the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot really negate all the efforts that the Congress party is making? For the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is really the Mukhyamantri Chehra? Who's going to be the Chief Minister? Multiple personalities in fray. What will happen if Vasundhara Raje, the Maharani, is not given a chance to hold the CM's chair once again? How much is it going to damage the Bharatiya Janata Party chances there in Rajasthan? Those are big issues for the state, and we are going to discuss those with our colleagues on the ground who are keeping a close eye. In fact, our executive editor Aman Sharma caught up with Ashok Gehlot just ahead of polling. We also spoke to Vasundhara Raje. Let me begin by showing you what the two contenders, the primary contenders, had to say ahead of voting. Listen in.
अशोक जी, 2 महीना पूरा कैंपेन हुआ है, क्या माहौल लग रहा है? वोटिंग तो पास आ गई है बिल्कुल।
शानदार माहौल है, अंडर करंट चल रहा है, सब जगह रहता है मर्द। तो लोग कामों को याद करते हैं। गवर्नेंस हमारी जो हुई है, गुड गवर्नेंस हुई है, IT बेस्ड गवर्नेंस हुई है। इतने कानून पास किए हम लोगों ने, एक के बाद एक, लंबी लिस्ट है।
Battleground Rajasthan, where 199 seats and close to 1900 candidates, and their future is at stake. What's really on the mind of the Rajasthan voters? Who are they saying, Padharo Mare Des? Rajasthan started voting at around 7 this morning for 199 seats. Many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat came to cast their votes. Nearly 1900 candidates are in the race to contest the seats in Rajasthan elections, where there's a direct battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. This time around, Congress party is hoping to change the tradition of Badlao, where Rajasthani voters ushered the incumbent out and bring in a new government happened every 5 years. Congress is hoping that their guarantees would change that tradition. Rahul Gandhi, in fact, has tweeted in favor of those guarantees. But the BJP is cashing on the feud between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, and definitely hoping that Prime Minister Modi's governance at the centre, that model will swing in the voters of Rajasthan. Before I cross live to my colleagues on the ground, let's listen in to all the MPs, MLAs, candidates who have spoken to the voters since this morning.
आपको तिजारा से चुनाव लड़ा रही है, आप सांसद भी हैं अलवर के। क्या लगता है कि पिछली बार जो अलवर में केवल 2 सीटें आई थी, वो आंकड़ा बढ़ेगा आपके नेतृत्व में?
बिल्कुल, इस बार अलवर जिले की 11 सीटें, हमारी लोकसभा की 8 सीटें हैं और हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि सारी की सारी सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी और बहुत अच्छे से भारतीय जनता पार्टी राजस्थान में सरकार बनाएगी।
राजस्थान का योगी आपको कहा जा रहा है। जिस तरह से आक्रामक तेवर उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी के हैं, उसी तरह से आक्रामक तेवर आपके माने जाते हैं। क्या राजस्थान में वो नेतृत्व देखने को मिलेगा?
देखिए, हमारा काम है सेवा करना। हमारी कर्म भूमि पर, हमारे स्थान पर जो पार्टी ने आदेश दिया है, हम वहाँ पर सेवा करने का अपना भाव रहता है। और बाकी हम तो पार्टी के मार्गदर्शन पर चलने वाले हैं, क्योंकि गुरु आज्ञा और पार्टी आज्ञा, ये 2 ही हमारे जीवन का धर्म है।
कांग्रेस आप पर बड़े आरोप लगा रही है कि जो कनाडा पैसा भेजा जा रहा है, आश्रम खोला जा रहा है, कहीं बौखला गई है कि आपकी जो लोकप्रियता बढ़ रही है उस वजह से कि आप ही को टारगेट कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, मुझे तो बहुत जो जिसने भी कहा है, मुझे नाम भी ध्यान नहीं है उसका, और मैं तो उसको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि वो कृपा करके मुझे उस जमीन के कागजात या कुछ न कुछ स्थान बताए, कि ताकि वो जमीन पर जाकर मैं अपना कब्जा लूँ और उस जमीन को कुछ देश के नाम समर्पित करूं। अगर उन्होंने खरीद के रखी या किसने खरीद के रखी, कम से कम बताएं तो सही कहाँ है वो जमीन। हम तो खुद ढूंढने को उत्सुक हैं।
सचिन पायलट कह रहे हैं कि अब इनके पास कोई मुद्दे नहीं बचे। बीजेपी के पास मंदिर मस्जिद कर रही है, आपको मैदान में उतार दिया पूरा मुस्लिम तुष्टिकरण के नाम पर। एक हिंदू मुस्लिम करना चाहती है बीजेपी।
अरे ऐसी बात नहीं है बिल्कुल भी। और जिस तरह से तुष्टिकरण की राजनीति को राजस्थान में बढ़ावा दिया गया, एक संप्रदाय विशेष के लोगों को जिस प्रकार से सरकार की सुविधाएं मुहैया करवाई गई और सनातन अपने हिंदू धर्म के लोगों पर समय समय पर प्रतिबंध लगाए गए यात्राओं पर, अन्यथा तो ये सब चीजें दिख रही हैं राजस्थान में। सब उसी के कारण हमने कोई हिंदू मुस्लिम का, हमारी प्राथमिकता है विकास, हमारी प्राथमिकता है अच्छा सुशासन, हमारी प्राथमिकता है कानून का राज राजस्थान में हो।
इनकी मुस्लिम तुष्टिकरण किया है कांग्रेस ने इस पर?
स्पष्ट है, ये तो नोटिफिकेशन है गवर्नमेंट के, उनके बयान है। उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से हमारी हनुमान जयंती पर, नवरात्रों पर जिस प्रकार से एक धारा 144 के नाम पर प्रतिबंध लगाए, तो स्पष्ट है।
आप सबको मैं आग्रह करता हूं, आप सब घर से निकलिए, शानदार त्योहार का माहौल है, आप सब आइए और वोट करिए। और
काफी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, आश्वस्त नजर आ रहे हैं।
100% जीत रहे हैं। ये जनता का आशीर्वाद है, उनका स्नेह। और मैं तो अब देखिए, मैं खिलाड़ी रहा हूं तो मेहनत करता हूं तो और आनंद आता है। अब पिछले 50 दिन से हम जो प्रचार कर रहे थे और उससे कई सालों से हम लगातार जो सेवा कर रहे हैं जनता की, हमें पता है कि हम विश्वास से हमारी योजनाओं को घर घर तक पहुंचा सकते हैं।
लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री तो कह रहे हैं कि राज इस बार नहीं बदलेगा।
ठीक है, 2-3 दिन उनको उसी भ्रम में रहने दीजिए। लेकिन जिस तरह का धोखा गहलोत साहब की सरकार ने राजस्थान के साथ करा है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है इतिहास में नहीं हुआ था। 35,000 महिलाओं के साथ दुष्कर्म हुआ है, 35,000।
लेकिन वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि इस बार दिग्गजों को, यानी कि सांसदों को बीजेपी को उतारना पड़ा चुनावी मैदान में। आप खुद यहाँ से 2 बार सांसद हैं और इसके अलावा पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री भी हैं, आपका विधानसभा क्षेत्र है, आप विधायक के तौर पर यहाँ पर अब जो है चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। ये संदेश, क्या संदेश देना चाह रहे हैं?
ये तो पहली बार मैंने देखा कि जो दूसरी टीम है वो बोल रही है कि अरे इनको क्यों उतार रहे हो मैदान में। भाई हमारी टीम है, हमारी टीम के कप्तान जिसको उतारना चाहेंगे उतारेंगे। कांग्रेस को क्यों घबराहट हो रही है? और अब तो हम 10 साल रह लिए, हमारी खुद की पार्टी की स्ट्रैटेजी है। अब नए लोग जाएंगे लोकसभा के अंदर, नए लोगों को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ काम करने का अवसर मिलेगा। हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा, अब जो सीखा है अब वो राजस्थान के आकर उसको यहाँ की जो राजनीति है उसमें भी, यहाँ की गवर्नेंस है उसके अंदर भी करेंगे। तो राजस्थान में परिवर्तन निश्चित है, न केवल इस चुनाव में बल्कि इससे आगे भी जिस तरह से काम होगा राजस्थान के अंदर, राजस्थान को सबसे आगे।
कह रहे विकास तो हमने किया है, विकास के दम पर हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, आप तो सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन कर रहे हैं।
वो 19 बार पेपर लीक को विकास कहते हैं, मुझे ताज्जुब है। वो जिस तरह से इनकी सचिवालय के अंदर सोना और पैसे मिलते हैं उसको विकास कहते हैं, तो वो तो आपके खुद के परिवार का विकास है, जनता का विकास नहीं है। जिस तरह से पीने के पानी के अंदर राजस्थान सबसे आखिरी पायदान पर है पूरे देश के अंदर, घर में पानी नहीं पहुंचा, उसमें घोटाले हुए, वो किसका विकास है गहलोत साहब? वो तो आपके खुद का विकास है। एक ही परिवार के लोग आ रहे हैं,
तो चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी तो इस बार किसी चेहरे पर चुनाव नहीं लड़ रही। आपके मुस्कुराहट कुछ कह रही, कुछ है आप भी लाइन में?
देखिए, मुस्कुराहट तो इस वजह से क्योंकि इस तरह शानदार त्योहार है, और मैं तो एक, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, मैं खिलाड़ियों मेहनत करता हूँ, उसके बाद जिस दिन डी-डे होता है, मैच होता है,
मेहनत का कोई फल मिलेगा, बड़ा फल आपको?
यही बहुत बड़ा फल है कि 4.5 लाख जनता का आशीर्वाद, मेरी विधानसभा के अंदर 4.5 लोग, उनका आशीर्वाद आप काउंट करिए, अपने घर के अंदर बड़े आशीर्वाद देते हैं, हम खुश होते हैं उससे। 4.5 लाख लोग आपको आशीर्वाद देंगे तो बहुत बड़ी बात है।
लोकतंत्र ये भारत की ताकत है और उत्सव की तरह लोग मतदान करते हैं, विचार के आधार पर, काम के आधार पर, व्यक्तित्व के आधार पर। राजस्थान के जनमानस ने भी मोदी जी के नाम और काम, कांग्रेस पार्टी की मौजूदा सरकार के खिलाफ जो मुद्दे थे, खासतौर पर किसानों की कर्जा माफी, बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार, कानून व्यवस्था, तुष्टीकरण, इन सब के खिलाफ लग रहा है कि ईवीएम में उनका आक्रोश प्रकट हो रहा है। और मैं इसी आधार पर कह सकता हूं कि जिस तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने हर बूथ पर परिश्रम का पराक्रम किया, उस आधार पर मैं दावा कर सकता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक अच्छे बहुमत की सरकार बनाएगी। और हम सब लोग, भैरव सिंह शेखावत जी से लेकर वसुंधरा जी तक, राजस्थान को बीमारू राज्य से निकालकर सुशासन का जो काम किया था, उसको हम अनंतर जारी रखेंगे।
शेखावत जी, पोलिंग बस शुरू ही होने वाला है राजस्थान में, इतना लंबा कैंपेन रहा है, आपका क्या फीडबैक है, क्या होने वाला है राजस्थान में?
देखिए, अब बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया है पोलिंग के बाद में, और जिस तरह का समर्थन और समर्पण राजस्थान की जनता का इस पूरे चुनाव अभियान में मिला है, ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया है कि राजस्थान के सभी क्षेत्रों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ में जीत करके आ रही है।
गहलोत साहब ने सर कल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, उसमें बोला कि सभी बीजेपी लीडर्स ने मेरे पे धावा बोल दिया राजस्थान में, इतने प्रधानमंत्री ने, अमित शाह ने, मुझे क्या क्या नहीं कहा गया। तो एक तरह से उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए, मेरी गारंटी पे तो वोट डलेगा। आपको लगता है गारंटी का जो सारा इस बार राजस्थान में देखने को मिला, इसका कुछ भी प्रभाव पड़ेगा लोगों पे, वोटर्स पे?
देखिए, कोई भी व्यक्ति की गारंटी, जिसने एक बार विश्वासघात किया हो, वो दोबारा गारंटी राजस्थान में तो कम से कम नहीं चल सकती।
मोदी जी ने रैली में सचिन पायलट जी की बात की, राजेश पायलट जी की बात की। ये बात भी राजस्थान में बड़ी क्लियर है, ग्राउंड पे आप जाएंगे, 4.5 साल तक तो पायलट साहब और गहलोत साहब लड़ते रहे। आखिरी 6 महीने में एक यूनिटी हुई, अब तो इकट्ठा फोटो भी आया। आपको लगता है ये यूनिटी हो पाई कि अभी भी सचिन पायलट जी के साथ जो हुआ वो गलत है?
देखिए, ये तय है कि सचिन पायलट ने 5 साल तक मेहनत की थी, लेकिन गहलोत साहब जो अपने आप को जादूगर कहलवाना पसंद करते हैं, वो अंत समय में जैसा हमेशा होता है, जैसा 2008 में हुआ, जैसा 1998 में हुआ, वो सबको पछाड़ करके मुख्यमंत्री बने। लेकिन ये जो इनका आपसी विग्रह था, इनका आपसी द्वंद्व था, उसका खामियाजा राजस्थान की जनता ने भुगता।
महेंद्र जी, कुछ ही समय में वोट डलने वाले हैं। आप जिस कैंडिडेट के खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं वो मुख्यमंत्री हैं, 25 साल से विधायक हैं, क्यों लगता है आपको कि आप उनको हरा सकते हैं?
सबसे पहले जनतंत्र के अंदर मुख्यमंत्री हो, प्रधानमंत्री हो, जब जनता के विश्वास पे खरे नहीं उतरते हैं तो आगे आगे विश्व के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र इस देश में कई लोग पराजित हुए। पिछले 5 साल में जो कुशासन, महिलाओं का उत्पीड़न, युवाओं के साथ पेपर लीक का छल और तुष्टीकरण यहाँ हुआ और सदापुरा क्षेत्र उपेक्षित रहा, तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ सदापुरा का आक्रोशित जनमानस ये चुनाव लड़ रहा है। जो रायबरेली के अंदर माना जाता था वो इंदिरा जी हारे, गांधी नेहरू की सीट हुआ करती थी बेटी, वहां राहुल जी हारे, शीला दीक्षित जी, हरीश रावत जी, अर्जुन सिंह जी और करम गिनाऊं पूर्व के, तो यहां से कितने हार गए।
तो आप राजस्थान की स्मृति ईरानी बनेंगे, आप कह रहे हैं?
स्मृति ईरानी का नहीं, मैं तो एक कार्यकर्ता और एक कमल का एक चिन्ह लेके आया हूं, और मोदी जी ने जिन कार्यकर्ताओं को टिकट दिया है, निश्चित रूप से 3 तारीख को इस सदापुरा के अंदर कमल खिलेगा। ये मुरे को जनता का जो मिल रहा विश्वास है, पहले तो अंडर करंट था, अब खुला करंट आ गया है, और यहाँ का मुख्यमंत्री लाखों रुपए, करोड़ों रुपए जो भ्रष्टाचार में कमाए और उसके दौरे से गुजरने के लिए कटआउट 100-100, 200, हजार कटआउट, हजारों झंडे इवेंट वालों को दे रहे हैं और वह संख्या 500-300 व्यक्ति हो रहे हैं। फेस इज मिरर इंग्लिश में कहते हैं। आधा रण वो हार चुके हैं और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस रण को कल पूरा वोट की चोट से परिवर्तित करेगी और मोदी जी का विश्वास इस सदापुरा के कार्यकर्ता और जनता की आक्रोश निश्चित रूप से पूर्ण करेगी।
पोलिंग होने वाला है, वोट डलने वाले हैं, आपको क्या लगता है क्या माहौल है? आपने भी क्लोजली अपने अशोक जी का कैंपेन देखा इतने 1-2 महीने तक, क्या लगता है आपको?
लोगों में बहुत उत्साह है। मैं पहले भी पापा के लिए कैंपेन करती आ रही हूँ, बाबू जी के इलेक्शन में लोकसभा में किया है। इस बार लोगों में कांग्रेस की योजनाओं को लेकर के बहुत ज्यादा चर्चा है और जनता कह रही है वोट तो देना ही पड़ेगा। इतनी शानदार योजनाएं हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात, योजनाएं तो बना दी जाती है पर वो लागू हो के लोगों तक पहुंचे ये जरूरी नहीं है। इस बार लोगों को फायदा हुआ है, जैसे ओपीएस है, उससे सारे गवर्नमेंट जॉब करने वाले लोगों को एक सिक्योरिटी महसूस होती है कि उनको प्रॉफिट मिलेगी। और एक कहीं ना कहीं डर है कि चिरंजीवी योजना है, दुर्घटना बीमा योजना है, कहीं गवर्नमेंट रिपीट नहीं हुई तो वो बंद ना हो जाए। तो ये सब की वजह से उन लोगों को उत्साह है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा मतों से सरकार को जिताया जाए और पुनः मुख्यमंत्री बनाया जाए चौथी बार। जी, एंड आई एम आल्सो जॉइंड बाय द ग्रैंड डॉटर ऑफ द चीफ मिनिस्टर। आपको क्या लगता है? आपने तो अपने दादाजी को इतने साल से देखा, 25 साल से, तो वो जब पैदा भी नहीं हुई होंगी तब से वो एमएलए हैं यहाँ से। दो इलेक्शन देख लिए हैं। मैंने 2 इलेक्शंस देखी हैं लास्ट, और इस बार बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है क्योंकि इतना अच्छा कांग्रेस ने काम किया है, 7 गारंटीज है और लोग बोल रहे हैं हम लोग कांग्रेस को ही वोट देंगे क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा काम किया है कांग्रेस ने पिछले 5 सालों में और भी अच्छा करेगी। जी, शी इज ट्रूली स्पीकिंग लाइक द ग्रैंड डॉटर ऑफ अ चीफ मिनिस्टर। बट मैम, ये बीजेपी ने काफी कैंपेन चलाया कि वुमेन आर नॉट सेफ इन राजस्थान, वुमेन के खिलाफ क्राइम्स हो रहा है, वुमेन आर नॉट सेफ। आपको, यू आर ऑल योरसेल्फ अ वुमेन, व्हाट इज योर असेसमेंट दैट इज दिस कैंपेन वर्क? जो मणिपुर में हुआ वो तो राजस्थान में कोई कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता है। क्या प्रधानमंत्री जी मणिपुर गए हैं? वो यहाँ के दौरे कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनको चिंता है कि कहीं ये सीट ना निकल जाए, कहीं ये सरकार ना चली जाए उनकी।
We're slipping into a very quick break. Information just coming in says Ashok Gehlot expected to be at the polling booth around 10. So when we come back from the break, Aman Sharma will be with us to tell us more about what's happening there in Jodhpur. Stay with us as we continue to focus on battleground Rajasthan.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Eat it on time.
इतनी गारंटी दे रहे हैं और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह में खूब काम हुए, शिक्षा में, सोशल सिक्योरिटी के अंदर।
बीजेपी ने पूरा धावा बोल दिया सर आप पे, पीएम ने, अमित शाह ने, बिल्कुल क्या क्या बोला गया आपको?
कारण दूसरा है क्योंकि सरकारें गिराने का इनका जो तरीका है अलोकतांत्रिक, जिसमें लोग हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग करते हैं, 32, 35, 40 करोड़ रुपए देते हैं महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर, कर्नाटक के अंदर, रातों की दाल नहीं गली, उससे गिरा नहीं पाए।
अमित शाह जी तो बोले कि गहलोत जी कभी मुख्यमंत्री दोबारा नहीं बनेंगे और तो प्रधानमंत्री भी बोल दिए सर। ये
कुछ भी कह सकते हैं। हाँ। ये अब समझ लीजिए कि प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री बोलते मेरे बारे में व्यक्तिगत, तो मैं तो इसको अच्छे सेंस में लेता हूँ कि कम से कम इतना टारगेट मुझे कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
काफी सारे इल्जाम कांग्रेस पे लगे कि सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है, सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है। बीजेपी में वसुंधरा राजे जी भी इस बार क्लियर नहीं हो पाई, वो भी
हम उनकी परवाह नहीं कर रहे, वो अपने घर में क्या करते हैं क्या नहीं करते हैं, ना उनके वो नॉन इशू बना रहे वो। और यहाँ की हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को, हमारी स्कीमों को, हमारी कानून पास किया उसकी चर्चा ही नहीं करे, उसकी वो चर्चा नहीं करे, वो खाली भड़का के जा रहे राजस्थान जनता को। भड़कने वाली जनता है नहीं।
बीजेपी ने आखिरी सवाल था, बीजेपी ने लास्ट में सचिन पायलट का भी नाम ले दिया, राजेश पायलट जी का भी नाम ले दिया।
क्या नाम, वो इतने घबरा गए, बौखला गए हैं कि जो लैंग्वेज काम लिए पीएम ने और गृह मंत्री जी ने, योगी जी ने, आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने और बाकी जो नेताओं ने एक ही लैंग्वेज सब की। इसका मतलब वो हार रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री जी का पोलिंग बूथ भी है, ये कुछ टाइम में आएंगे। आप सुबह सुबह आई हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं आपको लगता है राजस्थान के, किस बात पे वोट पड़ेगा इस बार राजस्थान में?
गहलोत साहब के पड़ेंगे साहब, ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट।
सीएम साहब के साथ हैं आप लोग?
हम सीएम साहब के साथ ही रहते हैं, सामने ही।
अच्छा।
जस्ट सामने हमारा घर है।
अच्छा।
पुराने हमारा रिश्ता है
जी,
तो जीतेंगे जरूर।
जी जी। 4 बार इस बार कह रहे हैं कि अगली बार दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री भी बनेंगे, ऐसे सीएम साहब तो कह रहे हैं। पर सरदारपुरा में कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि सीएम साहब दिखते नहीं, उनके जो उनके अगेंस्ट है वो कहते हैं सीएम साहब तो आते ही नहीं। ऐसा लगता है आपको, ये कोई बात है?
आते तो कम है, ज्यादा तो नहीं आते हो।
जी। पर महिला होते हुए आपको क्या लगता है कि महिलाओं का ख्याल गहलोत सरकार ने रखा है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं है।
तो आपका वोट जो है वो बेसिकली पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर है क्या?
पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर साहब।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको। तो अच्छा हुआ ये बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है जस्ट टू कास्ट हिज वोट टुडे।
So voting is currently underway at 199 seats of Rajasthan. You heard Vasundhara Raje Scindia there saying that this vote should be in the name of nation building. But not just her, but many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat have already come out to cast their votes, appealing to voters to come out and ensure that they take this responsibility, take this duty seriously. There are nearly 1,900 candidates who are in the race as far as these elections are concerned. But it's a direct battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. There is at least one seat where the Sri Ganganagar's Karanpur seat where voting has to be adjourned after the death of the sitting Congress MLA there. Congress party is definitely hoping that all the schemes that Ashok Gehlot has announced will work in their favor and they will be able to change tradition of changing parties every 5 years. But the Bharatiya Janata Party is depending on also the Modi factor and the anti-incumbency factor as well. Once again, let's listen in to what the leaders have said so far as they've come out and casted their votes from both the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
ये अपनी सरकार चुनने का अधिकार लाखों बलिदानों के बाद हासिल स्वतंत्रता और लोकतंत्र के द्वारा मिला है। 5 साल के लिए हम अपने क्षेत्र का, अपने राज्य का, अपने देश का भविष्य चुनने के लिए और 5 वर्ष पूर्व जो
Welcome back. We continue to focus on Rajasthan, but the other news that has grabbed the attention of the country is the rescue operation in Uttarkashi. The wait for the 41 workers continue as rescue operations were halted last night. The operations were stopped after the auger machine encountered yet another hurdle. The drilling was stopped as the driller felt pressure after crossing the 49-meter mark. The experts are still finding a solution to get rid of the obstacles encountered during the operations. If you recall, the workers have been trapped for the past 14 days in the tunnel. Till now, rescuers have drilled about 46 meter in the Silkyara tunnel. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami also took stock of the situation and visited the site.
सब जगह मिलाकर 2 लाख करोड़ के निवेशकों पर करार हो चुके हैं और हरिद्वार में भी आज बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने हरिद्वार, देहरादून
जो पहले से हमारे उद्योग स्थापित हैं, उन्होंने भी अपने विस्तार साइन किए हैं। और 8 और 9 दिसंबर को जो हमारा ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट है, डेस्टिनेशन उत्तराखंड है, उसमें बड़ी संख्या में लोग अभी और आने वाले हैं। हम सभी का आकलन भी कर रहे हैं। उत्तराखंड राज्य की जो GSTP है वो बड़े, उसको लेकर हमने काम शुरू किया था।
While we continue to pray for those stuck in Uttarakhand, let's shift our focus once again to elections. After Rajasthan, Telangana is going to polls. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, in an exclusive conversation with CNN News 18, said that the BJP will win the upcoming polls in Telangana. He even slammed the opposition for abusing Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
अमित भाई, जिस तरह का जन सैलाब दिख रहा है, आपको लग रहा है परिवर्तन दिख रहा है?
निश्चित रूप से मैं तेलंगाना में जहाँ जहाँ गया, मैंने परिवर्तन की ललक देखी है और यहाँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजयी होने जा रही है।
आपने बहुत सारे वादे किए हैं, OBC CM का भी वादा किया है और कांग्रेस और BRS कह रहे हैं कि ये अपीसमेंट है।
किसका अपीसमेंट है? और 4% मुस्लिम आरक्षण अपीसमेंट नहीं है क्या? हमने तो बैकवर्ड क्लास को न्याय करने के लिए किया। हम हमारे वादे पर कायम है। हम बैकवर्ड क्लास का CM भी बनाएंगे और माड़ीगा को SC रिजर्वेशन में वर्टिकल आरक्षण भी देंगे और 4% मुस्लिम आरक्षण समाप्त कर SC, ST और OBC का आरक्षण बढ़ाएंगे।
आपने 2-3 जो इम्पोर्टेंट वादे किए, उसमें जो वादा किया था कि टर्मरिक बोर्ड फॉर्म हो गया, अमित भाई, टर्मरिक का बोर्ड फॉर्म हो गया और अब शुगर मिल्स खोलने के कितना आश्वस्त है?
देखिए, टर्मरिक बोर्ड फॉर्म करना एक चुनाव का हमारा वो नहीं है। मोदी जी ने कृषि को बढ़ावा देने के लिए ढेर सारे एक्शन लिए हैं और ये सातत्यपूर्ण प्रयास का एक और कदम है। तो टर्मरिक का जब हम बोर्ड बनाएंगे तो एक्सपोर्ट वैल्यू चेन भी बनेगा और इसकी मेडिसिन की वैल्यू को रिसर्च करने के लिए एक इंस्टीट्यूट भी बनाएंगे जिससे टर्मरिक का उपयोग समग्र विश्व के अंदर बढ़े।
शुगर केन फार्मर्स के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे? शुगर केन के जो मिल्स बंद है उनके लोगों के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
हमने कहा है उनको कि शुगर केन के मिल को हम सपोर्ट कर चालू कराएं।
जो गाली गलौज का माहौल चल रहा है, PM को कांग्रेस पार्टी नाम दे रही है और जिस तरह से पनौती की तरह बात करी है, उसमें क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, जब भी इन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को गाली दी है, देश भर की जनता में कोई भी राज्य हो, इसका कठोर जवाब जनता ने वोट में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जीता कर दिया।
3 दिसंबर में क्या फ्यूचर रहेगा भाजपा का तेलंगाना में और बाकी राज्यों में?
देखिए, हम छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान तीनों अच्छे से जीत रहे हैं। मुझे भरोसा है तेलंगाना भी हम।
Rajasthan is voting. 199 seats up for grabs. 1,900 plus candidates are testing their phrase as well. And the visuals on your screen is of the man in the hot seat, Ashok Gehlot, the incumbent Chief Minister, who's trying to change the tradition of Badlao. Rajasthan voters are known to usher out the incumbent every 5 years and bring in a new government. Ashok Gehlot is trying to change all of that. He's just come back to the Jodhpur polling booth. He's a MLA from Sardarpura. That's where he's seeking the blessings of the voters once again. Just walking inside, he's gone to the ancestral village, sought divine intervention also, and now he's getting ready to cast his vote amidst slogans, favoring him. The Bharatiya Janata Party is underlining the corruption allegations against Ashok Gehlot. It is underlining women's safety and most importantly, underlining the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot. Aman Sharma is in Jodhpur. In fact, Aman, he's finally reached to cast his vote. What's the mood at that polling booth?
Yes, Arunima, in fact, he's just arrived here outside. He's gone to his ancestral house, which is just nearby in this lane outside this polling booth. This is the house where Mr. Ashok Gehlot was born. He's gone to put a garland on the pictures of his deceased parents, and he'll be here in a moment, Mr. Ashok Gehlot, to vote in Sardarpura. This is his polling booth. And the mood in Jodhpur or the mood in Rajasthan, I think this election for the Congress has totally been about Mr. Ashok Gehlot. You go around Rajasthan, you go around in Jodhpur, everywhere you go, you just see his picture, his 7 guarantees, his promises, his schemes, it is all about him. And Mr. Ashok Gehlot at 72 years of age is surely, neither does he look tired nor retired. If the Congress wins in Rajasthan, I am sure Mr. Ashok Gehlot is pitching for a fourth term as the Chief Minister. Also, I remember when I interviewed him earlier, he told me that जब वोट मेरी स्कीम्स और मेरी गारंटीज पर पड़ेगा तो मैं अपने आप को उस जगह को खाली क्यों करूं. So he is very clear that if the Congress wins in Rajasthan, it will be due to his schemes, it will be due to his guarantees, especially the guarantee he's offering to women voters about this 10,000 rupee yearly allowance to women voters, then the gas cylinder at rupees 500, the old pension scheme promise, the very, very popular, I must say, the Chiranjeevi medical insurance scheme, which is of 25 lakh cover, and he's promised to enhance it to 50 lakhs if he comes to power again. So I think the man in the hot seat, Ashok Gehlot, the man who's pitched his election fortunes on this election, fought it totally in his name. We didn't see much of Mr. Sachin Pilot on either the posters or in any joint campaign. Mr. Ashok Gehlot is pitching this election that vote for my good governance, and that is what he also told me in an interview yesterday, saying that the vote will be for good governance, not for the BJP's agenda of what he says bhadkau rajniti.
Aman, would you say Mr. Gehlot has also forced the Bharatiya Janata Party to play on his pitch before he announced these guarantees? The mood in the country seemed to be anti-freebies. The Prime Minister had spoken about it. There is pressure on the economy, a lot of critics said. But now I think everybody is talking about welfare politics. And his schemes, like you're pointing out, his 7 guarantees have also set the narrative in a way.
Absolutely, Arunima. It has happened. You know, we saw the BJP's manifesto come out in Rajasthan, where they said they will give a gas cylinder at rupees 450. This is after 500 rupee, the gas cylinder was given at rupees 500 by Mr. Ashok Gehlot for almost a year. This made Ashok Gehlot respond that he will give a gas cylinder at rupees 400 if his government comes to power. So I think people are happy that both these sides are competing in this kind of freebie politics. You know, promising, especially the BJP has not promised a monthly allowance for women in Rajasthan, but it has done so in the Ladli Behna Yojana in Madhya Pradesh. It has even promised one in Chhattisgarh if it comes to power. So interesting politics on both sides, and I think the BJP also realizing that the freebie politics which it criticizes, at the end of the day, you have to give something to the people, otherwise you stand to lose in the state elections. I think this is a lesson that the BJP has also learned from the Karnataka election loss and the Himachal Pradesh election loss, Arunima.
So while we are waiting for Ashok Gehlot to come out from his ancestral property and come and cast his vote, Aman, let's talk about his own candidature. When I was also going around in Jodhpur, there were complaints that not enough development has happened in the city, that more should be done in terms of infrastructure. There were some youngsters complaining about paper leak also. Yet do you sense a mood that being the constituency of the Chief Minister will be the uppermost thing in the minds of the voters?
Absolutely. We spoke to a few people, Arunima, and that is what they said, that this is the Chief Minister's constituency and they will vote for him. Obviously, the BJP has run a very strong campaign here. I saw Yogi Adityanath also come and campaign here for the BJP candidate, Mahendra Rathod, who's a greenhorn, who's fighting his first election. He's a professor and he's fought a spirited campaign. But, you know, the feeling also is that Jodhpur, you know, because in the last 2019 Lok Sabha elections, Ashok Gehlot's son, Mr. Vaibhav Gehlot, could not win the election despite Ashok Gehlot being in power.
Aman, just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Ashok Gehlot is speaking. Let's dip in and then come back to you. So the media tried to put the microphone to him, but I think what Ashok Gehlot is indicating that he would first go cast his vote, and once he comes out of the polling booth, only then he will speak to the media. Aman is at that polling booth. Aman, he's walking towards your side, it seems. I'll give you a moment while I want to bring in Pallavi Ghosh into the conversation. Pallavi, Ashok Gehlot is the man in the hot seat. Whatever the Bharatiya Janata Party might say about the fight between him and Sachin Pilot, looks like he is fighting this as his own elections, trying to ensure that if Congress wins, he's back in the hot seat From what you see right now on your screen, would you want to interpret the body language?
Well, absolutely. But he's always been a very, very strong organization person, someone who oozes that confidence. And look at the way the entire so-called rebellion and those days which were worked out, Arunima, he said a pretty strong words for Sachin Pilot, but the Congress top leadership did not even have the courage to replace him. No one even could reprimand him, though there were requests which were sent out that don't make public comments against each other. But he would relentlessly go on because his confidence comes from the fact that he's considered to be an excellent organization person. Many would not remember, but last to last Gujarat elections, he was in charge of the state. And that was a time when the Congress party had put up with some very good performance over there. And, you know, he was our general secretary very much in the organization, someone who is very close to Rahul Gandhi. So I remember him that as a person who has that sense of confidence which comes in from a person who has many years of experience. And should the Congress party come back to power, a lot of credit, of course, will be given to Ashok Gehlot, because one, he is breaking the cyclical pattern, and the second, of course, is the fact that a lot of credit will, of course, be given to Ashok Gehlot for able to beat that cyclical pattern and come back to power once again. And then, in a sense, I would say, in Congress's political scheme or political machinery and hierarchy, he would almost become unshakable and invincible as well.
Right. Aman, you know, we can see the pictures. Ashok Gehlot is just walking towards the booth where you are. And while we wait for him to arrive and speak to the media, share with us your understanding. He's called Jadugar. तो क्या जादूगर का जादू चला है राजस्थान में या हाथ की सफाई है? Like BJP would want us to believe.
Well, I think what I know, all I know of Ashok Gehlot after interviewing him multiple times, Arunima, that you can never rule out Ashok Gehlot in Rajasthan. I remember in the 2018 election, he said that one line that "मैं ताहो से दूर नहीं." So, you know, that line in Rajasthani means that I can never be kept away from Rajasthan. That was his line which he used when Sachin Pilot was, you know, camp was saying that Sachin Pilot will become the chief minister. That one line used by Ashok Gehlot in the campaign made it clear that he was in no mood to leave Rajasthan. He might have been in a top position in the AICC at that point of time in charge of organization, but he was back in Rajasthan when Congress won the state. This time also, I think Ashok Gehlot is very clear that, you know, he's an experienced campaigner. He's been the 3-time chief minister. He knows how to run the state, and he thinks that he always maintained that Sachin Pilot has his time. You know, he's still young. He can become the chief minister later. And this spirited campaign that I think Mr. Ashok Gehlot also he proved to the high command leadership that, you know, in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP could bring down the Congress government, but in Rajasthan, they could not do so because of Ashok Gehlot's organization and Ashok Gehlot's strategizing. He saved his government in Rajasthan despite this so-called rebellion by Sachin Pilot in 2020, and that I think he also said in my interview yesterday when I spoke to him that, you know, 2020 में बीजेपी मेरी सरकार नहीं गिरा पाई, इस बात की उनको टीस है और तब नहीं गिरा पाए तो अब गिराना चाह रहे हैं. So he said people in the Rajasthan will actually take revenge from the BJP for trying to bring down my democratically elected government by horse trading. So I think Ashok Gehlot has pitched his case very strongly, and as Pallavi was saying, if Ashok Gehlot manages to win Rajasthan again, despite all the odds, despite beating this anti-incumbency or despite beating this 30-year-old long tradition in Rajasthan of voting out the incumbent, Ashok Gehlot's position in the party will become very, very strong. And you know, a change also from last year when in fact he had invited the wrath of Sonia Gandhi and the top Congress leadership for the events which had happened in September last year when he was also in the running to become the AICC president.
Right, Pallavi, you want to take the conversation forward from there. Ashok Gehlot, the man in the hot seat, is he confident that whatever happens, if the decision is in favor of Congress, it is him who will come back and the leadership in Delhi won't really interfere, won't really tinker with that?
Well, I mean, I still remember those scenes when Sonia Gandhi had called a joint meeting of Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot trying to iron out the differences, and she had that meeting with Ashok Gehlot, and he drives into 10 Janpad, but he had a sheaf of paper with him, and in that paper he actually had the call records. He also had pointers, and we saw all of that, which mentioned the various instances on which Sachin Pilot had tried to undermine his government, so much so accusing Sachin Pilot of hobnobbing with the BJP to try and topple his government. been. At that point of time, I remember there was a lot of discomfort when he used some harsh words for Sachin Pilot, but they could do nothing about it. We are looking at a Congress party today which has two parts to it, because I've covered it for so many years. I see that, Arunima, on one hand, the weakness of the central leadership of the Gandhis and the helplessness when it came to Rajasthan vis-a-vis Ashok Gehlot, and also clearly a Congress party where Rahul Gandhi is trying to take charge. He's going to resume his Bharat Jodo Yatra, and much of the campaign which we saw is large about guarantees. These are the ideas of the Gandhi siblings. But in the midst of all this, there are some leaders, the old style Congress leaders, who managed to hold their own, and that has been Ashok Gehlot. They have not been able to ignore him, they have not been able to control him, and as far as the Gehlot versus Pilot saga is concerned, is Ashok Gehlot which clearly walked away with all the benefits. For example, today Sachin Pilot is just an MLA from Tonk. He's been stripped of Deputy CM, that never went back to him. He was not made the PCC chief, that never went back to him. Ashok Gehlot's people have got tickets, his people are very much a part of the state Congress government machinery, so to say. It also goes on to reflect that there's just so much that the Congress's central leadership can do, and if he wins Rajasthan for the Congress party, I would see this as a huge win and a show of strength certainly by Gehlot.
Right. Aman, has he reached where you are? Has he reached the booth? From what I see on screen, looks like a mini Padyatra from his ancestral house till the polling booth.
Yeah, and he loves walking these lanes, Arunima. In fact, the last rally he always does in the election campaign is near his house. So, he always ends his campaign here, that emotional connect, that, I remember going to his last rally here nearby when he said that, I grew up in these lanes, I played in these lanes, and you made me the Chief Minister. So, he loves being here. He's just about to enter as we speak, Mr. Ashok Gehlot, to cast his vote. And as you said, जादूगर की जादूगरी इस इलेक्शन में चलेगी कि नहीं चलेगी, this we'll only know on December 3. But this seems like the big hurrah of the Ashok Gehlot, maybe the last hurrah, we don't know. But in a way, he's trying his best. He's campaigned aggressively in this election, gone all around the state, did over 50 to 60 rallies, doing 3 to 4 rallies daily. So in a way, and called these rallies as guarantee rallies, saying that his 7 guarantees will do the trick and his 7 guarantees will bring him power again. He said government repeat hogi. That is what he said in our interview yesterday. That Sarkar repeat hogi because लोग जो हैं वो योजनाओं और गारंटी पे वोट डालेंगे.
Both you and Pallavi have been telling our viewers about what an organizational man Ashok Gehlot is. The last 10 minutes or perhaps more, we are constantly seeing the pictures of him walking from his ancestral house to the polling booth. I'm presuming the local Rajasthani media would be plastered with these pictures as well. So even at the last hour, in the slog overs, he's ensuring that it is him who's on the minds of the voters. If by any chance, if they've missed those huge pink posters in the state. Aman?
Absolutely, and he's an expert at this. He's an expert at it, and he also feels that, this mini kind of a Padyatra or a mini roadshow as we call it, talking to voters, walking to them in these small bylanes of this area of rural old Jodhpur, and trying to come here and tell people that, look, I am one of your own. I have been targeted by the BJP. I have saved my government in 2020. The Prime Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Yogi Adityanath, as he said, सारे BJP leaders ने इस election में मेरे में धावा बोल दिया. So everybody targeted me. Yesterday when I asked him कि आप पे धावा बोला, तो क्यों बोला? तो he said, I don't take offense to it. I am in fact pleased that the entire BJP sees me as their target. So in a way, Mr. Ashok Gehlot has made this election a lot about himself, a lot about his face, his administration record. But will this work against, a very, very aggressive BJP in Rajasthan, a BJP which has targeted him over this Lal Diary episode, targeted him over the crimes against women, this Kanhaiya Lal killing in Udaipur, the communal overtones which have been seen in this election. Was Mr. Ashok Gehlot cut out to counter that campaign? Remains to be seen, because Rajasthan, Arunima, earlier has never seen a communal campaign. This is the first time that communal overtones were seen in this campaign, which I feel the Congress government was not able to counter that effectively. Will the BJP's Ram Mandir coming up next month, in January, will all that do the trick for the BJP? Let's see on December 3. But Mr. Gehlot is about to arrive in a few moments at this polling booth to cast his vote.
Pallavi, as you're seeing these pictures, him stopping, shaking hands with youngsters, meeting and greeting, it is looking like a mini Padyatra, like a mini road show to me. Having covered the man, the Jadugar, for the last 10 years or more, perhaps, classic Gehlot, or has he also changed his style, learned his lessons over the years?
Well, you know, it's interesting when you ask that, Arunima, because this is classic Gehlot, but what was not classic Gehlot and which he tried to change, I think, keeping with the times, is those big posters, reaching out, talking out. I think he understood that this was a battle. It's a dual battle, not just one against the BJP, but naturally, but also one within his own party. I mean, I think he's always been touchy about the fact that many would accuse him of sidestepping Sachin Pilot, not giving him his due. I think if today Gehlot wins and helps the Congress party come back to power, there would be, in a sense, a kind of silencing of Pilot supporters and silencing of many of those who have been critical of Gehlot. He has his huge supporters, I would certainly say, as far as the central office of the Congress party is concerned. But equally, there are a large number of younger leaders who feel that, if Sachin Pilot couldn't given his chance, then where do we stand a chance? Gehlot would silence those critics if he manages to bring the party back to power, because in the last 1.5 years, the entire campaign has been all about him. But moving beyond Rajasthan, I think in case the Congress party comes back to Rajasthan, the whole guarantee campaign of the Congress party will gain momentum. They'll realize that what worked for them in Karnataka, in Himachal, and now of course in Rajasthan and possibly in Madhya Pradesh, that is something which they are going to try and implement in 2024. A coordinated campaign, most importantly a stress on the local leaders. The local leaders head the campaign, they drive the campaign. That's the experiment which they applied, and it worked in Karnataka and Himachal Pradesh. You saw that pretty much in Rajasthan, you saw that pretty much in Madhya Pradesh, and Arunima, of course there were central leaders going there, the president, the Gandhis and so on and so forth. But the focus was always on Ashok Gehlot. And I think this is something which the Congress party has finally learned to realize, that state elections should be about state leaders. Don't try to make it all about Delhi leaders going there.
But would you say, Pallavi, these pictures are treading that very thin line as far as violation of Model Code of Conduct is concerned? Already BJP is taking objections to Rahul Gandhi's tweet this morning.
Well, that's always a thin line, because if you ideally go by a situation, you're not supposed to talk about the party's campaign when actual polling is taking place. At most, you can only ask and people to go out and vote, and that itself is a kind of a cue which is being given to who you should be voting for. Media is also ideal situation, not allowed inside the polling booth, but I guess over the years we've seen this, all of that gets blurred, all of that gets lost out, and he's certainly showing his strength. I mean, these pictures are not meant only for Jodhpur. These pictures are, as they are being beamed live, meant for all the voters of Rajasthan, that I'm very much here to stay. I matter, I'm defiant, and you should vote me back to power.
So Aman, any word that you hear, I mean, anywhere close to reaching the polling booth?
Well, he's still walking outside as we speak, Arunima. It's a small area, but I think he wants to take a full round, meet everyone, local people, his old acquaintances. We had in the morning seen a woman come here on the wheelchair to vote, and she said, I am the next door neighbor of Mr. Ashok Gehlot's ancestral house, and I will always vote for him, though he's not much seen in the constituency. And this roadshow, in a way, what I would say, going around people, also comes amidst this criticism of Mr. Ashok Gehlot that has been not seen much in Sardarpura. He's the MLA here since 1998. But his opponents, like the BJP candidate we interviewed yesterday, who's fighting from Sardarpura, Mahendra Rathod, and even Gajendra Shekhawat, told us that Ashok Gehlot has been missing from this area. He's not with people in their happiness or in their sad moments. He's hardly comes here. So people are also searching for their MLA. Mr. Gajendra Shekhawat told me, and he said that people this time will elect an MLA, not a chief minister, because they first need their MLA on the ground amidst them. This is good that, an MLA becomes a CM, so we become a CM's constituency. But has development happened in Sardarpura? Maybe not.
Yes.
There are areas in Sardarpura we've gone around who've not seen much development. So, these issues are very much there on the ground. But Mr. Ashok Gehlot had a comfortable win in the last election. But the BJP candidate pointed out to me that this very election booth where Mr. Ashok Gehlot cast his vote, the Congress lost this election booth in 2019 Lok Sabha elections when Mr. Vaibhav Gehlot was contesting the Lok Sabha election. So it's always a thin line in assembly elections. Obviously, Mr. Gehlot remains big, but I think this show of strength which he's doing on the bylanes of Sardarpura right now is to show the people, look, I'm one of you. I will be there for you. I might become the chief minister in Jaipur, but I will never forget Sardarpura. I think that is the messaging. We should have him. It's already running a bit late, but I think we should have him in the next few minutes, Arunima.
Yes, I think he's been out for about 20-25 45 minutes now, Aman, and I'm glad you spoke about the Chief Minister's constituency, because you compare it with Raman Singh's constituency, Rajnandgaon, or Bhupesh Baghel's constituency, Patan, Kamalnath Chhindwara, or even Budhni for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. The difference, you would say, is stark when you speak to people in Jodhpur?
Absolutely, there is a stark difference, and Sardarpura, Arunima is very near, this whole highly touristy place, Mehrangarh Fort is there, you get lots of foreign tourists coming here, so it's a city to showcase in a way, it's a blue city, but still the development I think remains much to be desired of. The roads are chock-a-blocked, the drainage is poor, I saw, open nalas and everything, so all this, I think the image of it being the Chief Minister's constituency, I think, and some people say that, when Sardarpura we went around, even today when we were speaking to some voters, they said सरदारपुरा में और काम होना चाहिए, ये सीएम की कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है तो इसको बेस्ट दिखना चाहिए. So in a way I think that feeling amongst the people is there, but since Mr. Gehlot is a local boy, MLA of 25 years, I think he should still, he's not in a difficult position in Sardarpura, but overall in Rajasthan, this talk is there that has the development model which Mr. Gehlot is speaking about in entire Rajasthan. Why is it not reflecting in his own constituency in Sardarpura?
Pallavi, you got that sense as well when you travelled across Rajasthan, that the development model is not really seen, and therefore the need to focus on the 7 guarantees even that much more?
Yes, absolutely. And there were those rounds of complaints. There were people who, in fact, when I was in Jaipur, many complained about this whole what they call the freebie thing. I mean, there were people who belonged to a corporate sector. There were upper class, middle class, urban areas. They were complaining about the fact that, political parties, especially the Congress party, is talking about all these freebies, but it's going to come at our cost. We are the ones who are paying their taxes. And this is not what we want. We actually want more job opportunities, more factories and industrial hubs actually to come up through Rajasthan. So it's also going to be a test case really, Arunima, on whether this entire freebie narrative or campaign really works. I mean, to a certain extent, yes, it did. Very much, I would say, in Karnataka. But whether it's here to stay and what works at the state level elections, does it really work at the national level elections? Also, I saw different patterns through Rajasthan. There were obvious pockets where there doesn't seem to be so much of a strong anti-incumbency against Gehlot. More an anger with many of the sitting MLAs, anger with the ministers. And some would also say that why did you not have the courage to deny them tickets? As Shanti Dhariwal, for example, who is the Kota North MLA, there's anger because that's also the belt which we saw a large number of suicides among students and the coaching factory scam and so on and so forth. Dotasra, for example, I went to his constituency, absolutely strong, very, very confident, talking about the caste factor, and clearly the crowds were with him. But there were equally people asking this question of the Ashok Gehlot government and the party, that maybe you could have quelled this anti-incumbency, and why is it that some of the non-performing ministers or MLAs not actually denied a ticket? But that's what politics, I guess, is all about. That perhaps is the political compulsion of Ashok Gehlot. So I also heard these slogans, very much a repeat of the 2018, but in this case for Gehlot, says कि Gehlot तुमसे बैर नहीं, लेकिन तुम्हारे विधायक या मंत्रियों से की भी खैर नहीं. How much will that work against him, or will it that work in his favor? Well, obviously we'll know on 3rd.
So he's dyed himself in the Jodhpur color. I can see he's wearing that, Lehriya is famous for Jodhpur. He's wearing that pagdi, flaunting the bright colors that Rajasthan, that Jodhpur, Jaisalmer are famous for. So he has a plan as far as endearing himself to the voters of Sardarpura, endearing himself to the voters of Jodhpur is concerned. But does he have a plan for Sachin Pilot if he's voted back to power? How is he really going to handle the rebellion?
But I mean, I don't know if that rebellion has managed to survive. But I mean, I think if he comes back to power and it's under pretty much his election, it will be very difficult then for the Congress party to deny him this post. But it's going to be equally difficult for Sachin Pilot to be kept quiet. I mean, there has often been this speculation that Pilot will be brought into a central leadership because now obviously the focus is going to be on 2024. But he has always made it very clear that Rajasthan is my Karm Bhumi and I want to be here. And he certainly thinks that, he has time by his side for now. In case the Congress doesn't come back to power, he would very much want to stay in Jaipur. But he would also want some designation for a person who's been a deputy chief minister. Would he be satisfied as being made yet another minister? I think the central leadership will also expect Gehlot, if he becomes the CM again, to be gracious and also give some important position to Pilot, or he himself opt out of the race. But will there be a trust factor ever? I think that's always going to be a huge challenge in Rajasthan's politics.
Right, Aman, we are still waiting for the man to appear at that polling booth. But while we wait for him, help us also understand the caste factor. Caste census has been promised by Rahul Gandhi. How much of an equation, other than, of course, the Gujars and the Meenas of eastern Rajasthan, the Rajputs, the OBCs, the caste factor in Rajasthan?
It's very, very important, Arunima. Rajasthan के बारे में ये famous है कि Rajasthan does not vote a government, it votes its caste. So Gujars, Meenas, Rajputs, Jats, it's a very, very complex caste arithmetic. And last time what worked for the Congress obviously was this Rajput anger against the BJP, specifically against Vasundhara Raje, due to certain incidents. The Rajputs in Mewar moved in a certain measure towards the Congress, away from the BJP. In eastern Rajasthan, we saw the Gujars move from the BJP to the Congress because they thought their leader, Mr. Sachin Pilot, could become the Chief Minister. So in a way, Congress gained from both these aspects and notched up 99 seats and along with independents formed the government. Though the vote share between both parties there was hardly any difference. I think the BJP lost out by just 1.3 lakh votes in the total. So the caste matrix in Rajasthan is very, very complex. This time, the BJP feels that the Rajput anger against it has subsided. So in Mewar, it is expecting some gains. Also in eastern Rajasthan, it is expecting some gains because it thinks the Gujars will no longer vote for the Congress party because they are offended by the humiliation meted out to Sachin Pilot. So, but the Congress feels that why would the Gujars not vote for Sachin Pilot's party? Why would they go over to the BJP camp? So it remains to be seen which way the caste matrix goes. But it's a very complex situation, obviously, in Rajasthan when it comes to caste. And as we await for Ashok Gehlot, his caste, the Mali voters, are spread across Rajasthan. So in every seat there are considerable Mali voters which actually do have an impact on election results and close to 80 to 90 seats, I was told. While the Gujar population, the Gujar voters are mostly concentrated in the 3 districts of eastern Rajasthan. So that is also the reason I feel that, the Congress did not take a chance of not going with Ashok Gehlot's face because they don't want to offend Ashok Gehlot's core voters. They might take a chance to offend maybe Mr. Sachin Pilot's core vote bank because they feel that vote bank may not go away from the party. Maybe angry right now, but in the end they may not vote for the BJP because this whole firing incident in Dausa, under the BJP rule which happened, those wounds are still raw. But I think the compulsion of the Congress to go with Ashok Gehlot's face, they really had no choice because they can't ignore the case of a man whose caste group is spread across Rajasthan, who's an experienced administrator. And if he is not projected to the CM face, I think the Congress felt that, it could stand to lose more. So anyway, his face is there. He's not the clear Chief Ministerial face. But if you look at the posters in the campaign, it is very clear that if the Congress wins, Mr. Gehlot is going nowhere, Arunima.
And Pallavi, perhaps that's the reason what forced the hand of the Bharatiya Janata Party also. Yes, they're not known to tell us about a chief ministerial candidate. Mostly elections are in the name of the Prime Minister. But this is a season where, OBC leaders seem to be at the forefront, be it in Telangana, be it in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, even in Rajasthan. Like Aman was pointing out, the Mali voters, the caste credentials of Mr. Gehlot, also perhaps a reason why nobody has been named from the other side as the next chief minister if BJP wins?
So these are not just about state elections when everyone is talking about the OBC votes, the backward votes, that is. It's also an eye on the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So I think the 2024 Lok Sabha elections are also going to be fought on the backward card, the OBC plus the Dalit card, and of course the women card, the first time voters, the young voters. These are going to be those 3 pillars which are going to be targeted by all political parties, but specifically by both the Congress and the BJP. Now it's an experiment which is being tried out by the Congress because suddenly you have a Rahul Gandhi talking about a caste census and in state after state during the campaign, and I'm sure it's going to be a part of the larger manifesto of the India Front Alliance and also the Congress party for 2024. If it works here, because I think these are the first elections where which have been conducted in a backdrop of a demand for a caste census. So Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, in Telangana also, if in these 4 states the Congress party actually performs well, possibly also form the government, then it's going to be seen as a big push for that narrative, and this is something which the BJP also understands.
All right, Pallavi, I see some halchal in Aman's frame there. Aman, do you see the man in the hot seat, the man wearing the, safa?
Huh. Well, not yet. He's just about to be here, I think. Just give me a few seconds. Yeah, he's about to be here. He's just turning, I think, into the polling booth, Arunima. He stopped again, I think, to shake some hands. He's, even before entering the, he's again taken a.
So, Aman, help us understand what is the distance that we are talking about. I mean, I can hear some firecrackers also, I think. What is the distance now that we are talking about?
It was just 100. Yeah, he's here, Arunima. He's here. So you can see Mr. Ashok Gehlot arriving in this polling booth, and lots of people have waited even after casting their vote to catch a glimpse of the Chief Minister, the local boy, and the man with the safa today, asking people to give him a fourth term in office. Mr. Gehlot, always this leader who has gone and asked the voters that vote for my guarantees, vote for my good governance, don't vote for a divisive agenda in Rajasthan, has always held this belief that if he does development, people will vote for that positive agenda, and always taking pride in this moment that his government has been the one, his party has been the one which has run a positive campaign in Rajasthan this time, promised people guarantees, promised people development, and not countered the BJP's divisive agenda, as he said yesterday to us in the interview, that BJP tried to instigate people in Rajasthan in the name of caste, in the name of religion, played the Hindutva card, but people in Rajasthan will not fall for this. That is Mr. Gehlot's belief, and as he comes to cast his vote now here, he is trying to send out that message that if you give me a fourth term, you will get these 7 guarantees, women will get 10,000 rupees a year in their bank accounts, the cheaper gas cylinders will continue, the popular Chiranjeevi medical insurance scheme will continue in Rajasthan if he comes back to power again. But will the people buy these guarantees? Because there is, of course, anti-incumbency against this government. There is anger amongst the youth over the issue of the paper leaks. There is anger amongst the people over other issues. There is some dissidence amongst the people over the issue of this. Over this issue of this thing that there has been appeasement politics in Rajasthan. So will these issues?
So Aman Sharma there telling us about Ashok Gehlot. He's finally reached the campus where the polling booth is situated. This is Sardarpura, the seat from where Ashok Gehlot is the member of the Legislative Assembly. He's seeking a fourth term as the Chief Minister, like Aman is reporting. And the entire campus, you can see, is packed with people. There are people who are just hanging around after casting their vote to have a word with the Chief Minister. A lot of locals said that Ashok Gehlot is hardly seen in Jodhpur, but today he's ensuring that he makes most of the people there. So he's still meeting?
Absolutely, Arunima. He's tried to send this picture.
Yes, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, he's just about to enter the polling booth. He's just entering the polling booth now, so refusing to speak to the media, saying I will speak after I cast my vote. He's just entering a huge media contingent here, Arunima, close to maybe 100 cameras here, and lots of people, as I said, who even voted, have waited patiently since 9 a.m. for the Chief Minister to arrive. He was supposed to be here at 9:30 a.m., but this mini roadshow that he's done in his constituency for almost an hour, going around meeting people, shaking their hands, asking their well-being. This is what Mr. Ashok Gehlot is trying, this final mile effort by him in the election campaign to get the voters to vote for him, vote for his government. Will people trust him? Again, the veteran Rajasthan campaigner at 72 years of age, is this his last election if he loses the election? This is also a big question in Rajasthan, because the next gen leadership of Congress in Mr. Sachin Pilot is ready to take over. So if Mr. Ashok Gehlot loses this election, will he be back again as the Chief Minister ever again? And we saw the Prime Minister say in a rally few days back that Mr. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that I give this guarantee that Mr. Ashok Gehlot will never be the Chief Minister again in Rajasthan. Mr. Ashok Gehlot took great offense to that statement, saying that why has the Prime Minister turned into an astrologer? But clearly, here in this campaign, we have seen Mr. Ashok Gehlot clearly tell people that don't believe the BJP, believe in my guarantees, believe in my positive campaign, vote for me for the state's development. But the people of the state obviously have been angry on certain issues, and there has been little to offer in that respect from the Ashok Gehlot government. The main issue, as we travelled in rural areas also, Arunima, this issue that the loan waiver promise of 2018 was not delivered to the farmers, has hurt the people's sentiments, and they now say that they will not vote for the Congress because of the guarantees which were not fulfilled in 2018.
Aman, you mentioned the Prime Minister. You've covered a lot of Prime Minister's rallies and public engagements. Do you get a sense, because I do, that perhaps Mr. Gehlot is taking a leaf out of the Prime Minister's book of interacting with people and striking a bond with the people wherever he goes?
Yeah, but that, Arunima, he's obviously taken a leaf from there. He's tried to roll that into his campaign this time. But Mr. Ashok Gehlot has always been like that. He's always been this endearing, affable politician, who enjoys his, like, this common man image. He's not, a high-flying politician. He's not, doesn't have much airs about him. And whenever I've interacted with him, he gives that warm kind of a personality, that kind of thing comes across from Mr. Ashok Gehlot. So obviously he has that connect amongst the people. I must tell you, Arunima, he remembers names. He has a very sharp memory. He will remember names of journalists. He will even remember names of his karyakartas many a time. I could see him calling certain karyakarta by name even in Jodhpur in his constituency. So he has that towering personality in Rajasthan. Obviously, he's been the 3-time Chief Minister. He's one of the most recognizable faces in Rajasthan politics, apart from Vasundhara Raje. So in a way, both Vasundhara Raje and Ashok Gehlot seem to be on the same kind of trajectory in their politics. Vasundhara Raje also not projected as the Chief Ministerial face by her party. Ashok Gehlot was not projected, though he's there on every poster. But if Ashok Gehlot loses this election, and if Vasundhara Raje is not chosen as the next Chief Minister by the BJP, if the BJP wins, will this be the end of both these politicians' political career in a way in Rajasthan? That will be the big question in Rajasthan. And is the state prepared to let go of maybe two of its most popular leaders and look for a generation next in Rajasthan? Right.
But Pallavi, Kamal Nath was in Chhindwara when Madhya Pradesh voted. He quickly came and voted and then, left. And I think we're still trying to get that line with Pallavi. But Aman, if you could answer that. Kamal Nath came, quickly voted and left for Bhopal because he wanted to be in the Congress party control room and ensure that information from across the state was coming in. Ashok Gehlot looks way more relaxed. He's done this over 1 hour long Padyatra in his constituency. Even now he's standing in the queue. It's a long queue, I can see. So at least till about 11:30 or perhaps even 12, he is in his own area. What happens to the rest of the state? Do you interpret it as the man being assured about the rest of Rajasthan? It's a huge state.
Yes, absolutely. And I think he's going to be here mostly, Arunima. He's supposed to take a flight soon after he votes here and go back to Jaipur. But I think also in the age of TV and digital, I think Mr. Ashok Gehlot knows that these images of him are being beamed across the state. They are being beamed across Rajasthani TV channels, and he knows the message is going to the people. And my Vijay is back with me, so we can show you live visuals now behind me. You can see Ashok Gehlot waiting at the entry gate of his polling booth, just about to go. He's gone inside, in fact, to cast his vote. Now he's casting his vote as we speak, Arunima, right now. And a lot of people here waiting to look at him, waiting to catch a glimpse of him. Maybe you can speak to a few people here. Ashok Gehlot ji vote dal rahe hain. Ashok Gehlot ji vote dal rahe hain abhi.
Aman, let me just interject for 1 second. We are getting visuals of him inside the polling booth, completing the formalities, and just going in towards that EVM section where he's going to press the button. So he's just walking towards that. We are getting these live visuals, Aman. He's gone inside that EVM section now to cast his vote. So what is it that the voters are saying? You were getting us those voices.
Yes, he's just cast his vote, I believe. तो अशोक गहलोत जी ने वोट डाल दिया है. आपको लगता है राजस्थान भी वोट डालेगा उनके लिए?
लगता है कि भाई राजस्थान भी इनके लिए वोट डालेगा. काम किया है उन्होंने. अब देखते हैं कि भाई काम का अब जनता के पास है कि जनता क्या चाहती है.
और पॉपुलर तो लोकप्रियता तो मुख्यमंत्री की दिख ही रही है, जिस तरह इतने लोग वेट कर रहे थे यहाँ पे उनके लिए एरिया में पूरा.
45 सालों से एक तरफ गहलोत साहब राजनीति में है तो पॉपुलर था तो यही है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं.
Okay, Aman, the victory sign has been flashed. The Chief Minister has voted and he showed the victory sign after pressing the EVM button. I think any moment now he will walk towards where you are standing, Aman. Before he went in, he said vote dene ke baad shayad baat kare. Perhaps there is a chance that he will speak to the media where you are standing and getting us the voices from the voters who have been waiting. He's walking towards where the media contingent is.
Yes, he is just directing us to move towards a place where he will speak to the media. Just hold on.
Right. So while Aman is moving towards that designated area, I think there are some rules that have to be followed. You have to be 100 meters away from the actual polling area. That's what the Election Commission rule says. So Ashok Gehlot is therefore asking the media cameras to move a little distance away. This is, I think, a school premises, and it's packed with media contingent. There are channels and there are YouTubers from Rajasthan. There are national channels as well. Like I said, a lot of social media presence, and Ashok Gehlot has cast his vote, and he's just moving a little away, and he is expected to speak to the press shortly. Over the last 1 hour or more, he has taken a round of his constituency in Sardarpura, where his ancestral house is and where his polling booth is, and finally come here, stood in the line of voters. A lot of voters waited in the booth after casting their vote so that they could catch a glimpse of him, and now I think after casting his vote, he's just coming out. You can see that bright red, pink, orange pagdi that he's wearing. Jodhpur, like Aman and I have been discussing, is famous for its colors. The Lehariya is something that Jodhpur is famous for, and the attire of the Chief Minister is also symbolic, because he's showing himself as one with the people of Jodhpur. Aman, if you managed to find that spot, talk to us whether the Chief Minister has reached. Is there any indication that he's going to speak to the press?
Seems so, Anonima. We're just waiting for him to arrive about 100 meters away from the polling booth. Yeah, he's going to speak.
Ashok Gehlot is going to speak, so we're just waiting for him to reach where the media stand is. The microphones have been set up. The cameras are all jostling for that right frame. There are so many of them there, all trying to get that right, correct frame so that it can be beamed live. Whatever Ashok Gehlot has to tell the people of Rajasthan. Most leaders have only appealed. They've asked voters to come out, and till about 9 a.m. When the last Election Commission figures came in, the voting percentage was less than 10%. It was just about 9.9. But now, almost 1.5 hours later, at 11, we are expecting another update from the Election Commission about how many people have really come out and vote. And Ashok Gehlot has also cast his vote within that period. So how is it that he's going to appeal to the voters? Is he going to say something else? Rahul Gandhi in his tweet this morning asked the people of Rajasthan to vote, but also the guarantees. Let's listen in question.
हमारी गारंटी है, उसमें मोहर लगेगी।
आज बजरंगबली की पूजा वसुंधरा राजे ने की है और आप भी पूजा पाठ करके आए, किसको आशीर्वाद मिलेगा बजरंगबली का?
ये तो व्यक्तिगत मामला होता है, सबका पूजा करने का, पूजा पाठ सब करते हैं।
सर, महिला
जो माहौल है राजस्थान के अंदर, उस माहौल के अनुसार
बजरंगबली की पूजा वसुंधरा राजे ने की है और आप भी पूजा पाठ करके आए, किसको आशीर्वाद मिलेगा बजरंगबली का?
देखिए, ये तो व्यक्तिगत मामला होता है, सबका पूजा करने का, पूजा पाठ सब करते हैं, परंतु जो माहौल है राजस्थान के अंदर, उस माहौल के अनुसार हम कह सकते हैं सरकार हमारी बनेगी।
सर, महिला मतदाताओं में बहुत उत्साह देखा जा रहा है, सुबह से कतारों में खड़ी है।
ये निशान
सर, महिला मतदाताओं में बहुत उत्साह।
खोखला है, हमारा दावा जो है वो ठोस।
सर, आपने कहा कि 200 सीटों पर आप लड़ रहे हैं, 200 सीटों पर आप लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन
हमारी गारंटी काम करेगी। मोदी की गारंटी फेल हो गई है, काला धन लेके आएंगे, 2 करोड़ रोजगार देंगे, दावा जो है वो ठोस।
सर, आपने कहा कि 200 सीटों पर आप लड़ रहे हैं, 200 सीटों पर आप लड़ रहे हैं,
हमारी गारंटी काम करेगी। मोदी की गारंटी फेल हो गई है, काला धन लेके आएंगे, 2 करोड़ रोजगार देंगे, काम दुगनी कर देंगे, जो वादे उस वक्त किए थे, 15 लाख रुपये चले गए खाते में, पूरी गारंटी थी उस वक्त में, वो गारंटी सारी फेल हो गई मोदी जी की, इसलिए उस पर कोई चर्चा हो नहीं रही है। अभी 5-7 मुख्यमंत्री आए थे, केंद्रीय मंत्री आए हैं, गृह मंत्री आए, प्रधानमंत्री आए, सबने यहाँ के इश्यू पे बात ही नहीं करी है। जनता इस बात को समझती है कि बात क्यों नहीं करी। इश्यू चुनाव विधानसभा का है, ये लोकसभा चुनाव नहीं है। उन्होंने लोकसभा चुनाव की तरह कैंपेन किया है, लोगों ने उसको पसंद नहीं किया है, हमारे कैंपेन को पसंद किया उन्होंने।
Ashok Ashok Gehlot once again telling the voters there and telling the media there that his guarantees will ensure that he is voted back to power. Says Modi ji ki guarantee fail ho gayi. Aman, if you can hear me, the comparison that Ashok Gehlot made between the central's guarantees, central assistance and the 7 guarantees that his government has announced, it's clear that he's putting all his eggs in that one basket of all the 7 schemes that he has announced.
Absolutely, Arunima, and his claim is very clear that people will vote for his 7 guarantees. And the campaign of the Congress in the last days, Arunima, has been very interesting. They have been telling the people that if you don't vote for us, the schemes that we have started will stop. By the next government, they said, do people want the Chiranjeevi medical insurance scheme of rupees 25 lakh to be stopped? Do they want the 10,000 rupee promise for women yearly? Do women don't want that promise? So in a way, the Congress campaign in the last days and full page advertisements in newspapers have also all been about telling the voters that, look, if you don't vote for us, our guarantees, our schemes won't become a reality in the next government. So it is default for you to vote for us because you stand to gain if the Congress comes to power. He's speaking again, Ashok Gehlot, as I can see.
Yes, let's see if we can play out what Ashok Gehlot is saying.
ये चुनाव मोदी जी का नहीं है, विधानसभा चुनाव है। 25 साल के बाद में, आज के बाद में ये सब लोग गायब हो जाएंगे। ये 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। हम लोग यहीं रहेंगे, हम जनता के बीच जाएंगे, उनके सुख दुख में भागीदार बनेंगे, विकास की बात करेंगे, आते जाते रहेंगे उनके बीच में। वो नहीं आने वाले। 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। आप समझ सकते हो जनता के लिए हाथ नहीं।
और सर नंबर देना चाहेंगे सर।
All right, Ashok Gehlot there once again playing that card of being a local boy, saying that I will be here, I will continue to meet the people of Rajasthan, of Jodhpur, whereas all the union ministers and leaders and Prime Minister will come after 5 years. Interesting, because some people of Jodhpur have complained that they hardly see Ashok Gehlot, the MLA of their constituency. We're taking a quick break, but we'll continue to focus on battleground Rajasthan. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Brought to you by
हमने किया था उस मतदान के चलते जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां और हालात बनी, इन दोनों का आकलन कर हमें मतदान करना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार में आ रही है। जनता अब की बार मतदान करते समय जो 5 साल तक दुख तकलीफ कष्ट सहे, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपमान हुआ, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपराध हुए, उन एक एक अपराध का जैसे बदला ले रहे हो।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि मैम आप मुझे बात कर रहे हो।
निश्चित रूप से आज राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते अपराधों की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते जो बलात्कार की घटनाएं उनको उसकी मुक्ति के लिए और तुष्टीकरण से मुक्ति के लिए हमने यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में ऐसा मतदान किया है कि भविष्य में यहाँ पर कांग्रेस की सरकार कभी नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि राजस्थान की जनता ने जो पिछले 5 साल के अंदर झेला है, ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता कि पहले कभी हुआ। इसलिए राजस्थान के अंदर पूरे राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में निश्चित रूप से मतदान हो रहा है और 150 से अधिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीटें आ रही है।
So is this the big semi-final before the final match in Lok Sabha 2024? A lot of analysts will tell you, will point out to 2018 and say that there is no connection, that voters are very clear. What they choose in 2018 was not chosen later. So essentially, what are the numbers? What's really at stake as far as Rajasthan is concerned? semi-final before the Mega 2024 battle. Like I said, the desert state of Rajasthan is voting. There are 199 seats which are at stake here, and it's a neck-to-neck fight between the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Badlao has been the tradition in this particular state. It swings between the incumbent and the opposition. So will it swing from the Congress to the BJP this year as well? The Congress definitely hopes that that is not what happens. Caste survey is a promise on which Congress is banking heavily. They feel that the big promise of a caste survey could ultimately defeat anti-incumbency. But will the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot really negate all the efforts that the Congress party is making? For the Bharatiya Janata Party, who Battleground Rajasthan continues to be our top focus, but there's more news coming in from the rest of the country. Telangana also generating a lot of headlines.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Congress National President Mallikarjun Kharge spoke about the Telangana polls and said that it is a big fight against injustice that the Congress party has to fight. He also said that the entirety of Hyderabad is in the hands of land mafia, sand mafia and mine mafia, and the problem needs to be addressed. Minister K.T. Rama Rao has expressed his comments on Union Home Minister Amit Shah's statement on Muslim reservations. He has said that 4% Muslim reservation is not on the basis of religion and that it is on the basis of socio-economic status. He said that Home Minister Amit Shah should think before speaking. He further added that they know why the BJP is trying to polarize, though it will fail this time. World Hindu Congress has strongly condemned the unwarranted criticism of Hindutva and Sanatan Dharma. It dispelled the 150-year-old conspiracy to limit Hindu with ism, that is Hinduism. World Hindu Congress urged the community to unite globally in promoting and embodying Hindutva, loosely translated to Hinduness. The declaration was accepted at the plenary session amidst the presence of 61 countries and delegates from it. In a recent development, reporter Derek Chauvin, who was formerly a Minneapolis police officer and was convicted of murdering George Floyd, was stabbed by another inmate and seriously injured on Friday. Chauvin is at a federal prison in Arizona, where the attack took place with the use of a knife. Reports say that the life-saving measures were taken by the prison officers post the attack. Social media platform X may lose up to $75 billion in revenue as more advertisers pull out. Internal documents have shown that companies like Airbnb, Coca-Cola and Microsoft have hailed their ads or are in the process of doing so. I beg your pardon. This development has come in post Elon Musk's endorsement of an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That's all that I have time for. You can read all those stories on our website news18.com. Pallavi Ghosh will join you next with more updates from Battleground Rajasthan. Mukhyamantri Chehra, who's going to be the Chief Minister? Multiple personalities in fray. What will happen if Vasundhara Raje, the Maharani, is not given a chance to hold the CM's chair once again? How much is it going to damage the Bharatiya Janata Party chances there in Rajasthan? Those are big issues for the state, and we are going to discuss those with our colleagues on the ground who are keeping a close eye. In fact, our executive editor Aman Sharma caught up with Ashok Gehlot just ahead of polling. We also spoke to Vasundhara Raje. Let me begin by showing you what the two contenders, the primary contenders, had to say ahead of voting. Listen in.
अशोक जी, 2 महीना पूरा कैंपेन हुआ है, क्या माहौल लग रहा है? वोटिंग तो पास आ गई है बिल्कुल।
शानदार माहौल है, अंडर करंट चल रहा है, सब जगह रहता है मर्द। तो लोग कामों को याद करते हैं, गवर्नेंस हमारी जो हुई है, गुड गवर्नेंस हुई है, IT बिल गवर्नेंस हुई है, इतने कानून पास किए हम लोगों ने, एक के बाद एक, लंबी लिस्ट है, इतनी स्कीम लेके आए, इतनी गारंटी दे रहे हैं, और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह में खूब काम हुए, शिक्षा में, सोशल सिक्योरिटी के अंदर।
बीजेपी ने पूरा धावा बोल दिया सर आप पे, PM ने, अमित शाह ने, बिल्कुल क्या क्या बोला गया आपको?
कारण दूसरा है, क्योंकि सरकारें गिराने का इनका जो तरीका है अलोकतांत्रिक, जिसमें लोग हाउस ट्रेडिंग करते हैं, 32, 35, 40 करोड़ रुपए देते हैं महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर, कर्नाटक के अंदर, रातों की दाल नहीं गली, वो सगा गिरा नहीं पाए।
अमित शाह जी तो बोले कि गहलोत जी कभी मुख्यमंत्री दोबारा नहीं बनेंगे, और प्रधानमंत्री भी बोल दिए सर। ये
कुछ भी कह सकते हैं।
हाँ।
ये अब समझ लीजिए कि प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री बोलते मेरे बारे में व्यक्तिगत, तो मैं तो इसको अच्छे सेंस में लेता हूँ कि कम से कम इतना टारगेट तो मुझे कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
काफी सारे इल्जाम कांग्रेस पे लगे कि सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है, सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है। बीजेपी में वसुंधरा राजे जी भी इस बार क्लियर नहीं हो पाई, वो भी
हम उनकी परवाह नहीं कर रहे, वो अपने घर में क्या करते हैं क्या नहीं करते हैं, ना उनके वो नॉन इशू बना रहे वो। और यहाँ की हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को, हमारी स्कीमों को, हमारी कानून पास की, उसकी चर्चा ही नहीं करें। उसकी वो चर्चा नहीं करे, वो खाली भड़का के जा रहे हैं राजस्थान जनता को। भड़कने वाली जनता है नहीं।
बीजेपी ने आखिरी सवाल था, बीजेपी ने लास्ट में सचिन पायलट का भी नाम ले दिया, राजेश पायलट जी का भी नाम ले दिया।
क्या नाम, वो इतने घबरा गए, बौखला गए हैं कि जो लैंग्वेज काम लिए पीएम ने और गृह मंत्री जी ने, योगी जी ने आसाम
that it's the semi-final ability or Congress going to be giving Congress a slight edge there.
और बाकी जो नेताओं ने एक ही लैंग्वेज सबकी, इसका मतलब वो हार रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री जी का पोलिंग बूथ भी है, ये कुछ टाइम में आएंगे। आप सुबह सुबह आई हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं आपको लगता है राजस्थान के, किस बात पे वोट पड़ेगा इस बार राजस्थान में?
गहलोत साहब के पड़ेंगे साहब, ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट।
सीएम साहब के साथ हैं आप लोग?
हम सीएम साहब के साथ ही रहते हैं, सामने ही।
अच्छा।
जस्ट सामने हमारा घर है।
अच्छा,
पुराने हमारा रिश्ता है
जी,
तो जीतेंगे जरूर।
जी जी। 4 बार इस बार कह रहे हैं कि अगली बार दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री भी बनेंगे, ऐसे सीएम साहब तो कह रहे हैं। पर सरदारपुरा में कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि सीएम साहब दिखते नहीं, उनके जो उनके अगेंस्ट है वो कहते हैं सीएम साहब तो आते ही नहीं। ऐसा लगता है आपको, ये कोई बात है?
आते तो कम है, ज्यादा तो नहीं आते वो।
जी, पर महिला होते हुए आपको क्या लगता है कि महिलाओं का ख्याल गहलोत सरकार ने रखा है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं है।
तो आपका वोट जो है वो बेसिकली पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर है क्या?
पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर साहब।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से, कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको। तो अच्छा हुआ है, बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है जस्ट टू कास्ट हिज वोट टुडे।
So voting is currently underway at 199 seats of Rajasthan. You heard Vasundhara Raje Scindia there saying that this vote should be in the name of nation building. But not just her, but many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat have already come out to cast their votes, appealing to voters to come out and ensure that they take this responsibility, take this duty seriously. There are
Good morning, I'm Pallavi Ghosh, and of course the big story, elections in Rajasthan, the desert state. Will there be a change or will it just continue? That's going to be our top focus. So even as we speak, voting is going on for the 199 seats in the desert state of Rajasthan. In fact, just a short while back, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot cast his vote from the Sardarpura constituency, and with a huge pomp and show, huge crowd, a mini road show, a padyatra, because it's going to be a tough battle for him to take on his adversaries both within and outside the party. But before that, he visited a temple, and many important leaders apart from Ashok Gehlot have already cast their vote, like Sachin Pilot, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat, all of them for the 199 seats of the desert state. Nearly 1,900 candidates are in the race to contest for the seats in the state. It's a direct battle between the BJP and the Congress party. In the polls in the Sri Ganganagar's Karanpur seat, where was adjourned after the death of the Congress candidate and sitting MLA Gurmeet Singh Kunar. The ruling Congress party is eyeing a second term, which would be a defiance of the parampara in the state, which sees a cyclical pattern of victory. But it's not going to be an easy one for the Congress party, which has faced a tradition of changing parties in the state, as I was just talking about. The question is that will be answered on 3rd of December when the counting is going to take place. Will it be a cakewalk for the BJP? Will Ashok Gehlot ensure that his party wins?
ये मेरा मोहल्ला है। मेरे मोहल्ले के अंदर बुजुर्ग महिला है। इनको मेरा बचपन याद आता होगा। मेरा बचपन याद आता है, इसलिए आशीर्वाद दे रही है मुझे। गारंटियों की कैपेबिलिटी बहुत हाई है, बहुत हाई कैपेबिलिटी गारंटियों की है। सरकार उसमें रिपीट होगी इस बार, कम नहीं है। ये चुनाव मोदी जी का नहीं है, विधानसभा चुनाव है। 25 तारीख के बाद में, आज के बाद में ये सब लोग गायब हो जाएंगे। ये 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। हम लोग यहीं रहेंगे, हम जनता के बीच जाएंगे, उनके सुख दुख में भागीदार बनेंगे, विकास की बात करेंगे, आते जाते रहेंगे उनके बीच में। वो नहीं आने वाले, 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। आप समझ सकते हो जनता की साथ रहेगी।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से, कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको। तो अच्छा हुआ, ये बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है जस्ट टू कास्ट हिज वोट टुडे।
अधिक से अधिक संख्या में जाकर अपना वोट कास्ट करेंगे। मैं उम्मीद कर रहा हूं कि इस बार अच्छा निर्णय जनता लेगी और हम लोगों के काम को, हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को और पार्टी की जो सोच है उसको ध्यान में रखकर आकलन करने के बाद सही निर्णय जनता लेगी, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। मुझे लगता है कि इस बार जनता चाहती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार दोबारा बने, और जो भाजपा का अंदरूनी बिखराव रहा, जो उनकी परफॉर्मेंस रही पिछले 5 साल एज ऑपोजिशन, उसको भी लोग देख रहे हैं। और हम लोगों का जो देश भर में आज जो कार्यकर्ताओं में उत्साह बढ़ा है, जो नई ऊर्जा के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, हाल ही में हम लोगों ने सरकार बनाई है कर्नाटक में, हिमाचल में, उसका भी लाभ हम लोगों को मिलेगा। और पार्टी, हमारी सोच, हमारा जो आगे का विजन है प्रदेश के लिए 5 साल का, उसको लोग आंक रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 5 साल यहाँ विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाने में नाकाम रहे हैं।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि मैम आप मुझे बात कर रहे हो।
आप सबको मैं आग्रह करता हूं, आप सब घर से निकलिए, शानदार त्योहार का माहौल है, आप सब आइए और वोट करिए। और
काफी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, आश्वस्त नजर आ रहे हैं।
100% जीत रहे हैं। ये जनता का आशीर्वाद है, उनका स्नेह। और मैं तो अब देखिए, मैं खिलाड़ी रहा हूं तो मेहनत करता हूं तो और आनंद आता है। अब पिछले 50 दिन से हम जो प्रचार कर रहे थे और उससे कई सालों से हम लगातार जो सेवा कर रहे हैं जनता की, हमें पता है कि हम विश्वास से हमारी योजनाओं को घर घर तक पहुंचा सकते हैं।
लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री तो कह रहे हैं कि राज इस बार नहीं बदलेगा।
ठीक है, 2-3 दिन उनको उसी भ्रम में रहने दीजिए। लेकिन जिस तरह का धोखा गहलोत साहब की सरकार ने राजस्थान के साथ करा है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है इतिहास में नहीं हुआ था। 35,000 महिलाओं के साथ दुष्कर्म हुआ है, 35,000।
लेकिन वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि इस बार दिग्गजों को यानी कि सांसदों को बीजेपी को उतारना पड़ा चुनावी मैदान में। आप खुद यहाँ से 2 बार सांसद हैं और इसके अलावा पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री भी हैं, आपका विधानसभा क्षेत्र है, आप विधायक के तौर पर यहाँ पर अब जो है चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। ये संदेश, क्या संदेश देना चाह रहे हैं?
ये तो पहली बार मैंने देखा कि जो दूसरी टीम है वो बोल रही है कि अरे इनको क्यों उतार रहे हो मैदान में। भाई हमारी टीम है, हमारी टीम के कप्तान जिसको उतारना चाहेंगे उतारेंगे। कांग्रेस को क्यों घबराहट हो रही है? और अब तो हम 10 साल रह लिए, हमारी खुद की पार्टी की स्ट्रैटेजी है। अब नए लोग जाएंगे लोकसभा के अंदर, नए लोगों को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ काम करने का अवसर मिलेगा। हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा, अब जो सीखा है अब वो राजस्थान के आकर उसको यहाँ की जो राजनीति है उसमें भी, यहाँ की गवर्नेंस है उसके अंदर भी।
आशंकित 30 नवंबर को तेलंगाना का चुनाव होना है। मैं तेलंगाना की जनता को, सारे मतदाताओं को अपील करना चाहता हूं कि आपका एक वोट केवल एक विधायक या इस सरकार का निर्णय नहीं करेगा। आपका एक वोट तेलंगाना और भारत के भविष्य का निर्णय और निर्धार करेगा। इसलिए सारी पार्टियों के परफॉर्मेंस के इवैल्यूएशन के साथ आप वोट कीजिए और मुझे भरोसा है कि तेलंगाना के सुज्ञ मतदाता जब ये पृष्ठभूमि को चेक कर कर वोट देंगे तो निश्चित ही तेलंगाना के मतदाता की पसंदगी कमल निशान पर होगी, मोदी जी की भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर होगी। ये 10 साल में बीआरएस ने एक प्रकार से करप्शन के अलावे कोई उद्यम नहीं किया है। मिशन भागीरथ घोटाला हो, पासपोर्ट स्कैम हो, मियापुर भूमि सौदे का 4,000 करोड़ का घोटाला हो, आउटर रिंग रोड सिर्फ पौने दाम पर बेच देने का घोटाला हो, कालेश्वरम परियोजना का घोटाला हो, शराब घोटाले को हम सभी जानते ही है। ग्रेनाइट घोटाले में कितना मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग हुआ वो कोई छिपी बात नहीं है। 2020 की बाढ़ राहत में भी घोटाला किया गया। के रिपोर्ट से स्पष्ट हो गया है कि मिशन काकतीय में 22,000 करोड़ रुपए का बजट समाप्त होने के बाद भी सिर्फ 65% काम हुआ है। और बीआरएस के कार्यकर्ता दलित बंधु जो 2 बेडरूम हॉल किचन का स्कीम है उसमें भी उगाही कर कर दलितों से पैसा लेते हैं। ये सारी बातें आज तेलंगाना की जनता की जनमानस में स्थिर हो चुकी हैं और तेलंगाना की जनता मानती है कि केसीआर की पार्टी बीआरएस ने यहां पर घपले, घोटाले और भ्रष्टाचार की सिवाय कुछ नहीं किया। किसी भी सरकार की क्रेडिबिलिटी, इसकी विश्वसनीयता, उसने अपने जो घोषणा पत्र घोषित किए हैं इसमें कितने वादे पूरे किए हैं इसके आधार पर होती हैं। 1 लाख नौकरियां देने का वादा किया था, 8 से ज्यादा पेपर लीक हुए और क्यों पेपर लीक हुए हम सब जानते हैं। भर्तियां हो नहीं पाई। 3,000 रुपया प्रति माह बेकारी भत्ता देने का वादा किया था, वो भी पूरा नहीं हुआ। 40 लाख बच्चों को केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा देनी थी, वो भी वादा पूरा नहीं हुआ। 7 लाख गरीबों को घर देने का वादा उन्होंने पूरा नहीं किया, मोदी जी ने इसका प्रयास किया। गरीबों का 1 लाख रुपए का लोन माफ करना था, वो भी नहीं हुआ। हर जिले में एक सुपर स्पेशलिटी अस्पताल खोलना था, वो भी नहीं हुआ है। सिनेमा सिटी, फार्मा सिटी, टेक्सटाइल सिटी, स्पोर्ट सिटी और एजुकेशन सिटी, ये सभी बनाने का वादा था। सिटी कहीं पर दिखाई नहीं पड़ती है और सिटी के लिए जो जमीन था वो सारा गबन कर कर केसीआर के लोगों ने भ्रष्टाचार किया है। इसके दूसरी ओर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्थापना से 1950 से जनसंघ से लेकर अब तक जितने वादे किए थे, ये 9 साल में हमने सभी वादे पूरे किए हैं। चाहे राम मंदिर बनाने का वादा हो, चाहे धारा 370 को समाप्त करने का वादा हो, चाहे ट्रिपल तलाक को समाप्त करने का वादा हो, चाहे गरीब कल्याण का वादा हो। हमने कई सारे गरीब कल्याण के काम केसीआर सरकार के असहयोग के बावजूद भी यहां किए हैं। जैसे 40 लाख लाभार्थियों को, किसानों को हर साल 6,000 रुपया मोदी सरकार चेक से दे रही है। 54 लाख गरीबों के घर में पीने का पानी नल से जल पहुंचाया। लगभग 33 लाख घरों में तेलंगाना के शौचालय बनाया। 1,90,00,000 गरीबों को हर साल 5 किलो, हर महीने 5 किलो अनाज प्रति व्यक्ति हम दे रहे हैं। 11,50,000 माताओं को उज्ज्वला का गैस का सिलेंडर दिया। 2.5 लाख घर बनाए और ग्रामीण सड़क योजना भी 12,000 किलोमीटर बनाई। तो कौन पार्टी अपने वादे पूरे कर रही है, इससे इसकी विश्वसनीयता खड़ी होती है। और यहां पर केसीआर सरकार के खिलाफ एक बहुत बड़ा रोष तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति का भी है। हमारा संविधान किसी भी वर्ग विशेष को स्पेशल फेवर परमिट नहीं करता है। तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते जो तेलंगाना का प्राइड है, तेलंगाना का गौरव जिसके साथ जुड़ा है, जिसमें हजारों लोगों ने अपनी जान गंवाई, वो हैदराबाद विमोचन दिन को भी केसीआर ने मनाने का वादा तोड़ा है। इसके साथ साथ रिलीजियस रिजर्वेशन, केसीआर ने पूरे देश में एक ही राज्य ऐसा है जहां रिलीजियस रिजर्वेशन दिया जाता है जो संविधान सम्मत नहीं है, गैर संवैधानिक है। 4% रिलीजियस रिजर्वेशन दिया है। हम ये मुस्लिम रिजर्वेशन को समाप्त कर कर ये 4% SC, ST और OBC का रिजर्वेशन लाएंगे और न्याय देने का प्रयास भी करेंगे। मैंने कभी भी ऐसा आदेश नहीं देखा है। तेलंगाना सरकार के गृह विभाग ने मीडिया को आदेश दिया कि दंगों में अगर आरोपी अल्पसंख्यक है तो इसका नाम मत छापिए। दंगे दंगे होते हैं, नहीं छापना है तो दोनों कम्युनिटी का मत छापिए। नाम छापना कोई अच्छी बात नहीं है, परंतु सिर्फ अल्पसंख्यक का नाम न छापो, वो किस प्रकार का आदेश है मेरी समझ में नहीं आता है। और सिर्फ अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय के लोगों को सिविल एग्जामिनेशन में मुफ्त कोचिंग देना कितना उचित। अगर सभी गरीबों को देते और उसमें अल्पसंख्यक बच्चे भी आते, हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं। SC आते, ST आते, गरीब बच्चे आते, सभी गरीबों को मुफ्त कोचिंग मिलना चाहिए, एक समान प्लेटफॉर्म मिलना चाहिए। मगर इस प्रकार के तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति से भी तेलंगाना की जनता परेशान है और निर्णय कर कर बैठी है कि हम इस केसीआर सरकार को बदलेंगे। हमने हमारे संकल्प पत्र में ढेर सारे वादे किए हैं। मैं कुछ प्रमुख वादे भी आपके माध्यम से जरूर बताना चाहूंगा। धान पर हम 3100 रुपये किलो क्विंटल पूरा धान जितना भी है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार MSP प्लस बोनस से खरीदेगी और 1 किलो भी धान किसान का अपने घर में नहीं पड़ा रहेगा। वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वादा है। इसके साथ बॉइल्ड राइस भी हम परचेज करेंगे, जो केसीआर सरकार नहीं करती है। पूरे भारत में मोदी जी ने पेट्रोल और डीजल के दामों से राहत देने के लिए कस्टम ड्यूटी को कम करा था। उस वक्त जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकारें थी, वहां पर हमने वेट को कम कर इसका मैचिंग प्राइस कर कम दाम से पेट्रोल और डीजल देश भर में आज मिल रहा है। परंतु जहां जहां कांग्रेस की सरकार है और तेलंगाना जहां बीआरएस की सरकार है, वहां उन्होंने वेट कम नहीं किया। हमने तय किया है कि हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद पहले ही कैबिनेट में वेट को कम कर पेट्रोल और डीजल के बढ़े हुए दामों से तेलंगाना की जनता को मदद करेंगे। हमने तय किया है कि सभी गरीब लोगों को साल में 4 मुफ्त गैस के सिलेंडर देंगे। सभी नवजात गरीब बालिकाओं को 2 लाख रुपए का फिक्स डिपॉजिट देंगे। कॉलेज जाने वाली छात्राओं को, मेधावी छात्राओं को मुफ्त लैपटॉप देंगे। और जब राम मंदिर बन ही रहा है, तब सभी वरिष्ठों को बारी बारी से राम मंदिर और काशी की यात्रा भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार कराएगी। मित्रों, कांग्रेस पार्टी ये सालों से तेलंगाना विरोधी पार्टी रही है। तेलंगाना के लंबे किसी ने सप्रेस करने का काम किया तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया। पहले भी जब संयुक्त आंध्र प्रदेश था, तब भी श्री अंजय्या का सार्वजनिक अपमान आज भी तेलंगाना की जनता भूल नहीं सकती। नरसिम्हा राव जी को जिस तरह से अपमानित किया, वो भी तेलंगाना की जनता आज भी नहीं भूल सकती। और तेलंगाना आंदोलन में 2009 में अलग तेलंगाना का वादा करने के बाद भी न देने के कारण कम से कम 15 युवाओं ने अपनी जान गंवाई है। जब तेलंगाना की जनता बीआरएस को, टीआरएस को बदलना चाहती है, मैं तेलंगाना की जनता को स्पष्ट रूप से बताना चाहता हूं कि आप ओवैसी को वोट दोगे तो भी वो बीआरएस के पास जाने वाला है, आप कांग्रेस को वोट दोगे तो भी वो केसीआर के साथ जाना है। ये ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है। जब जब ओवैसी के विधायक चुनकर आए, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के कारण उन्होंने टीआरएस का, बीआरएस का समर्थन किया। और कांग्रेस के जितने विधायक चुनकर आए गत 2 चुनाव में, सारे के सारे बाद में टीआरएस में शामिल हो गए। इसका मतलब है कि आपका वोट जो राज्य में सत्ता परिवर्तन के लिए है, वो निश्चित रूप से जाया जाएगा अगर वो वोट कांग्रेस में जाता है। अगर यहां परिवर्तन करना है तो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में केवल और केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही परिवर्तन कर सकती है और कोई पार्टी नहीं कर सकती। और ये तीनों पार्टियों के बीच में एक और साम्यता है, परिवारवाद की। ये 2G, 3G और 4G पार्टियां हैं। आप 2G, 3G, 4G से करप्शन के बारे में नहीं कह रहा। केसीआर की पार्टी 2G पार्टी है, केसीआर और केटीआर। ओवैसी की पार्टी 3G पार्टी है, 3 पीढ़ियों से परिवार में ही नेतृत्व रहा है। और कांग्रेस पार्टी 4G पार्टी है, जवाहरलाल नेहरू, इंदिरा गांधी, राजीव गांधी और अब राहुल गांधी। यहां मेरिट्स की कोई जगह नहीं है, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों की कोई जगह नहीं है। ये तीनों परिवारवादी पार्टियां हैं। इसलिए चुनाव के पहले अलग अलग कपड़े, अलग अलग चोले, अलग अलग नारे लेकर आते हैं। चुनाव के बाद सब एक दूसरे के साथ इकट्ठा हो जाते हैं। तो केसीआर को बदलने के लिए वोट चाहे ओवैसी की पार्टी को दीजिए, चाहे कांग्रेस को पार्टी को दीजिए, वो जाना अंततोगत्वा केसीआर की पार्टी में है। अगर आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मौका देते हैं तो हम तेलंगाना के आंदोलनों के सभी शहीदों का स्वप्न पूरा करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेंगी। विगत 9 साल में मोदी जी ने तेलंगाना के विकास के लिए ढेर सारे काम किए हैं। 10 साल में 2004 से 14 कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संयुक्त आंध्र प्रदेश को डिवोल्यूशन और ग्रांटिंग एड के 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया था। मैं आज कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व को सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं, इसका जवाब दें। 10 साल तक केंद्र में सोनिया मनमोहन की सरकार थी, इन्होंने 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया संयुक्त आंध्र प्रदेश को दिया। हमने 9 साल के अंदर अलग तेलंगाना को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया है। इसका मतलब लगभग 3.5 गुना पैसा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने प्रोरेटा तेलंगाना को दिया है ग्रांटिंग एड और डिवेल्यूशन के। इसके अलावे 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया अलग अलग योजनाओं में दिया है। राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग का निर्माण हो 9 वर्ष में लगभग डबल किया है हमने। इसके साथ रेलवेज वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन 1 शुरू हो चुकी है, 3 शुरू होने जा रही है। 1200 करोड़ से ज्यादा हैदराबाद मेट्रो के लिए दिया है। 8000 करोड़ से ज्यादा हैदराबाद और बेगमपेट हवाई अड्डे के विकास के लिए दिया है। और मोदी जी ने अभी 900 करोड़ रुपया समक्का सरक्का सेंट्रल ट्राइबल यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए दिया और हल्दी के किसानों के लिए एक वैल्यू चेन एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए, एक्सपोर्ट तक की वैल्यू चेन एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए हमने नेशनल टर्मरिक बोर्ड को स्थापना करने का घोषणा किया है। हमारे संकल्प पत्र में हमने ये भी कहा है कि तेलंगाना की भारतीय जनता पार्टी 100 करोड़ रुपया खर्च कर टर्मरिक की मेडिसिनल वैल्यू को रिसर्च करने के लिए एक रिसर्च सेंटर बनाएगी, जिससे टर्मरिक का पूरे दुनिया में उपयोग में बढ़ावा हो सके। इसके साथ साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 2 महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए हैं। माड़ीगा समाज को जो वर्षों से अन्याय हो रहा है, तो हमने तय किया है कि एससी रिजर्वेशन में माड़ीगा समाज को हम वर्टिकल कोटा देकर उनको प्रोरेटा सीटें मिले, उस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। और इसके साथ साथ हमने तय किया है कि केसीआर ने भले वादा खिलाफी की कि दलित मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का वादा 2014 में किया था, खुद ही बन गए, अब बेटे को बनाना चाहते हैं, मगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने तय किया है कि हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद हम बैकवर्ड क्लास से मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे। ये वादा हमने तेलंगाना की जनता को किया है और इतनी बड़ी संख्या में जो बैकवर्ड क्लास है उनको हम न्याय दिलाने का काम करेंगे। अंत में मैं आप सभी के माध्यम से तेलंगाना की जनता को
Okay, that was the Home Minister, because Rajasthan is not the only battle which is being played out today. Telangana goes to vote on 30th of this month. And staying with Telangana, days ahead of the polling on 30th, my colleague Rohini Swami has caught up with a few people to hear what is the mood in the state, which side will the wave swing in the newly formed state of Telangana.
We are here in Warangal and people, the election fever is quite high. Let me ask you, what do you think is happening and what do people want, especially in Warangal? Because they say after Hyderabad city, the next developed city is Warangal.
Yes, I am thinking about the change because of TRS and Congress and BJP and going so many parties. The people of youth are morely supporting for the Congress because of the ruling party of BRS as doing 10 years and they have not given for the jobs for the private sector. Only IT sectors is doing the KTR, but not giving the government sectors. And Congress saying the more and more, giving more facilities. Man facility also good for the poor people. And Rahul Gandhi also said good and good.
आप हमें बताएं, सवाल इतना ही है, आपको लग रहा है डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है तेलंगाना में?
हो रहा है।
अच्छा, किस तरह से हो रहा है? आपको लग रहा है बीआरएस गवर्नमेंट कर रही है?
कर रही है, मगर कुछ वादे हैं जो नहीं कर रही है।
हाँ।
जिसके वजह से लोग उनको गलत समझने लग रहे हैं। मतलब वो हिम्मत नहीं है कि अब उनको फिर से एक बार वोट डालेंगे या कुछ कर सकेंगे या नहीं। ये जो भरोसा है वो लोगों से चले गया है।
बीआरएस की गवर्नमेंट है तेलंगाना में, पास या फेल?
फेल है।
अच्छा, किस तरह से?
वो सभी से फेल है।
और जो प्लान्स बोले ना सब भी फेल है।
तो अगर वारंगल की बात करें या आप पूरी तेलंगाना की बात करें?
पूरा तेलंगाना का है वो, ओनली वारंगल, वो ये जो गवर्नमेंट एक नहीं है ना, पूरा तेलंगाना का वेस्ट हो गया। सब लोग
गुस्से में हैं क्या लोग? जॉब्स मिले हैं?
उन भी नहीं मिले, जॉब्स नहीं मिले हैं पूरा का। क्या बोले आने के बाद घर को घर देने बोल रहे हैं, जॉब देने बोले, कौन सा जॉब है?
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Candidates who are in the race as far as these elections are concerned, but it's a direct battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. There is at least one seat where the Sri Ganganagar's Karanpur seat where voting has to be adjourned after the death of the sitting Congress MLA there. Congress party is definitely hoping that all the schemes that Ashok Gehlot has announced will work in their favour and they will be able to change tradition of changing parties every 5 years. But the Bharatiya Janata Party is depending on also the Modi factor and the anti-incumbency factor as well. Once again, let's listen in to what the leaders have said so far as they've come out and casted their votes from both the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
यह अपनी सरकार चुनने का अधिकार लाखों बलिदानों के बाद हासिल स्वतंत्रता और लोकतंत्र के द्वारा मिला है। 5 साल के लिए हम अपने क्षेत्र का, अपने राज्य का, अपने देश का भविष्य चुनने के लिए और 5 वर्ष पूर्व जो मतदान हमने किया था, उस मतदान के चलते जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां और हालात बनी, इन दोनों का आकलन कर हमें मतदान करना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार में आ रही है। जनता अब की बार मतदान करते समय जो 5 साल तक दुख, तकलीफ, कष्ट सहे, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपमान हुआ, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपराध हुए, उन एक एक अपराध का जैसे बदला ले रहे हो।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि मैम आप मुझे बात कर रहे हो।
निश्चित रूप से आज राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते अपराधों की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते जो बलात्कार की घटनाएं उनको उसकी मुक्ति के लिए और तुष्टीकरण से मुक्ति के लिए हमने यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में ऐसा मतदान किया है कि भविष्य में यहाँ पर कांग्रेस की सरकार कभी नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि राजस्थान की जनता ने जो पिछले 5 साल के अंदर झेला है, ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता कि पहले कभी हुआ। इसलिए राजस्थान के अंदर, पूरे राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में निश्चित रूप से मतदान हो रहा है और 150 से अधिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीटें आ रही है।
So is this the big semi-final before the final match in Lok Sabha 2024? A lot of analysts will tell you, will point out to 2018 and say that there is no connection, that voters are very clear. What they choose in 2018 was not chosen later. So essentially, what are the numbers? What's really at stake as far as Rajasthan is concerned? Semi-final before the Mega 2024 battle. Like I said, the desert state of Rajasthan is voting. There are 199 seats which are at stake here, and it's a neck-to-neck fight between the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Badlao has been the tradition in this particular state. It swings between the incumbent and the opposition. So will it swing from the Congress to the BJP this year as well? The Congress definitely hopes that that is not what happens. Caste survey is a promise on which Congress is banking heavily. They feel that the big promise of a caste survey could ultimately defeat anti-incumbency. But will the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot really negate all the efforts that the Congress party is making for the Bharatiya Janata Party?
On the show today, Katrina Kaif talks about Tiger 3 success and acting with hubby Vicky Kaushal in a film. Find out why Imran Hashmi had doubts about playing a villain in Tiger 3. KK Menon, R. Madhavan, Divyendu and Badal Khan talk about making The Railway Men. And International Emmy Award winner Veer Das talks about pushing boundaries.
I will hunt you down.
Welcome, Katrina.
Thank you.
What's the headspace like? You know, the film has released, it has done wonderfully well at the box office, and you know, the critics are also pleased with the kind of the film that has been made. What's the headspace like now?
I think it's been wonderful to celebrate Diwali with everyone, with all the audiences, with Tiger 3. It's been like a really beautiful festive period with a lot of warmth and love and happiness, and Tiger franchise is extremely close to all of our hearts, to Salman, to me, to Adi, and I think it's such a big part of our lives because it's been with us for like when was the first Ekta Tiger? Was 2012, right?
Yeah.
So it's been a good 10 years that this we've been on this journey together, and I think we're all very deeply attached to it, and the audience's love is what allows us to continue to make the films.
Right. You know, one of the things that I was reading on the social media was, and a lot of your fans and Tiger fans demanded, was a Zoya spin-off. What do you have to say about that? And has there ever been a conversation with Aditya Chopra on it?
See, me and Adi are all the time talking about things. Every few weeks or so, I'll come, running into the office and saying, Adi, what do you think about this? And tell me what's in your head about this. And we have a great equation like that, and I really enjoy our dialogues on films. And he has such a fascinating mind when it comes to cinema. Like the way he's taken this whole spy universe forward is just it's phenomenal. And the Tiger franchise to me is so close to my heart. Tiger, Zoya as characters, like Ali Abbas Zafar says. He says that for me, Tiger and Zoya are like one unit. I see they're like a mirror almost of each other.
Yeah.
And every time we come back on set for the Tiger films, it's always super exciting for me. That's like, I don't know. It's like where everything gets turned on at its highest level, and we're like, okay, now you come and you're so invested in this in this whole world. Of course, I think there's so many wonderful things you can do with Zoya's character, and in between the Tiger franchises, if we see a female action film being made, and that would be wonderful. I mean,
and you helming it.
Of course, why not? I think I would love to see Zoya in whatever role that or in whatever take that Adi is thinking of, and there's so many exciting things we can do with the character.
Right.
So it's kind of like it's an open path, Where can you take it, and what can you do that would be interesting for the audiences?
Yeah.
I've always really loved the female action films, like the ones I've admired, the Charlize Theron's films.
Yeah.
Halle Berry in the John Wick films, the way Anne Hathaway's character was in Batman.
Yeah.
I love these kind of women. I think they're dynamic, they're feisty, they fight, they don't back down. And I think that's something that I can relate to.
Talking about the action sequences, you have an action director back home.
Yes.
What was
he was very happy. His reaction was the cutest. I remember he was coming off a flight from somewhere, and he was just landing on the day the film was releasing, and he said that, I landed on the plane and I was getting all these messages and calls from media people saying that, your daughter-in-law has performed the action so well, and I felt so happy. And his reaction was really cute. It was really special.
Right. It's been almost 20 years that you and Salman sir know each other. How do you see evolving, in terms of not as professionals also, but personally, how do you see this journey together?
I mean, when we first were on a film set together, it was, I think, my second film, and I was a complete, newbie as an actor, and I was finding my feet and finding my voice and finding my identity, and then a few years later, as I think I evolved and as I grew as an artist and as I got comfortable in my own skin, I think that equation has been one which has been really, really interesting, because he will always surprise you on set, just when you think that you know what Salman is going to do in the scene, he'll just do something else. So you have to come into every scene fluid and just spontaneous, which is what gives it its newness and keeps it exciting.
Right.
As a person, I think our equation and our friendship has been extremely important in my life, and he is such a phenomenal human being. I think so much is always said about Salman as a human, and he's a person who is truly there for his friends and who's always there if you need him.
Right. I was speaking to Vicky during Great Indian Family, and one of the things that he was also very much waiting for Tiger 3 and the whole genre of action sequences, and he mentioned that one day he would like to see you all both pitted against each other in an action sequence or an action film. What do you have to say about it? Yeah.
Did he? Uri and what is his character's name in Uri? I forgot.
Aditya.
So Vicky's character from Uri and Zoya from Tiger. Interesting. We'll have to see how that works out.
Yeah, but I mean, generally,
he's a phenomenal performer, though. Everyone feels that way. Like the kind of regard people have for him as an actor and as a performer. I always say that it would be very interesting to do something together one day on screen.
Right.
ये खेल हाथों का नहीं, दिमाग का है.
Hello and welcome to News 18 Shosha. Today we have with us Imran Hashmi, who's just come out of success of Tiger 3. Congratulations, Imran.
Thank you so much.
I just want to take you back to a conversation during debug. And I'd asked you about Tiger 3, and
I said I'm not doing it.
No, you just said that you'd gone to shop
at
Turkey
in
and also in
Istanbul.
Austria.
Yeah.
But just on a lighter note, while shopping, you got Tiger 3, but you would have been the most fortunate actor.
I kind of just waltzed on the set while shopping, and I gave a couple of shots for Atish, and I got out.
Yeah.
That was my vacation in Istanbul and Vienna.
Right.
Something that you guys are not supposed to know about. I know you guys knew about it.
Yeah.
It's like that joke that everyone knows that they're in on, but I'm still pretending like everyone doesn't know.
Right.
But it was by design, because we didn't want the audience, at least part of the audience, to know, because ultimately the trailer came out. Atish is this surprise element, comes out from the shadows in the end with a voiceover. So that's why we didn't want to ruin the fun and the mystery.
But was it difficult to kind of keep that kind of a secret? Because this is one of your biggest projects of your career, and any actor would just go out, scream there, and say that
it's quite commendable the way YRF has made at least that, keeping it so secretive until the last day of the shoot. No, even me walking on the set hadn't come out. Even when I was traveling or in Vienna or whatever, things didn't come out. So I think it was just quite guarded, the whole thing. And I couldn't by default talk about it, because I was told by Aditya Chopra not to say anything. It's like this. It comes out when I say it comes out. Just please lie low.
Yeah.
We will bring in Atish at the right and the apt time.
Yeah.
If someone asks you, just I say okay. You have my word. I won't say it to anyone.
The film has released, and the kind of success in terms of the critical success and the commercial success that it has been receiving. Do you feel there's a sense of validation also? Because whatever said and done, your roles have always been appreciated, irrespective of how the film has performed.
जी.
Do you feel, post a selfie or a chehre or, the book, is this was something that was really required?
Yeah, there's only as far as you can go with praise. Praise is great.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. It's great when people praise your film, praise your performance. But then there's the other side of the validation, which is the numbers. People have to throng to the cinema hall to kind of see your film, and more the merrier, and that becomes more of a validation. These days, people for some reason see box office numbers and go and watch the film. Yes, there are critic reviews, but then people also see box office numbers. That becomes like, okay, there's so many people watching it, let's go watch it.
Personally, how do you look at it then? Has it paid off for you also? Would you say that?
Yeah, people have just, loved the character of Atish. They have loved my place in the film, of how he's scheming and the things that he's doing and being a formidable kind of opponent to Tiger. People have loved it, and people unexpected, for people who didn't know I was part of it, getting their review of the film is so heartening to know. Fans and people, friends, family, they like the graph of the character played out and the impact he makes in the scheme of things in the Tiger narrative. So it's quite interesting.
You played grey shades in the past, and you've done it wonderfully well, and has been appreciated. But this was out and out, a black character. Did you have any inhibitions?
I wouldn't have done it if the backstory wasn't there. I would have probably bailed on it, because he might be a complete black character when you see him in the present, but in the light of the past, there is a grey zone there, because you see him as a person on the other side of the border doing things that he feels serve his ideology. Now, sitting here, we can fault that, but it's a perspective, it's subjective.
Sure.
And you see the incident that takes place in his life, what he loses, and what drives him on this mission of revenge. So therein lies the intent and the reason. If that reason wasn't there, I wouldn't have done it. So I like to have a certain core motivation for the character. Thus becomes a very unidimensional villain.
Sure.
So he's more an anti-hero than a villain. The reason why I say that is because a villain sometimes becomes very unidimensional, bad for the sake of being bad, with no intention, a psychopath. He's not a psychopath. He doesn't start that way. He might end on that note in the present. He becomes this demonic character, but he becomes that because of he's a product of his environment, of things that have happened to him.
अब मेरी बारी है. इस बार तू हारेगा टाइगर. दुनिया के नक्शे से हिंदुस्तान का वजूद ही मिटा दूंगा मैं. वादा करता हूँ टाइगर.
It was from the point of view of the railwayman, and that's what excited me the most.
There's a massive vacancy for an authentic global Indian comedy voice out of India, and I'm trying to fill that vacancy.
The Mukhyamantri Chehra, who's going to be the Chief Minister, multiple personalities in fray. What will happen if Vasundhara Raje, the Maharani, is not given a chance to hold the CM's chair once again? How much is it going to damage the Bharatiya Janata Party chances there in Rajasthan? Those are big issues for the state, and we are going to discuss those with our colleagues on the ground who are keeping a close eye. In fact, our executive editor Aman Sharma caught up with Ashok Gehlot just ahead of polling. We also spoke to Vasundhara Raje. Let me begin by showing you what the two contenders, the primary contenders, had to say ahead of voting. Listen in.
अशोक जी, 2 महीना पूरा कैंपेन हुआ है, क्या माहौल लग रहा है? वोटिंग तो पास आ गई है बिल्कुल.
शानदार माहौल है, अंडर करंट चल रहा है, सब जगह रहता है मर्द. तो लोग कामों को याद करते हैं. गवर्नेंस हमारी जो हुई है, गुड गवर्नेंस हुई है, IT बिल गवर्नेंस हुई है, इतने कानून पास किए हम लोगों ने, एक के बाद एक, लंबी लिस्ट है. इतनी स्कीम लेके आए, इतनी गारंटी दे रहे हैं, और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह में खूब काम हुए, शिक्षा में, सोशल सिक्योरिटी के अंदर.
बीजेपी ने पूरा धावा बोल दिया सर आप पे. PM ने, अमित शाह ने बिल्कुल क्या क्या बोला गया आपको?
कारण दूसरा है, क्योंकि सरकारें गिराने का इनका जो तरीका है अलोकतांत्रिक, जिसमें लोग हाउस ट्रेडिंग करते हैं, 32, 35, 40 करोड़ रुपए देते हैं महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर, कर्नाटक के अंदर राजस्थान की दाल नहीं गली, वो सगा गिरा नहीं पाए।
अमित शाह जी तो बोले कि गहलोत जी कभी मुख्यमंत्री दोबारा नहीं बनेंगे, और प्रधानमंत्री भी बोल दिए सर। ये
कुछ भी कह सकते हैं। ये अब समझ लीजिए कि प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री बोलते मेरे बारे में व्यक्तिगत, तो मैं तो इसको अच्छे सेंस में लेता हूँ कि कम से कम इतना टारगेट तो मुझे कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
काफी सारे इल्जाम कांग्रेस पे लगे कि सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है, सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है। बीजेपी में वसुंधरा राजे जी भी इस बार क्लियर नहीं हो पाई, वो भी
हम उनकी परवाह नहीं करे, वो अपने घर में क्या करते हैं क्या नहीं करते हैं, ना उनके वो नॉन इशू बना रहे वो। और यहाँ की हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को, हमारी स्कीमों को, हमारी कानून पास की, उसकी चर्चा ही नहीं करें। उसकी वो चर्चा नहीं करे, वो खाली भड़का के जा रहे हैं राजस्थान जनता को। भड़कने वाली जनता है नहीं।
बीजेपी ने आखिरी सवाल था, बीजेपी ने लास्ट में सचिन पायलट का भी नाम ले दिया, राजेश पायलट जी का भी नाम ले दिया।
क्या नाम, वो इतने घबरा गए, बौखला गए हैं कि जो लैंग्वेज काम लिए पीएम ने और गृह मंत्री जी ने।
यूनियन कार्बाइड से गैस लीक हुआ है।
किसी को एक झटके में मार सकती, किसी को कुछ घंटों में सर सांस ली और काम तमाम।
मतलब ये भोपाल जंक्शन कब्रिस्तान बन गया।
I wanted to start with you, KK sir. Its life has come for a full circle, right? I mean, your first actual film, the first scene itself, you're trying to stop a train in Bhopal Express, and out here again, you're trying to stop a train.
Yes.
Tell us this whole journey from 99 to 23.
They didn't succeed, the other succeeded.
You almost succeeded. You just kind of you chose the wrong train to stop.
Yeah. So the crux of it is that I was aware of the tragedy in its full horrific glory. So that helped me a lot when I was doing this. And but the prism was different here. It was from the point of view of the railwaymen, and that's what excited me the most. The tragedy, as she was saying earlier, is available to read up on, on the net, etc., etc. But this is a new angle that we have explored. These people perhaps were the most qualified to go beyond their duty and do it, because they are in tune with keeping things safe. And but it requires exemplary human courage to do that.
When I watched the series, the crux, what I came to know, or what I could take back, is the story of hope. Would you agree that this is the story of hope, and that's what the entire thing was built on?
Absolutely. On the darkest night in history, in modern history in India, there is a story of hope. And that was the motivation to make the Railwaymen, a story of human spirit, compassion, resilience, fighting against all odds, that heroes exist without capes. And you don't need to be a hero every day. For the three of them, at the station itself, and for someone like Rati Pandey, played by Maddie sir, coming like, sab Bhopal se bhag rahe hain, koi Bhopal ko bhag raha hai. That whole thing that, someone actually did that, it's scary to think about it now. And put in the same situation, you wonder, would you do it?
Like Shiv just said, it is one of the darkest nights. It's a story of courage also, not just hope. It just shows how it's a great reflection of the Indian mentality. I've said this often. In Mumbai, if you want to see the true spirit of Mumbai, then see it during a problem. We'll have all sorts of differences now, fights, disagreements and stuff and that. But let a calamity strike, and you will see how a normal individual comes together. And it was Bhopal's turn. It was the turn of the railways. It was the turn of the people of Bhopal, and they could have easily run away from it. But they, it required a different mindset and a build-up to know very well that this could be your last night, and you want to spend it serving others or saving others. Absolutely.
I didn't know much about the tragedy, being from this generation. I don't know much, as in I know a little. How much you know through general knowledge, right? But I didn't feel, I hadn't felt, what it must have been for them. But what attracted me first, it was not the tragedy itself, but it was the fact, it was the perspective with which he was looking at the concept of heroism, and that a hero doesn't have to be grand and have superpowers, that every person in this room has a hero within themselves, and at the point of crisis, It is how you look at the crisis and the decision you make which ignites the hero within you.
According to me, it's still very fresh.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about 1984. Talking about World War I, World War II.
Yeah.
So the people who got affected by it are still very much there. And to just have a story which can actually start this discussion again, what happened to them, how it happened, the unsaid heroes, the railwaymen, jinka we've never seen anything from their perspective, so to say. Otherwise also in our Indian film industry, not many films have been made, on railwaymen or this thing. So to have a fresher perspective about the whole tragedy is I think it's important to say the story.
Right. हम आप पे भरोसा कर सकते हैं कांस्टेबल इस वर्दी से ज्यादा इस शख्स पे सर Okay, sir, you said that this is the kind of territory that you like to play with. I mean, it's been more than 30 years in the industry now. Does it ever get tiring with the kind of scripts that come your way and you have the kind of times you have to say no?
No, I do say no, but it's not tiring or boring. The day that happens, I'll quit.
Okay.
So I don't think that's yet. I think it's still far away. Hopefully. So
we also very far away.
So, but yeah, it doesn't get tiring or boring. It gives me a chance to explore a lot of things in terms of new stories, new people that you're playing, things like that. So it's always new in that sense.
Right.
Yet it's the same because it's still cinema. But the newness is what you need to pay attention to, so that it excites you to keep doing stuff which is interesting.
Both your releases have been on Netflix.
Yes.
Kala was something that it was a critical success, commercial. I mean, people loved it.
Yeah.
Friday Night Plan was something that it didn't create that kind of a buzz.
Yeah.
How do you look at the two things, and how does it make you even stronger?
I've never looked upon the success of
either of them.
Right. I do my best. I give it my all, and then I let it go.
ये लोग है ना, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है.
चिंता न करिए सर, मैं कहीं नहीं जा रहा.
गोरखपुर एक्सप्रेस को रोको. हजारों लोग अपनी मौत की तरफ जा रहे हैं.
This microphone is a miracle. It has changed the world more than any man alive. The reason that I'm always in trouble.
I'm convinced he's going to win.
You're convinced he's going to win. And what do you have to tell about her conviction? I mean, because you've been there. I mean, you can probably just guide her.
Yeah, he's told me और कुछ नहीं तो salad बहुत अच्छा है.
Salad अच्छा हाँ.
Yeah.
जो आपने last time you put it out and then it became like a big controversy out there. Also.
The salad was not controversial at all. But I don't know. I just think she's created an immortal character, and I think those deserve to be rewarded. So
right.
I think she's bringing it home.
But tell us, this year we have. Both of you all, apart from that, we have Jim
yes, yeah.
And we have Ekta Kapoor also being given a
She's definitely winning.
She's definitely
winning.
Yeah. But do you feel? I mean, the kind of representation that we had at the Oscars also this year, and we won. Is this like a watershed moment for India? Do you feel so?
I don't know whether it reflects in entertainment or not. I think in general, India is a watershed moment. I think we're on the precipice of massive things historically, by virtue of the fact that we're one of the youngest populations on the planet, or perhaps the youngest working population on the planet. So we just have a level of skill and youth that's undeniable at a world level. So if these things are small cherries on top or byproducts of that, I'd love to credit that.
I agree with him. I totally agree with him. And even on an international level, like the Emmys, I think the watershed moment has started quite some time ago. And it's only going to grow from here. I mean, I proudly say that Delhi Crime won the Emmy.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be pompous, but I think it's the best show that's come out of India. And not just Delhi Crime, but so many shows on Netflix. I mean, they're global shows.
Yeah.
They are with our roots, but they've got wings enough to fly across the globe, which is brilliant. And it's only going to grow. It's just the beginning.
Right.
And I also think, we've transcended over a little bit from being perceived as these purveyors of escapist fiction to now telling really authentic, grounded
Yeah.
stories. You know, platforms like this and all the other platforms have a big role to play in that. And not to knock escapist fiction either. Because really the only American cinema that is working is escapist fiction. In the Marvel universe, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But I think, I always say, like, Marvel is their Bollywood. You know what I mean? It's their great costumes, outrageous these things, etc., etc., etc. But for us to tell authentic, real Indian stories that are consumable at a global level, I think that's a great moment to be a part of, or to experience.
Right.
You know.
Also, do you feel that the kind of perception that the global audience or the global filmmakers have about India is also changing? I mean, there were bits and pieces of roles, or like, if you say so, that there was like a kind of a tokenism which was offered. Also, it was rolled just because you wanted to cast a nation. You would probably select an Indian actor, apart from probably an Irfan or Priyanka Chopra. We've mostly seen actors doing special appearances or extended cameos. Do you think that is also kind of changing?
I think earlier there were Indian actors because that was a unique, addition to a film. I don't think it's unique anymore. It's become more inclusive.
Sure.
But it's just about begun.
Yeah.
There's just Irfan and there is just PC.
Yeah.
There's a long way to go, and there is such immense talent.
Yeah.
In our country, such amazing talent. So I think there's a long way to go where it actually becomes inclusive, completely inclusive.
We've had a lot of comedians of Indian origin,
Yes.
be it Sanjeev Bhatia or Hassan Minhaj,
Russell
Peters.
Yeah.
But they have their own take. I mean, it's like American Indian comedy.
Yes, yeah.
Or
It's a
probably
palatable
British
version of their culture.
Yeah, it's a palatable. Do you feel with the success of The Landing and this nomination, you are creating a lineage of Indian who's representing Indian comedy on a global level?
Unapologetically, I will say I think there's a massive vacancy for an authentic global Indian comedy voice out of India, and I'm trying to fill that vacancy.
Right.
That is my intention.
Right.
A Netflix special like Dave Chappelle, he talks about Ohio and his farm. I've never been to Ohio, but I'll still go on that journey with him, on that mental journey.
Yeah.
Why can't I take you back to Noida
Yeah.
if you're from Ohio or if you're from Russia? There is a room for a person to tell people in Norway about Andheriya mode, and I'm that guy. I want to be that guy.
Great. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure chatting to you.
Thank you.
योगी जी ने, आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने और बाकी जो नेताओं ने एक ही लैंग्वेज सब की, इसका मतलब वो हार रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री जी का पोलिंग बूथ भी है, ये कुछ टाइम में आएंगे। आप सुबह सुबह आई हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं आपको लगता है राजस्थान के, किस बात पे वोट पड़ेगा इस बार राजस्थान में?
गहलोत साहब के पढ़ेंगे साहब, ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट।
सीएम साहब के साथ हैं आप लोग?
हम सीएम साहब के साथ ही रहते हैं, सामने ही।
अच्छा।
जस्ट सामने हमारा घर है।
अच्छा।
पुराने हमारा रिश्ता है
जी,
तो जीतेंगे जरूर।
जी जी। 4 बार इस बार कह रहे हैं कि अगली बार दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री भी बनेंगे, ऐसे सीएम साहब तो कह रहे हैं। पर सरदारपुरा में कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि सीएम साहब दिखते नहीं, उनके जो उनके अगेंस्ट है वो कहते हैं सीएम साहब तो आते ही नहीं। ऐसा लगता है आपको, ये कोई बात है?
आते तो कम है, ज्यादा तो नहीं आते वो।
जी। पर महिला होते हुए आपको क्या लगता है कि महिलाओं का ख्याल गहलोत सरकार ने रखा है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं है।
तो आपका वोट जो है वो बेसिकली पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर है क्या?
पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर सब।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से, कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको। तो अच्छा हुआ, ये बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है जस्ट टू कास्ट हिज वोट टुडे।
So voting is currently underway at 199 seats of Rajasthan. You heard Vasundhara Raje Scindia there saying that this vote should be in the name of nation building. But not just her, but many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat have already come out to cast their votes, appealing to voters to come out and ensure that they take this responsibility, take this duty seriously. There are nearly 1,900 candidates who are in the race.
On the Silkyara tunnel in Uttarkashi, where 41 labourers are still trapped. Well, here's an update. The situation is in fact getting tougher and tougher with each passing day. In fact, the machine which has been brought to get those 41 labourers out has been stuck inside the pipe. At least 30 meters of the machine has been stuck inside the pipe. Some parts of it has now been taken out manually, but at least 20 meters is still inside. Many say that this is perhaps a goof up by the rescuers. The ground penetrating radar readings that have been given have been proven wrong. In fact, the 800-meter pipe has again got damaged. Getting us all those details is going to be my colleague Anshul, who has been there in the last 13 to 14 days since the portion of the tunnel collapsed in Uttarkashi, as a result of which 41 labourers have been trapped. In fact, there have been daily updates coming in from the government. The Uttarakhand Chief Minister was personally there yesterday. The Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office is also monitoring the situation, but things are not completely under control. In fact, over the last 3 days, we have been hearing that those 41 labourers may finally be out, and we were hoping for some good news. Unfortunately, that good news is still deluding us. So the latest update which Anshul is getting for us, and he should be joining us anytime now, is that a machine which is being used to get those 41 labourers out is still not been able to reach the spot. In fact, according to him and the details which are coming out, there seems to be a certain amount of miscalculation. Remember, the machine was going in through certain amount of repair through the night, and now a portion of that machine is stuck inside the pipe which has been put in to ensure that those 41 labourers can come out. At least 30 meters of the machine is still stuck inside the pipe, and it is now being taken out manually, which of course, as we know, is going to take quite some time. There are 20 meters of it, of that particular part of that machine, which is still stuck inside the pipe. In fact, Anshul is now joining us from the spot. Anshul, the details, please.
So yes, another disappointment for the rescue workers who have been working for the last 14 days now, and in fact the wait for the family members to actually get to see their loved ones actually continues. Yesterday there was a massive miscalculation that happened, and because of that this massive goof up has happened in this entire operation. Remember, the GPR, the ground penetrating radars that were used and it actually told that for the next 5.4 meters there is going to be no metal pieces, and hence the rescuers thought that it would be best for them that they could actually drill through that entire area of 5.4 meters in a very high speed, and that is what they tried to do. And as soon as they started the drilling process through the auger machine, there was a heavy metal piece that was still stuck inside, the same that was cut approximately 2 days ago. The same sort of piece was actually present just 2 meters away from that very spot, and as soon as the machine hit that with pressure, that metal pieces actually got tumbled in that auger machine, which eventually not only damaged the machine but also the 800mm pipe that was going inside, and hence the withdrawal of that machine was also not possible. Although the driller has been detached from the auger machine has been pulled back, but the driller is still stuck inside. The pipe has gotten damaged, and the entire operation is now is now becoming very, very risky. So at this point in time, the other options are being looked at. Once the driller is pulled out, then the only way forward, what the rescuers feel at this point in time, is through manual digging, and that could take weeks, but that seems like the only option that could happen right now. On the other hand, the process of vertical drilling has again started. The work on that vertical drilling idea has started yet again. Remember, over the last 3 days, all these plans were kept aside except for the one that was supposed to be done from the Silkyara end of the tunnel. And now this morning we are being told that the work on the vertical drilling is also going to start. Machines have been sent up, but yes, that is a very, very risky operation, because experts feel that the heavy machinery that ONGC uses, if that actually goes ahead and drills, it could be an environmental hazard, or not only an environmental hazard, but yes, this entire tunnel will also be at the risk of collapse as well. So yes, there are many risks that the rescuers are looking at this point in time, and hence they are trying to figure out the best way through which they can go inside and make sure that these people are taken out at the earliest. But yes,
but Anshul, we have been getting regular updates about the condition of the labourers as well. But any update on that? I mean, food and other facilities, oxygen and are they fine? Have any word on that yet? Have you picked up anything?
So yes, that is one of the biggest reasons that the rescuers are not panicking, because all the people inside are absolutely fine. In fact, the psychiatrist and the psychologist who spoke to them yesterday as well told us off the record that yes, all these people are absolutely fine. The only problem they have is that they have lost weight. Yes, they are still motivated, but yes, the kind of hurdles that came in yesterday, because remember, there was a lot of chances. In fact, the people who were carrying out this rescue operations came on record and started giving timelines that by 6 p.m, by 8 p.m, by midnight, the rescue operations would come to an end. And the kind of goof up that has happened, that has definitely sent the entire timeline, at least delayed the entire timeline by at least weeks now. So when will this rescue operation happen? That is still a big question mark. And since then, no official has come on record and spoken anything or has given any update about what steps are being taken to make sure that these workers are taken out, or what steps are being taken to make sure that this rescue operation becomes successful.
Anshul, do hold on. I'm just going to come back to you, because in the meanwhile, the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Dhami, has tweeted out, and to quote from his account, respected Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is very sensitive towards the workers trapped in Silkyara Uttarkashi tunnel. Honorable Prime Minister is taking detailed information every day about the well-being of the workers and the ongoing relief and rescue operations in the tunnel. Central agencies, state administration and teams of international experts are working on all options. We will soon be successful in evacuating the labour brothers safely. You were there, Anshul, yesterday when the Chief Minister was very much there. The Prime Minister's office representatives are there at the spot. They are also must be under considerable pressure to ensure that, one, the labourers are completely safe, and two, that they're out as soon as possible.
So yes, that is the focus of all the teams. In fact, at least 15 different companies are working here round the clock. More than 1,000 workers are trying to make sure that these workers remain safe and they are taken out at the earliest. But yes, the kind of obstructions that are coming up, and especially what happened last night, was definitely a massive goof up. And even the rescuers believe that they say that the entire surface through the GPR was happening. That surface was not suitable, and even after that, they did not look at the condition, and they decided to believe on that report and go ahead with the drilling operation. And now this entire operation is at the risk of virtually collapsing at any point. So you can imagine there is a lot of pressure. In fact, the Chief Minister himself came over here yesterday, and then again he did not speak to the media though, but he tweeted out that the rescue operations are in its last leg, and in the next few hours we can expect some good news to come up. So you can imagine there is a lot of pressure, especially after the goof up that has happened. We still don't know what is the step henceforth. Yes, what we are being told off the record from sources inside the tunnel is that the manual digging is something that is going to happen once the auger machine is taken out, because remember, the pipe, the 800mm diameter pipe has gotten damaged, the machine has gotten damaged, and the machine has been stuck inside the pipe now. So it is becoming almost an impossible task to actually take out that machine from that 800mm pipe, because you see the diameter of that auger machine or the driller that was sent inside was 700mm, and the diameter of the pipe on inside which it was working was 800mm. And since it has collapsed, since the machine has gotten damaged, the pieces of the pipe and the metals have all got stuck inside that auger machine, and hence it is becoming almost an impossible task to actually withdraw that machine. And then once the machine is withdrawn, then we can expect someone to go inside and carry out the processes that was carried out last night, which included that the part that has damaged, that would be cut off, and then the manual drilling operations could start.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anshul. Do take care, and we are hoping for some good news soon, possibly today, when those 41 labourers trapped over the last 14 days finally come out. Okay, shifting focus to the battle for the states, and this time Rajasthan. 199 seats in the desert state goes to polls today in what has largely been a one-on-one battle between the BJP and the Congress. Well, it has been a fierce fight between the two, where the Congress hopes to break the cyclical pattern of victory parampara and come back to power once again, riding high on the 7 guarantees that they have given out. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Ashok Gehlot, the Chief Minister, all of them have tweeted about it, hoping that the people of Rajasthan bring them back to power once again. But as far as the BJP is concerned, they are equally hopeful of teaching the Congress party a lesson. Okay, there are 1,900 candidates which are in the race for the contest in the desert state. One candidate unfortunately had died from the Congress party right in the middle of the campaign. That's Gurmeet Singh Kunar, and because of that, elections are not yet taking place in that particular seat. As I said, the Congress is hoping for a second term to beat the cyclical pattern, but the BJP is making a twin issue their main platform. One is women's safety. They are alleging that under the Congress Raj, women are unsafe in the state. And second, the paper leak by which they hope to woo the young voters. The question is, of course, going to be answered on 3rd of December when the results are going to be out. Already, all the big ticket leaders from the state have cast their votes, leading the Congress Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot in Jodhpur, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, Sachin Pilot, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, and even the Speaker Om Birla. Let's listen in to all of them first.
मेरा प्यार दुलार ये मेरा मोहल्ला है। मेरे मोहल्ले के अंदर बुजुर्ग महिला है। इनको मेरा बचपन याद आता होगा। मेरा बचपन याद आता है, इसलिए आशीर्वाद दे रही है मुझे। गारंटियों की क्रेडिबिलिटी बहुत हाई है, बहुत हाई क्रेडिबिलिटी गारंटियों की है। सरकार पुनः रिपीट होगी इस बार, कम नहीं है। ये चुनाव मोदी जी का नहीं है, विधानसभा चुनाव है। 25 तारीख के बाद में, आज के बाद में ये सब लोग गायब हो जाएंगे। ये 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। हम लोग यहीं रहेंगे, हम जनता के बीच जाएंगे, उनके सुख दुख में भागीदार बनेंगे, विकास की बात करेंगे, आते जाते रहेंगे उनके बीच में। वो नहीं आने वाले, 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। आप समझ सकते हो जनता की हाथ रहेगी।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से, कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको। तो अच्छा हुआ है, बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है जस्ट टू कास्ट हिज वोट टुडे।
अधिक से अधिक संख्या में जाकर अपना वोट कास्ट करेंगे। मैं उम्मीद कर रहा हूं कि इस बार अच्छा निर्णय जनता लेगी और हम लोगों के काम को, हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को और पार्टी की जो सोच है उसको ध्यान में रखकर आकलन करने के बाद सही निर्णय जनता लेगी, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। मुझे लगता है कि इस बार जनता चाहती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार दोबारा बने, और जो भाजपा का अंदरूनी बिखराव रहा, जो उनकी परफॉर्मेंस रही पिछले 5 साल एज ऑपोजिशन, उसको भी लोग देख रहे हैं। और हम लोगों का जो देश भर में आज जो कार्यकर्ताओं में उत्साह बढ़ा है, जो नई ऊर्जा के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, हाल ही में हम लोगों ने सरकार बनाई है कर्नाटक में, हिमाचल में, उसका भी लाभ हम लोगों को मिलेगा। और पार्टी, हमारी सोच, हमारा जो आगे का विजन है प्रदेश के लिए 5 साल का, उसको लोग आंक रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 5 साल यहाँ विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाने में नाकाम रहे हैं।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि मैम आप मुझे बात कर रहे हो।
आप सबको मैं आग्रह करता हूं, आप सब घर से निकलिए, शानदार त्योहार का माहौल है, आप सब आइए और वोट करिए। और
काफी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, आश्वस्त नजर आ रहे हैं।
100% जीत रहे हैं, ये जनता का आशीर्वाद है, उनका स्नेह है। और मैं तो अब देखिए, मैं खिलाड़ी रहा हूं तो मेहनत करता हूं तो और आनंद आता है। अब पिछले 50 दिन से हम जो प्रचार कर रहे थे और उससे कई सालों से हम लगातार जो सेवा कर रहे हैं जनता की, हमें पता है कि हम विश्वास से हमारी योजनाओं को घर घर तक पहुंचा सकते हैं।
लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री तो कह रहे हैं कि राज इस बार नहीं बदलेगा।
ठीक है, 2-3 दिन उनको उसी भ्रम में रहने दीजिए, लेकिन जिस तरह का धोखा गहलोत साहब की सरकार ने राजस्थान के साथ करा है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है इतिहास में नहीं हुआ था। 35,000 महिलाओं के साथ दुष्कर्म हुआ है, 35,000।
लेकिन वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि इस बार दिग्गजों को, यानी कि सांसदों को बीजेपी को उतारना पड़ा चुनावी मैदान में। आप खुद यहाँ से 2 बार सांसद हैं और इसके अलावा पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री भी हैं, आपका विधानसभा क्षेत्र है, आप विधायक के तौर पर यहाँ पर अब जो है चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। ये संदेश, क्या संदेश देना चाह रहे हैं?
ये तो पहली बार मैंने देखा कि जो दूसरी टीम है वो बोल रही है कि अरे इनको क्यों उतार रहे हो मैदान में। भाई हमारी टीम है, हमारी टीम के कप्तान जिसको उतारना चाहेंगे उतारेंगे, कांग्रेस को क्यों घबराहट हो रही है। और अब तो हम 10 साल रह लिए, हमारी खुद की पार्टी की स्ट्रैटेजी है। अब नए लोग जाएंगे लोकसभा के अंदर, नए लोगों को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ काम करने का अवसर मिलेगा। हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा, अब जो सीखा है अब वो राजस्थान के आकर उसको यहाँ की जो राजनीति है उसमें भी, यहाँ की गवर्नेंस है उसके अंदर भी करेंगे। तो राजस्थान में परिवर्तन निश्चित है, न केवल इस चुनाव में बल्कि इससे आगे भी जिस तरह से काम होगा राजस्थान के अंदर, राजस्थान को सबसे आगे।
कह रहे विकास तो हमने किया है, विकास के दम पर हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, आप तो सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन कर रहे हैं।
वो 19 बार पेपर लीक को विकास कहते हैं, मुझे ताज्जुब है। वो जिस तरह से इनकी सचिवालय के अंदर सोना और पैसे मिलते हैं उसको विकास कहते हैं, तो वो तो आपके खुद के परिवार का विकास है, जनता का विकास नहीं है। जिस तरह से पीने के पानी के अंदर राजस्थान सबसे आखिरी पायदान पर है पूरे देश के अंदर, घर में पानी नहीं पहुंचा, उसमें घोटाले हुए, वो किसका विकास है गहलोत साहब? वो तो आपके खुद का विकास है। एक ही परिवार के लोग आ रहे हैं,
तो चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी तो इस बार किसी चेहरे पर चुनाव नहीं लड़ रही। आपके मुस्कुराहट कुछ कह रही, कुछ है आप भी लाइन में?
देखिए, मुस्कुराहट तो इस वजह से क्योंकि इस तरह शानदार त्योहार है। और मैं तो एक, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, मैं खिलाड़ी हूँ, मेहनत करता हूँ, उसके बाद जिस दिन डी-डे होता है, मैच होता है,
मेहनत का कोई फल मिलेगा, बड़ा फल आपको।
यही बहुत बड़ा फल है कि 4.5 लाख जनता का आशीर्वाद, मेरी विधानसभा के अंदर 4.5 लोग, उनका आशीर्वाद आप काउंट करिए, अपने घर के अंदर बड़े आशीर्वाद देते हैं, हम खुश होते हैं उससे। 4.5 लाख लोग आपको आशीर्वाद देंगे तो बहुत बड़ी बात है।
Okay, shifting focus to Bengaluru, Prime Minister Modi flies a Tejas fighter in Bengaluru. He's in fact reviewing a manufacturing facility, including the facility for Tejas jets. The visit has come at a crucial time as the Indian Air Force recently issued a tender to HAL for the purchase of 12 advanced Su-30 MKI fighter jets. Getting us all those details, my colleague Harish. Yes, Harish.
Well, what we understand right now is, although official confirmation will come from the Prime Minister's office in a short while from now, the Prime Minister has in fact taken part in a sortie of Tejas aircraft is what we understand right now. More details on how long did this sortie go on, who was there, who was on board this particular Tejas aircraft along with the Prime Minister, that's something that will be put out by either the HAL or the Prime Minister's office in a short while from now. But a big boost to 2 aspects. One, the Make in India push by the Prime Minister. Second, HAL has been aggressively trying to promote its products to other countries as well. And with the Prime Minister himself on board the Tejas fighter jet, it's a big boost for the confidence of HAL and also the image of Tejas as the light combat aircraft.
Okay, thank you very much, Harish, for getting us all those details. The Prime Minister is in Bengaluru today. Okay, we are shifting focus back to the battle for the states, which is to Rajasthan. And even as the state is voting, the BJP has already sent out a message to the voters. They say your vote in Rajasthan should be to get justice for Kanhaiya Lalji. If you don't want any more brutal ISIS-style executions in the state, then vote out those who allowed the killing of Kanhaiya Lalji. This was a tweet which also came in from Shehzad Poonawale, and that is exactly what the BJP is saying. Remember, in the backdrop of the Nupur Sharma controversy, Kanhaiya Lal, who was a tailor in Udaipur, he was beheaded, and that has been a point which has been taken up by the BJP to make the larger point that a vote for the Congress party is actually a vote for the appeasement policy. However, in his defense, the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has always said that justice has been meted out. Let me just go across to my colleague Aman Sharma, who has been reporting from Jodhpur. Aman, right in the middle of the day when these elections are going on, and I know during the campaign this was definitely made an issue, the Prime Minister, Home Minister making a reference to it. What do you think is a larger political strategy of the BJP? And is this always been a soft spot as far as the Congress goes in the state?
In this election, Pallavi, it has been. So, the Kanhaiya Lal killing, though it happened a few months back, wherever I travelled in Rajasthan, I saw that the Kanhaiya Lal killing issue, had resonance widely across the state. People are talking about it because, number one, such a dastardly killing was never ever seen in Rajasthan earlier. Second, in the way the people feel that, this has happened due to appeasement politics. This has happened due to tough action not being taken against certain elements. This is what people on the ground felt, and, the BJP has been quick to, milk this issue also, raise it politically very strongly. Now we have Shehzad Poonawala even tweeting it today, saying that the killers of Kanhaiya Lal should be immediately tried and hanged. That is what the BJP's demand has been. And, I remember we did a story earlier by going to Kanhaiya Lal's house, and, his son has been walking around barefoot demanding justice for the murder of his father. This killing also, the way it was carried out, this Sar Tan Se Juda kind of remarks which, reverberated in Rajasthan at that point of time. They got their, it was featured in the politics campaign in the state. BJP had raised it many times. In fact, I was speaking to Ashok Gehlot, and he said that the killers of Kanhaiya Lal were in a way associated with the BJP. That has been the counter from the Congress. But, that has really not been proved, and the accused were caught, but they are still on trial. So, in a way, the Kanhaiya Lal case and this communal politics, this communal overtone in this election has been an undercurrent in Rajasthan this time. This was never the case earlier. Pallavi, you and me have covered Rajasthan elections earlier. This communal undercurrent in the state this time I saw was there. People now coming out and saying, हमें मोदी का सरकार चाहिए. We don't care who will be the chief minister. हमें BJP का मोदी का सरकार चाहिए. हमें ये appeasement politics नहीं चाहिए. So in a way, I think that has worked in a way against the Gehlot government, because Rajasthan always has voted on caste lines. So, the Gujjars, the Meenas, the Jats, which way they vote decided the election, the Rajputs. What the BJP has tried to rise up maybe above this caste issue and make it a Hindu majority vote kind of an election where Hindus rise above caste lines and vote against this appeasement politics, how BJP calls it. So I think that is the card that has worked for the BJP to some extent in this election. Of course, we'll know on December 3rd if it has really worked. We were earlier at the Chief Minister's booth, Pallavi. Now we're at another election booth where we have...
So, Aman, I'm just going to come back to you.
We don't see this huge queues, Pallavi.
Yeah, Aman, there's another bit of news which has come in, and I need to come back to you for that, which is that the BJP has written to the Election Commission of India. So the BJP is written to EC over a tweet which was put out by Rahul Gandhi, and that was even as voting was beginning, requesting that the social media platform X and its functionaries be directed to immediately suspend his account and remove the above tweet offending the contents with immediate effect. The BJP has requested the commission to issue directions to the Chief Election Officer Rajasthan for filing a criminal complaint and initiating criminal prosecution against Rahul Gandhi. That's the tweet which he has put out for reasons why they should vote for the Congress party. I mean, Aman, how serious can this be taken up?
Well, there have been many complaints made by the BJP. EC has issued show cause notices to Rahul, Priyanka Gandhi also earlier. See, the fine line here is that on the day of voting, can you do this kind of campaigning? Can you say on social media that, the guarantees we are offering, these will stop if the Congress government goes out of power? I saw even the Chief Minister say that, in fact, even today, after casting his vote. So there is a thin line there, Pallavi, that can you do, because the PM's tweet, if you see in comparison, the Prime Minister's tweet was mostly about encouraging people to come out and vote. So, also for us media, we can't really go to someone and say, whom did you vote for? We can at most ask what are the issues in this election. Is it good that more people are voting, more women are voting? So I think there's a thin line in this silence period before the voting. Such kind of tweets are taken very seriously by the Election Commission of India, and we could see maybe some kind of show cause action maybe being taken by the Election Commission regarding this, because Rahul Gandhi's tweets, and earlier also certain tweets of the Congress and certain advertisements of the Congress have been challenged by the BJP before the Election Commission, though nothing has come from it. And if we look at, here a lot of women voters here, maybe if you speak to a few of them, तो राजस्थान में आज वोट डल रहा है, आप वोट डाल रहे हैं, आपको क्या लगता है महिलाओं के क्या बड़े मुद्दे हैं और इस पे वोट डलेगा? आपको क्या लगता है महिलाएं सेफ है राजस्थान में, सुरक्षित है?
सेफ ही है
जी,
सेफ ही है।
सेफ है, क्योंकि बीजेपी तो कहती है कि नहीं सेफ है।
वो तो एक दूसरे की कैसी बोलेंगे ना।
जी जी। और ये जो एक कांग्रेस ने वादा किया है कि महिलाओं को 10,000 रुपए हर साल मिलेंगे अगर उनकी सरकार आती है, आपको लगता है उस वादे पे भी वोट टलेगा महिलाओं का कांग्रेस को?
क्या पता, महिलाओं को होगा तब वो लगेगा वोट। महिलाओं को कुछ सुविधा होगी तब लगेगा ना।
जी जी। अभी आपको लगता है सुविधा नहीं मिल पाई कोई? अभी तक सिलेंडर महंगे थे, सस्ते हुए हैं?
वो तो मिली है, सबको सुविधा मिली है, अनफूड फ्रूट भी मिले है, बाकी सब सुविधा मिली है
जी।
उनकी कोशिश से तो मिली है, हमें थोड़ी बहुत सुविधा मिली है
जी,
सबको मिली है
जी। क्लियरली पल्लवी, इफ यू सी द वुमन हियर, वी स्पीक टू अनदर मैम। महिला वोटर जो है इस इलेक्शन में बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, वोट भी डाल रही हैं, आज बड़ा नंबर भी है। आपको लगता है महिला वोटर का क्या इशू है राजस्थान में सबसे बड़ा? किस पार्टी के लिए आपको लगता है झुकाव महिला का रहेगा?
जो अच्छा काम करेगा उसको वोट देंगे
जी। तो अब मुद्दा क्या है आपको लगता है? सेफ्टी, सुरक्षा मुद्दा है, महंगाई मुद्दा है, गैस सिलेंडर महंगे रहे वो मुद्दा है?
सब चीज महंगी है।
इससे आप चाहेंगे कि अगली सरकार कुछ रिलीफ दे?
हाँ
जी। Clearly, Pallavi, if you see women here saying that 10,000 rupee promise of the Congress is a major one, the yearly promise, will that do the trick for the Congress? And some women also saying that, there is a lot of inflation, the prices are very high, whichever government comes should look into that.
Okay, Aman, thank you very much for getting us those voices on the ground. Women matter, women votes matter, and that's going to be our top focus in battle for Rajasthan, which goes to poll today. Thank you so much for watching, but news continues over here on CNN News 18.
Elections are concerned, but it's a direct battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. There is at least one seat where the Sri Ganganagar's Karanpur seat where voting has to be adjourned after the death of the sitting Congress MLA there. Congress party is definitely hoping that all the schemes that Ashok Gehlot has announced will work in their favor and they will be able to change tradition of changing parties every 5 years. But the Bharatiya Janata Party is depending on also the Modi factor and the anti-incumbency factor as well. Once again, let's listen in to what the leaders have said so far as they've come out and casted their votes from both the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
ये अपनी सरकार चुनने का अधिकार लाखों बलिदानों के बाद हासिल स्वतंत्रता और लोकतंत्र के द्वारा मिला है। 5 साल के लिए हम अपने क्षेत्र का, अपने राज्य का, अपने देश का भविष्य चुनने के लिए और 5 वर्ष पूर्व जो मतदान हमने किया था उस मतदान के चलते जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां और हालात बनी, इन दोनों का आकलन कर हमें मतदान करना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार में आ रही है। जनता अब की बार मतदान करते समय जो 5 साल तक दुख, तकलीफ, कष्ट सहे, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपमान हुआ, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपराध हुए, उन एक एक अपराध का जैसे बदला ले रहे हो।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो। मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि मैम
आप कुछ बात कर रहे हो।
निश्चित रूप से आज राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते अपराधों की मुक्ति
Hello and welcome to Sensational South. I'm Harish Upadhyay. Over the next 30 minutes, we bring you all the major news and newsmakers from across South India. This week, our focus is Telangana. More than 3 crore people will decide the fate of the next government in Telangana on the 30th of November. KCR is hoping that he can create history by getting a third term. But the big question is, can he defeat anti-incumbency? This, even as the Congress is hoping that the guarantees work for it. After Karnataka, they get lucky in Telangana. So what's the mood on the ground? What is likely to happen? We'll debate that. But first, the story.
On November 30th, Telangana goes to vote to elect all 119 members of the state's Legislative Assembly. A lot is at stake this election and no party is leaving any stone unturned to woo the voters. Mega rallies are being held across the state and following the playbook, political parties have announced SOPs to woo the voters, and it seems like this election may not be an easy cakewalk for KCR-led Rashtriya Samiti. KCR is definitely dominating the elections this time around too. Reason being, KCR is recognized as the sole achiever of statehood for Telangana, and schemes like Raitu Bandhu and KCR Kits have earned him the goodwill among the voters. From rural and urban infrastructure to healthcare to attracting huge investments in the past 9 years of his rule makes many believe that KCR may be headed for a third term.
మీరు గెలిపించండి, 24 గంటల కరెంటు ఉచితంగా కొనసాగించే బాధ్యత నాది అని చెప్పి నేను మనవి చేస్తా ఉన్నా. రైతాంగానికి కూడా తప్పకుండా 16,000కు రైతు బంధు కూడా తీసుకొని పోతాం. పేద సాధలకు ఇచ్చే పెన్షన్లు ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో వాటన్నిటిని కూడా డెఫినెట్గా 5,000 రూపాయలు తీసుకొని పోతే ఇలా 2,000 ఇస్తా ఉన్నాం. వాటిని 5,000 రూపాయల వరకు తీసుకొని పోతాం.
Over the last 9 years, KCR has strengthened his party's organization at the grassroots level, but several sitting BRS legislators are facing anti-incumbency and dissidents within the party. But the BRS still holds sway in at least 20 to 25 safe seats in the southern area and western border districts of northern Telangana. Allegations of KCR's family rule and corruption are grabbing eyeballs and could hit the party.
Really unfortunate, shows the intellectual bankruptcy and the double-sided nature of Congress. If it suits them, they don't want any allegations. If Ashok Gehlot's son is raided, Congress cries foul. If KCR's daughter has a case, then they are happy with it. So this double standard of Congress is being exposed.
KCR has a significant edge, but the Congress's triumph in Karnataka has given the party and its cadre the boost it needs.
हमारा पहला कदम सरकार बनने के एकदम बाद जाति जनगणना करने का होगा, कास्ट सर्वे.
The Grand Old Party is replicating the Karnataka model of guarantees in Telangana. The Congress, via its manifesto, assures a plan for Telangana that balances welfare and development. 10 grams of gold and ₹1 lakh cash for women getting married, free electricity for agriculture, reservation for backward classes and a caste survey. Congress is hoping to change the table this time around.
महिलाओं के लिए हर महीने 2,500 रुपए आपके खाते में जाएंगे. 500 रुपए में आपको सिलेंडर दिया जाएगा. किसानों को सालाना 15,000 रुपए दिए जाएंगे.
The BJP, on the other hand, is riding high on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's popularity, but the removal of Bandi Sanjay Kumar as Telangana head might hurt the party. The Saffron Party on the caste front has promised a chief minister from the backward classes community and recharacterization of scheduled castes apart from other SOPs for the SC and ST community.
BRS और कांग्रेस
यहां कभी भी किसी बीसी को सीएम नहीं बनने देगी। साथियों, ये एनडीए है, बीजेपी है, जो ओबीसी हितों का सबसे ज्यादा ध्यान रखती है, उन्हें सबसे ज्यादा प्रतिनिधित्व देती है।
Telangana, India's youngest state, has a voting population of 3.17 crore. On December 3rd, the nation will know if KCR manages an electoral hat-trick and remains the Bahubali of Telangana, or the Congress and BJP play spoilers.
Can KCR create history and get a third term, or will anti-incumbency derail his plan? We'll discuss this further. We have an eminent panel joining us today. We have Mr. Krishank Mani of the BRS. We have Mr. Samaram Mohana Reddy of the Congress. And we have Mr. N.V. Subhash of the BJP. Well, Mr. Mani, coming to you first. The opposition believes that Mr. KCR, who has now ruled for the last nearly 10 years, has severe anti-incumbency, and that's something the Congress is banking upon. What makes you believe that there is no voter fatigue, especially in constituencies where you've won multiple times now, and also the guarantees of the Congress will not appeal to the voters of Telangana?
Well, Harish ji, number one, the Congress itself does not believe its own guarantees, because the point is, which leader takes the guarantee? They don't have a chief minister's face. A dozen of them are already fighting. Will the people of Telangana have to go ask DK Shivkumar to execute the guarantee, or will they have to go ask Siddaramaiah ji or Rahul Gandhi ji, whom we don't know when he is in the nation or not? But, the point is, we don't think there is any anti-incumbency, because it is the Congress which is, with its strategists is time and again saying anti-incumbency, but we don't see that on the ground. On the ground, people are, strongly resonating in the public meetings of Chief Minister KCR Garu. We have amazing roadshows, and the point is, not only just this, we are going to defeat the strong Bharatiya Janata Party seats like Raja Singh, Badi Sanjay, that's like Raja Singh also. And the whole point is, Congress, it's pumped up its own self with the Karnataka's win, but Karnataka's failures are exposed. DK Shivkumar comes here and speaks about the electricity, which is only mere 5 hours there. Their guarantees or promises are not being executed there. Their own MLAs are saying that there are no funds for development in Karnataka. But 58 odd cluster in charges from Karnataka, dozen of ministers, Rahul Gandhi ji, Priyanka Gandhi ji, Chief Minister of Karnataka, Deputy CM, the whole of National Party of the Congress, and including the Bharatiya Janata Party, Amit Shah himself, all on one Mr. KCR. They don't have a strong state leadership. That is why they need the entire Indian, Congress. In fact, they've asked support from the DMK. So one thing, that itself shows that how strong, how mighty KCR is in the ground.
Okay, you're saying KCR is mighty. Let me bring in Mr. Ramon Reddy. Mr. Ramon Reddy, there are several states where we have seen sitting Chief Minister beating anti-incumbency coming back to power. What makes you believe that it will be different in Telangana and that KCR won't be able to beat anti-incumbency?
See, there is so much of anti-incumbency in Telangana, starting from the education to the pathetic situation of medical and health. And there are no jobs. And there is no welfare. And this is a sample sarkar which only distributes to its own people, yet ignores all the rest of the people in the constituencies. So how can we simply expect that there would be a pro environment for the incumbent government? It won't happen, right? So people are agitating, and people, the government are also.
But BRS there's no alternative. There's nobody who can match KCR's stature in Congress.
It is not about, the KCR's face was the reason for 2014 and 2018 victory. And 2023, mark my word, KCR face is the reason for the defeat. They are going to taste defeat for sure. Because people are enough given opportunity for BRS party so that they could rectify the mistakes which they did from 2014 to 2018. But the situation has become more pathetic. There were no loan waivers. Then all the fees reimbursements were pending from past 3.5 years, and there are no education system. It's a pathetic medical and health system. Yes, the development is on papers, but look at the people. Look at the standard of living. What the people are doing. They are suffering, and all the sections are, having their own grievances, which are not totally ignored by this administration. So how can we simply expect that BRS is flourishing and they are going to win? Our Congress strength is
I have
not
a
only the
request.
anti-incumbency, but our strength is the assurance, the credibility of Congress party, what we promised in Karnataka and we fulfilled in our first cabinet meeting. And the fruits are being, taken by the people of Karnataka.
Okay, Mr.
That is the
Mr.
reason.
Mane, I allow you to respond, but let me quickly bring in Mr. Subhash here. Mr. Subhash, a few years or perhaps a year back, many believed that the BJP would be in the race. They would be a strong contender, a strong party in Telangana. But come elections, we haven't seen BJP really emerging as a strong alternative to the BRS in Telangana. In fact, many speaking that BJP might end up single-digit seats. How do you see it, sir? Was removing Bandi Sanjay a huge mistake?
See, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, and the Bandi Sanjay is, the concern is that first thing is Bandi Sanjay term has been ended in February itself. It's the organizational change that generally the Bharatiya Janata Party changes their presidents in every 3 years. This is our internal matter, and this is not a the family party like the Congress party or the BRS party. The second thing is, Bandi Sanjay has been elevated as the General Secretary, All India General Secretary, that is much bigger than the State President. And the Bharatiya Janata Party Telangana, we have already declared that Bharatiya Janata Party's Chief Minister candidate will be from the BC community.
But is it resonating, sir? We don't see it really gathering any sort of a theme as far as narrative in Telangana is concerned.
No. See, the Bandi Sanjay, the BC Chief Ministers already we have already declared in that. And SC categorization also we have already cleared. So we have we said that which has been there from past 30 years, which none of the the political parties have done. SC categorization that we have done. And today people in Telangana have already decided that they have given enough opportunities to both the political parties, the BRS, TRS, and the Congress, the TDP, MIM, everything. This is an opportunity that Bharatiya Janata Party should be given. Because whenever there is a Bharatiya Janata Party government in other states, there is the development Sarkar, there is a huge development. In past 9 years itself, the Bharatiya Janata Party, Narendra Modi's government has given around 9.5 lakh crores to the development of Telangana state.
The double engine slogan.
Exactly, double engine Sarkar.
The other aspect I highlight here is, in fact, in multiple interviews given by your leaders, including one that I saw of Mr. Harish Rao, he himself is talking about the BRS getting anywhere around 70 to 75 seats. So many are saying that BRS is aware that it would be difficult to match the kind of seats that they got in 2018. And there is a fatigue or anti-incumbency factor.
Mr. Harish, I am glad that you're comparing our figure to the best performance of ours, because 88 was definitely a big benchmark. And if we are compared to that, it's really good, because at the end of the day, it is about the magic figure. And thanks that you accept that we are comfortably forming the government, because 75 is a good number, comfortable. Nevertheless, Harish, I'd like to request my friend from the Congress that, they have some doubts, suspicion over the schemes. They should take up a challenge. They should announce officially that whoever Congress families have benefited out of the scheme of the KCR's government, be it double bedrooms to the Congress cadre, be it Dalit Bandhu to the Congress cadre, be it 2,000 rupees pension to the Congress cadre, or Kalyan Lakshmi or Shadi Mubarak, they should vote to, BRS, because they are saying that, that our schemes were only to few people, only to our party people. So they should actually give a call that all the Congress cadre who have been benefited from KCR schemes should actually vote us. Is he ready to do that?
Mr. Ramohan Reddy, if social welfare schemes, whether you call it guarantees or freebies, if they are deciding the election, then the BRS says we've already delivered. How's the Congress going to convince people that our schemes or our guarantees are better and that we'll implement them?
Our PCC did that. Long back, our PCC Revanth Reddy did that. whomever got benefited from the Congress welfare scheme should vote for Congress. And whomever got benefited with the BRS welfare schemes like double bedroom or fee reimbursement or jobs or whatever it may be, should vote for BRS. It was an open call. So why there is a point of challenging us again? We did it long back. See, it is a sample sarkar, and BRS is a synonym for deception. That is what they did to the people of Telangana. For the entire decade, what did they do? If we just compare the stats, the spending on education, spending on medical and health, spending on roads and buildings, and spending on even police department is far below national average. On what terms are speaking? Even technically speaking, see, when there are like around 11 lakh people from SC community students, and this stats from BRS party comes up saying they are benefiting around 1.7 lakh people. What if the rest of 9.3 lakh people?
Okay.
Totally stayed away from education. And what about Kalyan Lakshmi? Sir, let me tell you this. When they speak about Kalyan Lakshmi, the entire budget
how many schools were there during
1,300 crores. 1,300 crores. That means they benefited only 1,30,000 people.
You never
So,
started such a scheme, no?
tens of
You
lakhs
never
of people.
started such a scheme.
That is the reason we call it sample sarkar.
Let me come in that.
This is the most corrupted government in the entire country.
Harish ji.
Mr. Krishan Mani.
Harish ji, one more.
One is the outstanding debt to state, which is around 3.57 lakh crore rupees. Many are raising serious questions about that. We've already seen the controversy around the Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project and the defects in it. Do you think whether some of these issues or the kind of debt the state has will raise questions about the governance of the BRS of the last 2 terms?
Harish, I'm glad you said 3.57 lakh because the Congress leaders here, some say 6, some say 5, they misquote. And you should also, when it is 3.57, I request you to see that we are not in the top 18 states of India in the debts. Absolutely. Be it Congress ruled states Rajasthan or Karnataka. And in fact, I'm surprised why doesn't the Congress question Bharatiya Janata Party, and most particularly when Madam Nirmala Sitharaman ji was there here in town, she clearly mentioned that we were not given the FRBM loans because we did not support the initiative of placing smart meters to the agriculture pump sets.
Of concern, the off-budget borrowings of Telangana is also something that has raised several concerns, especially among the experts.
Reserve Bank of India has clearly mentioned Telangana as a case study that when we have borrowed loans, we have borrowed for a gap period of 33 years to payment, but we have the potential capability that we are paying it in 14 years and we have used it for the infrastructure and not like Congress party, which filled its pockets on the name of projects. There were no projects built, but I'm surprised, Congress, which is of course very renowned to be known as Scamgress, has done A to Z scams and they are talking about corruption. There is no business community about corruption in Telangana. They are very happy to do business here. You see, there DK Shivkumar and Sitaramaya are already accused of taking corruption, raising real estate tax, trying to pull money. Congress and talking about corruption, Harish ji, come on. Nation will laugh at them.
Okay.
Let me come in.
See, irony is DPR of Kaleshwaram speaks about profits from the project. And after the entire episode of building this so-called 1.5 lakh crore worth of Kaleshwaram project, today they
only
have
90,000 was spent.
Which are sunk.
Only 90,000 was spent.
No, let us keep it about the profits. Then why can't you have its freedom to visit the site? What is that?
Oh, you didn't know? Rahul Gandhi went and showed a joint.
He took 1.51 lakh crore rupees.
Mr. Ram Mohan Reddy, what makes the Congress believe that the Muslims will consolidate in its favor? It has happened in Karnataka, but JDS has played a different role. There were different dynamics at play. Why do you believe in Telangana that Muslims will back or consolidate in favor of the Congress?
Because minorities in Telangana are very well aware that BRS is nothing but BJP. And BJP is nothing but BRS. BJP equal to BRS. That is how TRS has turned into BRS. BJP plus TRS equal to BRS ban gaya.
You call the same to Mamta Didi also.
No, minorities.
You call the same to Kejriwal ji also.
Because
Rahul Baba,
Mane
you should
Mane
come
talks
with a new
about
dialogue.
Mane talks about Chetty and Chetty gang, but they are sailing with the Chetty gang today. They are wearing the Chetty. They are the one who is
You
wearing
called the
Chetty
same.
and doing
Rahul Baba
dramas.
called the
See,
same
people
to
are very
Mamta
well
Didi
known.
also.
Well, Mr. Ramon Reddy, the Congress will not just require the minority vote, they'll also need other voters to buy their guarantees and vote for them if the party wants to cross the halfway mark. Well, we will have to conclude this discussion here. We would like to thank all our guests. But on the other side, we'll get you some insightful ground reports from Telangana.
राजस्थान में बढ़ते जो बलात्कार की घटना है उनको उसकी मुक्ति के लिए और तुष्टीकरण से मुक्ति के लिए हमने यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में ऐसा मतदान किया है कि भविष्य में यहाँ पर कांग्रेस की सरकार कभी नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि राजस्थान की जनता ने जो पिछले 5 साल के अंदर झेला है ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता कि पहले कभी हुआ। इसलिए राजस्थान के अंदर पूरे राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में निश्चित रूप से मतदान हो रहा है और 150 से अधिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीटें आ रही है।
So is this the big semi-final before the final match in Lok Sabha 2024? A lot of analysts will tell you, will point out to 2018 and say that there is no connection, that voters are very clear. What they choose in 2018 was not chosen later. So essentially, what are the numbers? What's really at stake as far as Rajasthan is concerned? Semi-final before the Mega 2024 battle. Like I said, the desert state of Rajasthan is voting. There are 199 seats which are at stake here, and it's a neck-to-neck fight between the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Badlao has been the tradition in this particular state. It swings between the incumbent and the opposition. So will it swing from the Congress to the BJP this year as well? The Congress definitely hopes that that is not what happens. Caste survey is a promise on which Congress is banking heavily. They feel that the big promise of a caste survey could ultimately defeat anti-incumbency. But will the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot really negate all the efforts that the Congress party is making? For the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is really the Mukhyamantri Chehra? Who's going to be the Chief Minister? Multiple personalities in fray. What will happen if Vasundhara Raje, the Maharani, is not given a chance to hold the CM's chair once again? How much is it going to damage the Bharatiya Janata Party chances there in Rajasthan? Those are big issues for the state, and we are going to discuss those with our colleagues on the ground who are keeping a close eye. In fact, our executive editor Aman Sharma caught up with Ashok Gehlot just ahead of polling. We also spoke to Vasundhara Raje. Let me begin by showing you what the two contenders, the primary contenders, had to say ahead of voting. Listen in.
Welcome back. Even as the BRS and the Congress, both parties are launching a high decibel campaign in Telangana. Time to look at what the voters are saying. What are the issues? What matters to them? Well, here are some ground reports that will get you insight on what really matters for the voters of Telangana.
Meet Dasari Anasuya, popularly called Sitaka, the sitting Congress MLA of Mulugu. She is contesting for the third time from this seat and hopes to win it for the third time as well. Her direct opponent is BRS candidate Bade Nagajoti, a ZPTC vice chairperson and the daughter of a former Maoist leader. Sitaka worked with the Maoists in the region but later found her calling in mainstream politics. She was recognized for her work and even made a star campaigner by the Congress during the COVID pandemic, especially in tribal areas of this region. Ask her how she takes the fight. Sitaka says,
very easily जीतेंगे, मगर वो केसीआर पूरा उनका नजर इधर चल रहा है. मेरा वॉइस उनको सुनने के लिए अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है. जनता के मुद्दे पर बार मैं फाइटिंग कर रहा हूँ असेंबली, इसलिए उनको थोड़ा इरिटेशन हो रहा है. वो इसलिए टोटल 200 करोड़ का खर्च हो रहा है इधर. वो लोग वो आदमी कैंडिडेट मेरा साथ कंपटीशन नहीं है। इधर केसीआर फैमिली उनका बिनामी पर्सन से वो लिया वो इंचार्ज, वो लोग पूरा मनी खर्च कर रहे हैं। वही एक क्राइसिस है। मनी पीपल उधर है, हम आदिवासी एक महिला हूँ इधर।
In this ST reserve constituency, there are 1,12,277 women voters, outnumbering the 1,08,588 male electorates. Sitaka gathers a quiet response during her campaign visits. She speaks of the 6 guarantees announced by the Congress and assures that they will reach every household in the segment. The Congress candidate claims that she has to fight for every inch of development in her seat as the ruling BRS has not complied.
एम्प्लॉयमेंट कौन देना, घर कौन देना, गवर्नमेंट तो कुछ किधर भी नहीं दिया। गवर्नमेंट सीएम एक फार्म हाउस क्रिएट हो गया, उनको प्रगति भवन 500 करोड़ से वो बिल्ड किया, कंस्ट्रक्शन हो गया, वो अच्छा रह रहे। जनता को कुछ नहीं दे रहे। हम पूछ रहे, हम फाइटिंग कर रहे हैं। मैं अपोजिशन पार्टी वाला है, मैं एक ही एमएलए हूँ इधर। पूरा लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शंस, पूरा कैंडिडेट भी चेयरमैन है डिस्ट्रिक्ट से। क्या किया वो 5 साल से उनको मुंडे में फेस भी नहीं मालूम है, पूछो इधर।
BRS gave the Mulugu ticket to Nagajoti following the sudden death of ZPTC chairman Kusuma Jagdish. Chronic issues plague the constituency, from underdeveloped roads to lack of connectivity, from flooding and unemployment. The previous rains brought life to a virtual standstill in this region. But Nagajoti is confident that the state has done all it can.
ये ट्राइबल एरिया है, यहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट की बहुत जरूरत है। इनका कहना है रोड नहीं है, पानी नहीं है, सब कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे, तो क्या करें?
है रोड है, अभी BRS गवर्नमेंट में है। केसीआर ने कर लिया।
क्या क्या किए हैं?
कल्याण लक्ष्मी दे दिया, महिला हॉस्पिटल दिया, और फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स में, मिर्ची प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट में महिलाओं के लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया, और मौलाड फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट में महिलाओं के लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया।
But voters in Mulugu are hoping for change. They want development, housing and better facilities.
रोड है यहाँ पे, पानी की व्यवस्था है?
नहीं, अभी तक तो पानी की व्यवस्था नहीं था, लेकिन अब सरकार बना रहे हैं, पानी की व्यवस्था हो रहा है। पहले तो नहीं था, अपने घर पे सब गिरा रहे थे इधर उधर। पहले छोटा सा नाला था, वो पतला से गिरा रहे थे, अब थोड़ा बन रहा है।
The reason why people also have been talking about is 2 major things: unemployment and development. Jobs are missing. Well, when we have been speaking to the BRS, they say that they have provided enough and more jobs and there are opportunities. But at the same time, they're saying housing. People say who have land are not getting houses, while the government has been saying here in Telangana that they have been providing in a transparent manner. And more importantly, when they're talking about such voters and they go to people in appeal, that is why I asked them whether the report card for the BRS, which was in power for 2 terms, seeking a 3rd term, whether they pass or fail. Right now, here in Mulugu, they have given it a thumbs down. With video journalist Manish Dubey, Rohini Swami in Mulugu constituency for CNN News 18.
Well, that's all we could pack in this edition of Sensational South. We'll be back next week with more stories. Thank you for watching.
जी 2 महीना पूरा कैंपेन हुआ है, क्या माहौल लग रहा है? वोटिंग तो पास आ गई है बिल्कुल।
शानदार माहौल है, अंडर करंट चल रहा है, सब जगह रहता है हमारे काम में। तो लोग कामों को याद करते हैं। गवर्नेंस हमारी जो हुई है, गुड गवर्नेंस हुई है, IT बिल गवर्नेंस हुई है, इतने कानून पास किए हम लोगों ने, एक के बाद एक, लंबी लिस्ट है। इतनी स्कीम लेके आए, इतनी गारंटी दे रहे हैं, और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह में खूब काम हुए, शिक्षा में, सोशल सिक्योरिटी के अंदर।
बीजेपी ने पूरा धावा बोल दिया सर आप पे, PM ने, अमित शाह ने, बिल्कुल क्या क्या बोला गया आपको?
कारण दूसरा है, क्योंकि सरकारें गिराने का इनका जो तरीका है अलोकतांत्रिक, जिसमें लोग हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग करते हैं, 32, 35, 40 करोड़ रुपए देते हैं महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर, कर्नाटक के अंदर। रातों की दाल नहीं गली, उसका गिरा नहीं पाए।
अमित शाह जी तो बोले कि गहलोत जी कभी मुख्यमंत्री दोबारा नहीं बनेंगे और प्रधानमंत्री भी बोल दिए सर। ये
कुछ भी कह सकते हैं।
हाँ।
ये अब समझ लीजिए कि प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री बोलते मेरे बारे में व्यक्तिगत, तो मैं तो इसको अच्छे सेंस में लेता हूँ कि कम से कम इतना टारगेट तो मुझे कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
पे काफी सारे इल्जाम कांग्रेस पे लगे कि सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है, सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है। बीजेपी में वसुंधरा राजे जी भी इस बार क्लियर नहीं हो पाई, वो भी
उनकी परवाह नहीं करे, वो अपने घर में क्या करते क्या नहीं करते हैं ना, उनके वो नॉन इशू बना रहे वो। और यहाँ की हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को, हमारी स्कीमों को, हमारी कानून पास की, उसकी चर्चा ही नहीं करे। उसकी वो चर्चा नहीं करे, वो खाली भड़का के जा रहे हैं राजस्थान की जनता को। भड़कने वाली जनता है नहीं।
बीजेपी ने आखिरी सवाल, बीजेपी ने लास्ट में सचिन पायलट का भी नाम ले दिया, राजेश पायलट जी का भी नाम ले दिया।
नाम वो इतने घबरा गए, बौखला गए हैं कि जो लैंग्वेज काम लिए पीएम ने और गृह मंत्री जी ने, योगी जी ने, आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने और बाकी जो नेताओं ने एक ही लैंग्वेज सब की। इसका मतलब वो हार रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री जी का पोलिंग बूथ भी है, ये कुछ टाइम में आएंगे। आप सुबह सुबह आई हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं आपको लगता है राजस्थान के, किस बात पे वोट पड़ेगा इस बार राजस्थान में?
गहलोत साहब के पढ़ेंगे साहब, ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट।
सीएम साहब के साथ हैं आप लोग?
हम सीएम साहब के साथ ही रहते हैं, सामने ही।
अच्छा।
जस्ट सामने हमारा घर है।
अच्छा।
पुराने हमारा रिश्ता है
जी,
तो जीतेंगे जरूर।
जी जी। 4 बार इस बार कह रहे हैं कि अगली बार दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री।
Good afternoon with some news coming in from Bengaluru. Prime Minister Modi flies the Tejas fighter in Bengaluru. In fact, he is reviewing the manufacturing facility, including the facility for the Tejas jets. The visit has come at a crucial time as the Indian Air Force recently issued a tender to HAL for the purchase of 12 advanced Su-30 MKI fighter jets. He is the first Prime Minister to fly a sortie in an indigenous fighter. It's a strong message by the Prime Minister towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. In April, President Murmu flew a sortie in a Sukhoi 30 MKL. Let me just go across to my colleague Payal, even as those pictures of the Prime Minister comes in from Bengaluru. Payal, yes, it's a huge message as far as Atmanirbhar or self-reliance Bharat is concerned.
Well, of course, the fact that you're talking about India's defense preparedness, you're talking about indigenous preparation, all of this included in the Tejas aircraft, the message coming in loud and clear, because it's none other than the Prime Minister who's actually flying that particular aircraft today. The first version of the aircraft was first inducted into the Indian Air Force in 2016. And in fact, to promote indigenization and including of the aircraft engine, the transfer of technology for manufacturing of the GE engine in India has been negotiated with GE during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit, earlier this year in the US. It tells you the kind of importance that is being given, to defense infrastructure. That is something which has been a huge focus as far as the Narendra Modi government is concerned.
Okay, I'm going to try and reconnect with Payal. We seem to have lost her voice, but basically this is an important development which is coming in. The Prime Minister is on a day's trip to Bengaluru, and the first pictures which are coming out, which you can see right up on your screens, sends out a huge message about self-reliance. Remember, in every sector, especially on a defense sector, the Prime Minister and the government have been insisting on a government which is defense ready, one, and second, we are self-reliant, so that we stop our imports which have been heavy and a part of a huge defense budget. Okay, Payal is back with us. Yes, Payal, go on.
Over the years, we've seen that, defense budget has been always a question that has been asked of all political parties who have been in government as well. But the kind of effort that the Narendra Modi government has really made, the Prime Minister himself sending a message today by, going and flying this particular aircraft that you're speaking about, the visuals are there for everybody to see. It actually tells you the kind of importance that is being given to India's defense preparedness. The transfer of technology with the GE, which was inked when the Prime Minister went to the US in June this year, Pallavi, tells you the efforts that the Modi government is making in terms of India's preparedness, because India is coming up, in the Make in India project. The indigenization of Indian aircraft is something which obviously the whole world is speaking about, and India is leading from the front.
Okay, and Harish is also with us now. Harish, just to take the point which Payal was making, that, apart from the big messaging, what does it also add on to our defense infrastructure and a defense setup?
Well, two aspects here. One, what it does to PSUs like HL. Remember, HL already has multiple MOUs signed for maintenance and repair of aircraft. At the same time, even in this year's Aero India and previous editions, we've seen aggressive push by HAL to offer its products or its fighter aircraft and also its choppers to various other countries, several of them currently under consideration. And during such a time when you have the Prime Minister of the country himself doing the sortie in Tejas aircraft, it sends a very strong message to the HAL workforce that the Prime Minister and the government is currently with them strongly, and also to other nations who are considering whether it's choppers or other products of HAL for acquisition. Remember, this is coming at a time when there are orders of around 83 Tejas aircraft currently with HAL. Perhaps in the coming few weeks, the DAC is also likely to consider other orders that could be placed for a purchase from HAL. So it's a significant messaging, both domestically and internationally, by the Prime Minister.
Okay. We also have Akash, who covers the Defence Ministry for us. Akash, I see the points that you're putting out. You're talking about you're giving us details on the aircraft in which the Prime Minister flew, but more than that, details on that, plus how does it going to make us even more defence self-reliant and make us stronger as far as the defence sector goes?
Right. So you see, Pallavi, Tejas is a single engine aircraft as of now, but there are plans that when we will have a Tejas Mark II, so it will be a twin engine and a twin seater aircraft. And we know that how we have a negotiation in the deal going on where we are going to purchase engine for Tejas Mark II. This particular movement, in fact, the occasion is very important because you see Tejas is our indigenous fighter plane. And as far as Indian Air Force is concerned, Indian Air Force, is focusing on Atmanirbharta. In fact, the whole Ministry of Defence, including all the forces, are focusing on Atmanirbharta. And this is one great example of Atmanirbharta in the country. And also, when it is about the occasion, so we have been told that Prime Minister took this sortie. In fact, one wing commander level officer was there who was accompanying, in fact, the Prime Minister in the particular aircraft. They went till Mysore Access. This is what officers are telling. And also, they are saying that this was the very first time. In fact, we know this for a fact that this was the very first time when Prime Minister took a sortie in this particular aircraft. Tejas Mark I is what we are using currently in the Indian Air Force. 40 units we have. And in the future, we are, planning to procure more units of Tejas Mark I Alpha and Tejas Mark II as well. So this was an important occasion, important day. In fact, our colleagues are reporting that how, they saw Prime Minister. In fact, Defence Minister was very much there, and they took sortie in this indigenous platform.
Okay. And Harish, I remember HAL has been mired in a bit of a controversy. I remember it was a year or two back when Rahul Gandhi had also gone there. He talked about the plight of the officers there, the people who are there working from there. You think the Prime Minister taking this sortie, the Prime Minister going there, is sending out also a message that they are very much uppermost, or rather a priority for the government?
Absolutely. As you rightly mentioned, the Congress was trying to portray a picture where it said that HAL was being relegated to the back burner, and in fact purchases from abroad, from other countries were being prioritized. But if you look at the kind of orders that have already come in for HAL, whether it's for 89 Tejas jets itself, and also the kind of orders that the Acquisition Council will also look at in the coming few weeks, the government making a significant statement that it is with HAL. HAL is priority under the Atmanirbharta campaign. You are seeing several defense PSUs being given importance, and HAL is the flag bearer of it. And the fact that HAL stocks have been soaring over the last few months indicates that perhaps even people on the stock market understand that under this government, there is a significant push for indigenous weapons and choppers and aircraft, and HAL is at the forefront of it.
Okay. And Akash, I'm just going to come back to you on this. In fact, what you also put out is that the first version of the aircraft was first inducted into the Indian Air Force way back in 2016. There are now 2 squadrons of the Indian Air Force, 45 Squadron and 18, and they're all fully operational with the LCA Tejas. What more can we add on to this? What does this particular sortie, what is it that the plans which is there from the government?
Right. So you see, Pallavi, whenever we talk about Tejas Mark I, so there are a number of people who say that you cannot deploy Tejas in forward areas because you have more superior aircraft. For example, we have Su-30 MKI, and we generally consider Su-30 MKI as our frontline aircraft, and this is the reason why they compare Su-30 with Tejas, and there is no comparison because whenever we talk about functionality and all other things, so there are a number of factors. But given the fact that, people say that you cannot compare and you cannot deploy aircraft like Tejas in forward areas. There are plans that very soon we'll be having, one squadron of Tejas based in Gujarat. Gujarat is an important place where we have, borders with Pakistan. And also there are plans. In fact, I remember how in the last few months we have seen that, several Tejas aircrafts went in Jammu and Kashmir to a forward base, and they were deployed to that forward base. In fact, clarification came out. In fact, sources within the Air Force were saying that this is not a permanent deployment, and this is generally happens as a part of their training. But as far as this particular aircraft is concerned, so Air Force is somewhere relying on this particular platform, and this is also a reason why after 83 units now, Air Force has in fact proposed additional 97 units of Tejas Mark 1. In fact, everyone is looking forward to Tejas Mark 2 because in that particular aircraft, we are going to have more superior, sensors, radars, and also the functionality, Pallavi.
Okay, so do hold on, Akash and Harish. I'm just going to come back to you. More information, government sources are telling us, and just to give us a background information on this, the Modi government has taken a giant step for increasing our defense preparedness and indigenization, which includes the Tejas aircraft. The first version of the aircraft was included into the Indian Air Force in 2016. Currently, there are two squadrons of the Indian Air Force, 45 and 18. And both are fully operational with the LCA Tejas. Now, according to Modi government, under the Modi government, an order worth 36.468,000 crore rupees for the delivery of 83 LCA Mk1A aircraft has been placed with HAL, and delivery is scheduled to begin by February 24. More than 9,000 crores have been sanctioned for the development of the LCA Mk2 and an updated and a more lethal version of the LCA Tejas. In fact, to promote Atmanirbharta, including of the aircraft engine, the transfer of technology for manufacturing of the GE engine in India has been negotiated with GE during the Prime Minister's visit to America in June 2023. This information was also given to us by Payal. We have Akash as well as Harish, both of them at this point of time with us. So those the naysayers who were saying that Tejas was losing its steam, HAL was not getting much of orders, and that it was taking a back seat, and the condition of the employees over there was not good. Clearly, this information goes on to show that things are receiving a thumbs up, and the Prime Minister's pictures, even as they come out, and to quote him, it says it's a renewed sense of pride. He is the first one actually to go to visit the HAL site in Bengaluru, fly this sortie, and this sends out a very powerful message to the HAL employees, to all the people who do India proud. But biggest, of course, messaging is that India is defense ready as well as Atmanirbhar Bharat. So Aman is now with us. Aman, Atmanirbharta, defense ready, India is a power which cannot be negated. Is that the larger messaging as we see pictures of the Prime Minister?
Absolutely, Pallavi. That is the larger messaging. And the Tejas aircraft, Rajnath Singh was the first defense minister of India to fly in the Tejas in 2019, take a sortie, and now Narendra Modi is the first Prime Minister to fly in an indigenous aircraft. This sends multiple messages of India's Atmanirbharta in the defense sector, how India is growing stronger when it comes to our air force capabilities. And it is not just this step. Modi government has taken many other steps for increasing the defense preparedness, indigenization of our military forces. That includes the Tejas aircraft, of course, which is an aircraft of pride for India. The first aircraft was inducted into the IAF in 2016, and this is originally Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee's idea to have an indigenized aircraft in a fighter aircraft. And currently, Pallavi, two squadrons of the Indian Air Force, the 45 Squadron and the 18 Squadron, are fully operational with the LCA Tejas. Not just that, and the Modi government in order worth over rupees 36,000 crores has already been placed for the delivery of 83 LCA Mk1 aircraft, which has been placed with the HAL, and the delivery is scheduled to begin from February next year. Over 9,000 crores have also been sanctioned by the government for the development of the LCA Mk2. This will be a more updated, more lethal version of the LCA Tejas, and to further promote the indigenization of the aircraft engine, so that we can also produce the aircraft engine of this fighter aircraft in India. When Mr. Modi had gone to the US recently in June 2023, India has negotiated with GE for the transfer of technology, so that not just will the LCA Tejas be produced, manufactured in India, even the aircraft engine will be indigenized and made in India through a transfer of technology agreement. So major things happening in the defense sector, and the Prime Minister, and you remember even few months back, it was President Draupadi Murmu who flew in a Sukhoi. So the government sending a strong message on the indigenization front as well as to our adversaries across the border, be it China or Pakistan, that India is fully prepared on the air front to take on any challenge.
Okay, thank you very much, Aman, for putting that into perspective. We have Major General retired A.K. Chiwaj also joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm just quoting from what the Prime Minister says. He's saying that this is a rich moment for India, gives me a renewed sense of pride and optimism, and we are no less than anyone. You agree? And is that the larger messaging which comes in, even as we see the Prime Minister taking that sortie?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt India has changed considerably in the last 10 years. We used to import the maximum weapons from abroad. As on today, we are now start producing weapons for ourselves. And it is not only for ourselves, but also we are exporting outside. It is make in India, make for world. And when we talk about the aircraft, no doubt, not too many countries have made an engine for jet. But now we could sign a deal with the US, and it's a transfer of technology from General Electrical. The G414 will be co-produced between G Electrical and the HAL. And the Tejas Mark 1 Alpha and 2, 80% will be indigenous. So it is not only the aircraft, we are making submarines, we are making ships. We have made an aircraft carrier INS Vikrant indigenously only, which no one could have dreamt it 10 to 15 years back. So overall, India is, as far as you can say that armament industry is considered, we are doing extremely well. There are two corridors which has come, one in south next to Bangalore and one is in north next to Lucknow. Now here the maximum industries are there which are producing the indigenous defense equipment, and as of today 70% of our requirement is met through our own production, and we are now able to export weapons like BrahMos, Akash missile, Nag missile, as well as now Tejas Mark 1 Alpha. There are a lot of countries which have shown the interest. So overall, no doubt about it, we must be proud of ourselves the way we are now improving in every sphere. As far as economy concerned, we are now the fifth largest economy, and our economy is 4 trillion. And we, in another 2-3 years, is going to become a third largest economy, leaving behind Germany as well as Japan, which is 4.2 and 4.3 trillion as of today. So as far as the economy is concerned, we are the, you can say, bright spot when no other country is doing that well after COVID-19. We were the fastest developing economy as far as India is concerned. So overall, what Prime Minister told, he has just shown to the world that India has arrived.
Okay, let me just take in a word from the group captain retired MJ Vinod. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I'm just going to take this point further across. What does it really mean as far as the defense sector is concerned? We are stressing on the Atmanirbharta, but also the Prime Minister makes the point that it just goes on to send a message to the world. What messaging is it that we are sending out to the world, at least as far as the defense preparedness is concerned?
Two aspects here quickly. One is defense preparedness, and I don't know. That I think, I mean, I'm just taking my neck out on saying this. In Prime Minister's scheme of things, that could be probably on the topmost agenda to show it to the world, look, we have a replacement for MiG-21 and I have flown in it and it is wonderful. And it's going, since it is going to replace MiG-21, and MiG-21 is, mind you, quick reaction fighter, as in it was mostly used. I mean, I've done many ORPs in my life, operational readiness platform, where you kit up and wait for the enemy coming towards your border, and you scramble and you intercept them and chase them away, which I did twice in my life. So quick reaction as the quick reaction for fighter replacement, which is what all these countries like USA, Argentina, Australia, Egypt, Indonesia, Philippines are interested in, and Malaysia is probably procuring 18 of them, is going to look at as a major role for this particular aeroplane.
All right. Thank you very much.
And second most,
go ahead.
Most important, yes, second most important is, I think for PM, that is also as important as the first one, is to tell people who are looking at buying these fighters, look, I've flown in it, so please buy. So 16,000 crore mark we have hit in defense export alone this year. So which is I think a big milestone, and first time ever a country's prime minister has flown in the history of India in an indigenous aeroplane. I don't think HF-24 Marut, any prime minister flew at that time. Then we made HF-24 Marut. From the ground up, we made that particular aeroplane. So this is something which we have to be really, really proud of. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just come back to you a bit. I'm just going across to my colleague Akash, and according to defense sources, the aircraft in which the Prime Minister was seated flew up to the Mysore axis. Currently, we have both the squadrons down south. There's a discussion of deploying Tejas in Gujarat as well, and we can have a squadron over there. Akash, that's going to be significant, isn't it?
Yes, and Pallavi, you see, as of now, we have only 40 aircraft, but as you rightly mentioned, in fact, my colleagues are reporting that how, 83 units were approved last year, and next year we are expecting those 83 units of Mark 1 Alpha. Also, Indian Air Force has proposed 97 additional units. Given the fact that we will be having a number of aircraft coming in the next few years, then the question is that where will you be deploying? And there is a buzz. In fact, the discussion is going on. In fact, the sources within the Air Force are telling that very soon we can have a squadron of Tejas aircraft in Gujarat. Remember, Gujarat is very important because we are sharing border with Pakistan. In fact, this state is we can say that a bordering state, and this is the reason why this deployment can be very important. Also, as far as MiG-21s are concerned, so Indian Air Force Chief has categorically mentioned a number of times that how they are going to phase out the particular aircraft. And we know about the history. We know that how important this aircraft used to be at one point in time, but now given that there are advancements in technology, and also as far as our indigenization efforts are concerned, so there are efforts that Air Force should be Atmanirbhar, and also as far as technology is concerned, Indian Air Force officers should get advanced technology and advanced equipment in the areas where they require them the most.
All right. I'm just going to come back to you, but let's get in the first reaction to these pictures of the Prime Minister taking the sortie. Let's listen in and then I'm going to come back.
आज एक नया इतिहास कायम किया है। भारत का अपना बनाया हुआ विमान तेजस, जो भारत का इंडिजियस है, भारत के इंजीनियर्स ने और साइंटिस्ट ने जिसको खुद बनाया है, आज भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने उसमें उड़ान भरी है। भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने दुनिया को बताया है कि आज भारत वो मुल्क बन गया है जिसके अपने लड़ाकू विमान हैं, और विमान इतने सुरक्षित हैं कि उसमें भारत के प्रधानमंत्री भी उड़ान भर सकते हैं। भारत के 140 करोड़ लोगों को मैं आज बधाई देता हूं। हम सबका सीना आज चौड़ा हुआ है। आज हमें मेहमान हुआ है कि भारत कल सांप सपेरों का मुल्क बताया जाता था, वहां से आज अपना लड़ाकू विमान बनाने वाला मुल्क बना है, और उसमें हमारे भारत के प्रधानमंत्री खुद उसमें विमान में जब उड़ान भर रहे हैं तो भारत के लोगों को एक मान प्राप्त हुआ है, हमें मान हुआ है, हमें फक्र हुआ है अपने भारत के मुल्क के ऊपर भी, हमारे उन साइंटिस्ट इंजीनियर के ऊपर भी, और हमारे भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी आज हम बधाई देते हैं। हम सबको बधाई देते हैं, भारतवासियों को बधाई देते हैं।
Okay, the group captain MJ Vinod is still with us. Apart from the fact that this could have important meaning as far as Atmanirbharta, self-reliant is concerned, but if you could just break down for us what really has been our reliance on our defense imports and how much of this is going to significantly change the scene.
It's a great question, Pallavi, and let me take a couple of minutes to take some to throw some light on this. Take Tejas for example. Tejas in itself, though it is an indigenously designed, developed fighter, has a lot of foreign components from other countries in it, and it was originally 50%. It moved up to 60%, and it will when G414 gets made here, then it will probably touch 80 to 90%, which tells us that this particular fighter could not have been possible if other countries didn't help us. All right. So that is point number one, Pallavi. But if you look at any fighter in the world, all the fighters in the world are a conglomerate or a collaborative effort by other countries. Let me break this down a little more. The ejection seat used in most fighters in the world is made by a company called Martin Baker. You know it. And Martin Baker makes the best ejection seats in the world. Why should I reinvent wheel and make another ejection seat, which probably I need to prove? Whereas Martin Baker has the wonderful proven track record. So likewise, small components like the air pressure sensors or the clock in the particular, a clock is a must equipment which is supposed to be there in a fighter aircraft. It is made by a single American company, and that is the clock you find in many fighters, modern fighters today. So likewise, you have many people contributing towards the success of a particular aeroplane. That is the understanding of Atmanirbharta should be very, very clear here. But when I buy an ejection seat, or when I buy a clock, or when I buy a pressure sensor, where will I put it? How will I code my computer to read it, utilize that information? That is mine. And that is, Pallavi, is something which happened to us in blessing in disguise post-Pokhran 2, when sanctions were imposed on us. We did not have, we had a fighter, Pallavi, but we did not have a fly-by-wire control and a software. Can you believe it? 20 months with this aeroplane stayed on the ground, and I've seen it when this happened, because that time I was in Rajasthan and my heart went out towards, we used to call it LCA at that time, and my heart went out towards the LCA project, because everything came to standstill. We didn't have a fly-by-wire program.
Okay.
Today we have a quadruplex fly-by-wire control thanks to that particular sanction. So Atmanirbharta is something is not developed overnight. Atmanirbharta is apolitical, if I may use that word, and it is blood and soil and sweat for many, many decades that people put in to reach where we have reached today.
All
so my credit goes to ADA, Aeronautical Development Agency, ARDC, HAL, and many people who have contributed towards this Atmanirbharta. And we are slowly going forward. Over to you, Pallavi.
Okay, I'm afraid that's all I have time for now, but thank you very much for speaking to us. Yes, that's a huge message coming in from the Prime Minister. Now let's take a look at some other news across the country.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has spoken about the Telangana polls and said that it is a big fight against injustice and that the Congress party has to fight. He also said that the entry of Hyderabad is in the hands of the land mafia, sand as well as mine mafia, and this problem needs to be addressed. Telangana's Minister K.T. Ramarao has expressed his comments on the Home Minister's statement on Muslim reservation. He said that 4% Muslim reservation is not on the basis of religion and that it is on the basis of the socio-economic factors. He said that a Home Minister should think before speaking. He further added that they know what the BJP is trying to do, which is to polarize, though it's going to fail this time. The World Hindu Congress, which is going on in Bangkok, has strongly condemned the unwarranted criticism of Hindutva and Sanatan Dharma. It has dispelled 150-year-old conspiracy to limit Hindu with ism, that is Hinduism. The World Hindu Congress has urged the community to unite globally in promoting and embodying Hindutva, loosely translated to Hinduness. This declaration was accepted at a plenary session amidst the presence of delegates from 61 countries. And in a recent development which has been reported, Derek Chauvin, who was formerly a Minneapolis police officer and was convicted of murdering George Floyd, was stabbed by another inmate and seriously injured on Friday. He is at a federal prison in Arizona, where the attack took place with the use of a knife. Reports say that the life-saving measures were taken by the prison officers post the attack. Now, the social media platform X may lose up to $75 million in revenues as more advertisers pull out. Internal documents have shown that companies like Airbnb, Coca-Cola and Microsoft have halted their ads or are in the process of doing so. This development has come in the post-Elon Musk endorsement of an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Well, that's it for me from now, but Reporters Project comes up with a focus on the battle for Telangana. Thank you so much for watching.
About it. It's timeless, classic, very laid back, yet bustling with activity all the time. Just like this heated political season in Telangana. The Owaisi family has held this bastion for over 4 decades now. They've almost never faced a threatening electoral challenge in that sense. Ask anyone around, they'll tell you that their count practically starts at 7. But can the same be said of the MIM's friendly party, the ruling Bharat Rashtriya Samiti? There's no denying in the fact that KCR this time around is facing a neck-and-neck fight from the Congress, which is trying to woo the minority community. Hello and welcome. You're watching Reporters Project with me, Swastika, where we decode the Muslim factor for you. A community that holds the key in at least 35 assembly constituencies.
In his trademark campaign style with a heavy dose of punchlines, Asaduddin Owaisi has embarked on a door-to-door campaign seeking votes for his 9 candidates.
Why are you not in an official alliance with the BRS? You cooperate with each other, you came to his rescue during GHMC, but why is it that you're not in a formal alliance?
See, we don't require any political party support to win our seats, number one. Secondly, we are contesting against BRS in all the 9 seats which are there. Thirdly, in 110 assembly seats, we have requested the people of Telangana that please remember that a third political party, a regional party or a party which got you Telangana is very much required for the people of Telangana, so that the balance of power remains not only in the poorer people but also with the Muslim minorities, Christian minorities, Dalits, or other backward classes.
In Goshamal's constituency, where we are at right now, voters believe that it's going to be a direct fight between Raja Singh, the controversial leader from the BJP, the current MLA of Goshamahal, and perhaps the BRS. But why is the MIM not fighting this time around? And how is it playing out in the minds of the voters? Come, let's find out in Goshamahal constituency.
गौशामहल
में क्या लग रहा है?
अभी केसीआर की हुकूमत आएंगी और गौशामहल से भी हमारा कैंडिडेट आएंगे.
क्या लग रहा है कि इस बार कांग्रेस वेव है, मुस्लिम माइनॉरिटीज़ कर्नाटका के तरह इस बार कांग्रेस के लिए वोट डालेगी, तेलंगाना में बीआरएस खतरे में है?
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल है. इसकी जो है सो एक पब्लिक जो टॉक चल रही है और उसके अलावा भी असद साहब जो है सो कांग्रेस के पीछे कुछ ज़्यादा ही लग के हैं, ये भी एक बातचीत चल रही है. तो कर्नाटका के बानिस्बत एक तो बेनिफिट कांग्रेस को तो होगा ही होगा, इसमें कोई शक की बात नहीं.
So while he's serving your biryani, इस बार फाइनली रियलिस्टिकली आप MIM सपोर्टर है. MIM कितनी सीट्स जीतेगी आउट ऑफ 9 एंड BRS कितनी सीट्स जीतेगी?
मैम MIM जो है 9 के 9 सीट जीतेगी और अच्छे पैमाने पे आएगी, अब मेजॉरिटी से आएगी. सरकार तो जो है सो कांग्रेस की बनना चाहिए, फिर भी अब अच्छी अक्सरियत से यानी अच्छी मेजॉरिटी से कांग्रेस आ सकती है। अलायंस में भी अलायंस
हम किसके साथ अलायंस?
हो सकता कार के साथ हो।
कांग्रेस और कार के साथ?
ऐसा दिख रहा है।
कांग्रेस और कार के साथ, इंटरेस्टिंग।
Just 5 kilometers away from the bastion of the Owaisi brothers is Gosha Mahal, the citadel of T. Raja Singh, the only MLA who won from the BJP side in 2018. There are over 1,15,000 Hindu voters here. The MIM has not fielded any candidate here as they are supporting the BRS. But the Congress says BJP, BRS and MIM are working together to cut into their votes.
आपका एक ऐसा कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है जहाँ पे कम्युनल हार्मनी इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर, लेकिन एक चीज़ पूछना है, जब बीजेपी ये कहती है कि 4% कोटा निकालेगी, यूसीसी लाएगी, ओल्ड सिटी में सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स करवाएगी, क्या इससे आपको भी डिसएडवांटेज नहीं है?
देखिए, जो होना है
और
वही।
एक मिनट, ये सवाल इसलिए पूछ रही हूँ क्योंकि आपका एक ऐसा कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है जहाँ पे मुस्लिम वोटर्स ज़्यादा हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, मुस्लिम्स वोटर्स ज़्यादा नहीं थे, ज़्यादा बढ़ाए गए हैं। 2018 की हम बात करें तो 55,000 मुस्लिम्स थे, लेकिन आज 73,000 कहाँ से आई है? बीआरएस कैंडिडेट का एक वीडियो है मेरे पास, होना है तो मैं आपको भेजूंगा। वो कहता है कि मैंने 15 से 17,000 माइनॉरिटी वोट बढ़ाए हैं गोशामहल कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में। तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, कहाँ से बढ़ाए भाई?
But OWC's charm and KCR's doles are not too convincing for some. Hoping to benefit from this uncertainty, Congress released a minority declaration which the party believes will be a game changer.
बोलने दो उन लोगों को, अभी कुछ मेरे के खिलाफ कुछ बोलने का है ही नहीं है ना, इसीलिए कुछ ना कुछ कहानी शुरुआत करके बोलने में लग गए। तो असदुद्दीन ओवैसी, बीजेपी, बीआरएस तीनों एक ही तरह का स्टेटमेंट मेरे खिलाफ दे रहा है। तो वो गठबंधन इतना मजबूत है कि वो फेविकॉल बंधन बन गए।
As a new day beckons, we travel to Nizamabad, an illustrious region of erstwhile Hyderabad state where Muslim voters are nearly 40% of the electorate. BRS won their mandate last time around, but this time they seem divided.
निजामाबाद रूरल में काम हुआ है भाई साहब?
देखो, 1,000 वालियों को 2,000 पेंशन हुआ, और जैसे 57 साल वालियों को पेंशन देते बोले, आज तक 65 वालियों को भी नहीं, नया पेंशन नहीं हुआ आज तक भी। 2 साल से घूम रहे हम लोग। और दूसरी बात क्या है बोले तो वो हाथा जो पैर प्रॉब्लम है उनको जो ऐसे 4,000 दे रहे हैं। देन दो भाई, गवर्नमेंट का पैसा है, हमको उससे कोई मतलब नहीं।
इस बार तेलंगाना में कौन आएगा?
बस अब उन्होंने चीफ मिनिस्टर किसको देते मालूम नहीं, लेकिन कांग्रेस का ज़्यादा होप है।
कौन जीत रहा है
यहाँ पे? सीएम को तो हम केसीआर है, ये मेरे लोग नहीं भूपेंद्र कांग्रेस।
Women from marginalized backgrounds earn their livelihood making beedis, rolling nearly 300 stacks a day. There's a cacophony of voices desperately waiting for better lives, but they say netas don't come here.
क्या काम होना चाहिए, क्या नहीं हुआ है?
हमार क्या होना चाहिए? हमार कुछ भी नहीं, रहने को इतना घर मिलना बस, उसके सिवा कुछ भी नहीं है। हमारे ये रोड़ा बोलते सो वाले, हम मेहनत करके महीने को 5,000 किराया बन रहे, बच्चों को पालेंगे कि बच्चों को स्कूल पढ़ाएंगे। पढ़े तो वालों को भी नौकरियां नहीं है, जो पढ़ रहे हैं उनको भी नौकरियां नहीं है।
रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल्स है, ये सारे
में जो स्कूल में उर्दू मीडियम जो स्कूल में है ना, टीचर नहीं है, और जो शादी खाने के बाजुक में है ना, वो स्कूल भी गिर जा रहा। तो उसमें टीचर कंपलसरी होना, उर्दू मीडियम स्कूल के टीचर होना।
हर एक गाँव में हर एक चीज बांट के जा रहा केसीआर, ये गाँव को नहीं आ रहा। ये गाँव को आ रहा है, आरमूर में जाके कुकर बांट के गया। हमारे काम करेगा उसको हम बराबर वोट देंगे। सुनो, आप जो माइक लगा, तुम जो भी लगाओ, जो हमारा काम करेगा उसको हम वोट देंगे।
राम लक्ष्मण जानकी।
KCR has handed out the responsibility of wooing Muslims and women to his daughter K. Kavita.
Do you fear that this time Muslims, SCs, STs are perhaps tilting towards the Congress? What happened in Karnataka, massive consolidation behind them. They're doing the same model here. Do you fear that minority voters outside of Hyderabad, beyond your friendly ally Owaisi, is perhaps dwindling towards the other side?
Ma'am, you should understand one thing. In Karnataka, the victory of Congress party is by default. BJP failed, so Congress won. But here, BRS has been successful. Here it will be an elective election where people are going to actively elect us, choose us. It is by choice, but not by default. यहाँ कांग्रेस बीजेपी का कुछ नहीं चलने वाला है क्योंकि उन्होंने माइनॉरिटी के लिए, एससी के लिए, एसटी के लिए कुछ किया नहीं है. जो भी किया है केसीआर साहब ने किया है, माइनॉरिटी के लिए काम किया है, एससीस के लिए किया है, एसटीस के लिए किया है. तो बीआरएस पार्टी के लिए ये सारे लोग कंसोलिडेट होंगे. बीजेपी के तरफ या कांग्रेस के तरफ इनका झुकाव नहीं होगा.
Nizamabad, remember, was the constituency where the Chief Minister's daughter K. Kavita lost the elections to Dharmapuri Arvind, BJP's candidate who is now running from Korutla. She lost because turmeric farmers did not support her for failing to constitute the spice board. So this time around, what are the issues mainly for the turmeric farmers? Because yellow is going to be the deciding color as far as Nizamabad is concerned. ये साल मीरू एम आशिस्तुनारू ये इलेक्शन में.
They have announced turmeric board but haven't announced anything concretely. In 3 months' time, we will have to hit the markets. We are not sure of getting a good price as well.
Spice board
We won't get any profit with the spice or turmeric board. Actual profits will come after the farmers cultivate their land. We visit the market yard where we sell a quintal for rupees 3 to 4,000 only, whereas the real cost should be between 6 to 7,000 rupees. We aren't getting proper returns for our investments. Turmeric board won't solve our problems. We demand an MSP of 15,000 per quintal.
Too far away is K. Kavita campaigning in your constituency today, your direct nemesis also. What do you have to say about that?
We have no time to think about her. Absolutely no time to waste now.
She says you have not done anything on the ground.
But people will decide. They have decided in 2019. She got a tight slap on her face. Let her try once more. She said she'll contest against me in Korutla. She is not. So, you know, now the world knows who is scared of whom.
Do you think the constitution of the spice board, turmeric board is going to be a game changer for you as far as...
Oh yes, because it's been a 40-year struggle of the farmers of this land. This is the home of turmeric in the world. They have been struggling to get prices since a decade. Now turmeric, a separate board for turmeric, that a national board, will certainly help them.
Coming up after the break, what do the women voters of Telangana want?
सीएम साहब तो कह रहे हैं, पर सरदारपुरा में कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि सीएम साहब दिखते नहीं. उनके जो उनके अगेंस्ट है वो कहते हैं सीएम साहब तो आते ही नहीं. ऐसा लगता है आपको ये कोई बात है?
आते तो कम है, ज्यादा तो नहीं आते हो
जी. पर महिला होते हुए आपको क्या लगता है कि महिलाओं का ख्याल गहलोत सरकार ने रखा है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं है.
तो आपका वोट जो है वो बेसिकली पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर है क्या?
पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर सब.
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें. आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको, तो अच्छा हुआ है। बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के
In this fight for power, political parties are talking about building a Bangaru Telangana or a Golden Telangana, and they're looking at wooing the women's voters. And to achieve this, they all know that the way to a woman's heart is through a home. So be it the ruling Bharat Rashtriya Samiti and the various welfare schemes including the Saubhagya scheme, Raitu Bandhu scheme and the Asra scheme, which is countered by the Congress and the 6 promises, which also includes giving monetary benefits to women as well as free bus travel. And the other 2 parties, the AIMIM and the BJP, also looking at wooing the women's voters. The center of attraction or the center of fugal force that they feel that can change this political scene in Telangana are women itself.
Amidst the political fervour mingling with the scent of spices, a silent revolution is brewing in Telangana. Political parties across the state have been wooing women voters who have been quite assertive. They seek financial independence, jobs and basic amenities for their homes. Radhika is a tea seller in a quaint and neglected tribal constituency of Mulugu. As a woman voter representing an economically and underdeveloped region, she wants her voice to be heard.
मुश्किल क्या है यहाँ पे?
We neither have a house nor anything to our name. KCR said that he will give us a house, but that has just remained a promise. In my village, everybody applied. I did not get it. I did not get a loan which I am entitled to as per the government's promise. My husband remains unemployed. That's our situation.
मैं आपसे एक सवाल भी पूछना चाहूंगी कि उन्होंने पढ़ाई क्यों नहीं किया यहाँ पे?
No, I have not. My family did not send me because of our financial burdens.
For the very first time, eligible women voters who comprise of 1.63 crores of voters in Telangana outnumber the male who comprise of 1.62 crores. We spoke to many women across districts in Telangana, and many of them talk about breaking away from the shackles of patriarchy and making their voices heard this time. They want their opinions to be heard, and so this time during the elections, we are going to see whether their opinions will be heard, their ballots will do the talking. आपको इस इलेक्शन में आपको क्या चाहिए? जो भी सरकार बनाया है उनसे क्या चाहते हैं आप?
हमारे बच्चों को जॉब चाहिए, रहने के लिए घर चाहिए, किसी को घर है किसी को घर नहीं है, बहुत तकलीफ से गुजर रहा है ये बस्ती पूरा।
कांग्रेस आया तो सबको करना, स्कीम डाले ना, वो स्कीम पूरा करना। कांग्रेस आ गए तो, नहीं करे तो फिर कांग्रेस को गिरा देंगे, आ गए बाद में।
औरतों को क्या चाहिए? सरकार ने क्या दिया है? घर दिया, पानी दिया, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, उनको क्या चाहिए और बिना की नहीं?
The government has given us a pension. They have given us rice and farmers' pension. The BRS government has also given our children good education.
क्या बदलाव दिख रहा है और क्या चाहिए?
क्या ही नहीं अम्मा, गिरा क्या घर में है, बर्तन धो के गिरा, हम कोई देखने वाला कोई भी नहीं है। हमारा मर्द मर गए, 6 साल हो गए, हमको देखने वाला कोई भी नहीं।
Around 10 kilometers away from Radhika's tea stall in Mulugu, an interesting bullet-to-ballot fight ensues. The direct electoral battle in Telangana's Mulugu seat is between 2 women candidates who have a Naxalite background. Dasari Anasuya, popularly called Sithaka, is the sitting Congress MLA of Mulugu. She hopes to win the seat for the 3rd time. Her direct opponent is BRS candidate Bade Nagajoti, a ZPTC vice chairperson and the daughter of a former Maoist leader. She worked with the Maoists in the region but later found her calling in mainstream politics.
जब मैं लोगों से बात किया, उन्होंने पूछा घर कहाँ है, एम्पावरमेंट जो है, काम कहाँ है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट कहाँ है, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
एम्प्लॉयमेंट कौन देना, घर कौन देना, गवर्नमेंट तो कुछ किधर भी नहीं दिया। गवर्नमेंट सीएम एक फार्म हाउस क्रिएट हो गया, उनको प्रगति भवन 500 करोड़ से वो बिल्ड किया, कंस्ट्रक्शन हो गया, वो अच्छा रह रहे। जनता को कुछ नहीं दे रहे। हम पूछ रहे, हम फाइटिंग कर रहे हैं। मैं अपोजिशन पार्टी वाला है, मैं एक ही एमएलए हूँ इधर। पूरा लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शंस, पूरा कैंडिडेट भी चेयरमैन है डिस्ट्रिक्ट से। क्या किया वो 5 साल से उनको मुंडे में फेस भी नहीं मालूम है, पूछो इधर।
BRS gave the Mulugu ticket to Nagajoti following the sudden death of ZPTC chairman Kusuma Jagadish. Chronic issues plague the constituency, from underdeveloped roads to a lack of connectivity, from flooding to unemployment. But Nagajoti is confident that the state has done all it can.
ट्राइबल एरिया है, यहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट की बहुत जरूरत है। इनका कहना है रोड नहीं है, पानी नहीं है, सब कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे, तो क्या करें?
है रोड है, अभी BRS गवर्नमेंट में है, केसीआर ने कर लिया। पूरा आदिवासी लोग, गिरजन लोग केसीआर ने सपोर्ट कर लिया।
एक और बात कह रहे हैं यहाँ पे कि क्योंकि वो इंटरेस्टिंग इसलिए है क्योंकि सरकार यहाँ पे 10 साल की थी, टीआरएस के 10 साल की थी, फिर भी कांग्रेस के यहाँ एमएलए होते हुए टीआरएस ने उसका इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाए। औरतों के लिए, फॉर विमेन के लिए क्या क्या किए हैं?
कल्याण लक्ष्मी दे दिया, महिला हॉस्पिटल दिया, और फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स में, मिर्ची प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट में महिलाओं के लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया, और मौलाड फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट में महिलाओं के लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया।
Closer to the high-tech city of Hyderabad is the village of Pochampalli, one of the country's ancient sari weaving centers. Women weavers are more content. They say they have benefited from various schemes. Saraswati is busy weaving a beautiful Pochampalli silk sari. She says the BRS government has done a lot for her community and hopes KCR returns to power.
तेलंगाना में अभी इलेक्शंस हो रहा है, हाँ। और 10 साल से केसीआर, हाँ, BRS यहाँ पर है, हाँ। आपको बेनिफिट हुआ है सरकार से?
अच्छा ही है, वो लाइट नहीं था पहले, लाइट लाया, घर घर में पानी आ रहा है, और 2000 पेंशन दे रहा है, वो चावल भी दे रहा है, सब कुछ अच्छा ही है। केसीआर आने के बाद ही अच्छा है तेलंगाना में, तो सही में।
वीविंग कम्युनिटी होते हुए औरत की तरफ से वो क्या चाहते हैं सरकार से, और क्या कुछ हुआ है औरतों के लिए? आपने बोला 800 रुपए दे रहे हैं, उनके बारे में।
We get rupees 800 as weavers, but that is not enough. We can't buy groceries with that.
The fight in Telangana is clearly now between the ruling BRS and the Congress, with the BJP trying to make inroads. While the Congress has announced that it would introduce the Mahalakshmi scheme, giving women 2,500 rupees a month, BRS has come up with the same scheme as a pension to women. To attract women voters, KCR announced that the BRS government would give LPG refill at 400 rupees a cylinder.
Let me ask you about the tone of the election, because when you're seeing here in terms of the campaigning that takes place, you also have the Congress talking about trying to counter the welfare schemes that the BRS also had been putting in forth the last 2 governments that you have been there. You have the Saubhagyam Lakshmi scheme, they have the Mahalakshmi scheme, then you have your Raitu Bandhu and all the schemes that have come in. How do you counter it? How is it yours different from the ones that they're providing in their manifestos?
See, it's easy to copy, right? So Congress has become a copycat. There's no innovation. You know, KCR was innovative when he brought in Raitu Bandhu. KCR was innovative when he brought in Dalit Bandhu. KCR was innovative when he brought in KCR nutrition kit to a pregnant woman.
Mother and care.
So many schemes that he brought in, he was innovative. Unfortunately, an intellectual party has become intellectually bankrupt. They only know how to copy others rather than bringing in something new that what people want. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, who was our Chief Minister, was so conscious that everything has to be done through lottery. No question of nominating anybody, no question of allowing any kind of middleman, and even MLA cannot recommend any double bedroom house beneficiary. Such a transparent system has been done. So I don't know who told you that the person who already got a house has been given a second house. That system, that situation does not arise. The records are open. That's a false campaign of the opposition.
Women can turn around elections, and this year we've seen a large number of women actually enrolling as voters as well. How important is that? Is the woman element this time?
It's been critical, and I'm very glad it is critical because women are central to this election in Sanat Nagar at least, and I'm very, very happy that it is, because as you can see in this basti itself, all the people who are going door to door, most of them are women. There are also men who are committed to the Congress campaign, but there are a large number of women. The women have come out mainly because there is a woman candidate from Congress and they would like to kind of join, and they have the confidence that they can be with us. This is the kind of confidence they did not have till now. This is the important thing, that on the BRS side, there are no women. It's all about 2 or 3 people, that's all. That there's no women, there are no gender equality schemes. There is no recognition of women as an independent person.
The people say that their needs, their demands should be fulfilled, and whoever gives them safe housing, whoever gives them safety, and rather for the welfare of the people, they are the ones who become the kings of Telangana.
To cast his vote today.
So voting is currently underway at 199 seats of Rajasthan. You heard Vasundhara Raje Scindia there saying that this vote should be in the name of nation building. But not just her, but many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat have already come out to cast their votes, appealing to voters to come out and ensure that they take this responsibility, take this duty seriously. There are nearly 1,900 candidates who are in the race as far as these elections are concerned. But it's a direct battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. There is at least one seat where the Sri Ganganagar's Karanpur seat where voting has to be adjourned after the death of the sitting Congress MLA there. Congress party is definitely hoping that all the schemes that Ashok Gehlot has announced will work in their favour, and they will be able to change tradition of changing parties every 5 years. But the Bharatiya Janata Party is depending on also the Modi factor and the anti-incumbency factor as well. Once again, let's listen in to what the leaders have said so far as they have come out and casted their votes from both the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
यह अपनी सरकार चुनने का अधिकार लाखों बलिदानों के बाद हासिल स्वतंत्रता और लोकतंत्र के द्वारा मिला है। 5 साल के लिए हम अपने क्षेत्र का, अपने राज्य का, अपने देश का भविष्य चुनने के लिए, और 5 वर्ष पूर्व जो मतदान हमने किया था, उस मतदान के चलते जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां और हालात बनी, इन दोनों का आकलन कर हमें मतदान करना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार में आ रही है। जनता अब की बार मतदान करते समय जो 5 साल तक दुख, तकलीफ, कष्ट सहे, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपमान हुआ, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपराध हुए, उन एक एक अपराध का जैसे बदला ले रहे हो।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि
आप मुझे बात कर रहे हो।
निश्चित रूप से आज राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार की मुक्ति के लिए
very good afternoon. You're watching Breaking on CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Let's dive into the segment with exclusive inputs coming in. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive breaking story. We are now learning that Hamas is winning the perception war, and CNN News 18 has in fact accessed intelligence assessment on Israel-Palestine war. Hamas, as we are learning, is using it to maximum positive PR for itself, but won't change the course of the war. This will make it harder for Israel to gain public support abroad, because so much of it is focused on releasing these hostages, and that is why, remember, we've also been highlighting how Israel is under pressure by Hamas to release the Palestinian prisoners, this in exchange for the hostages. Now, many people will think that Hamas should end the war because they are seen as winners, and that they have already having networks that have been mobilized to support Hamas and the Palestinian cause. But now they are successful in showing they dealt a big blow to Israel, that they are standing up against the West. These are exclusive CNN News 18 inputs which we've gained through intelligence reports that have been accessed by CNN News 18. Now, it also goes on to say that Hamas is also managing to create a moral equivalency with Israel. Hamas is now seen as standing up for Palestinians and against a more powerful oppressor. Hamas has probably had more recruits now than ever before since they came into existence. For more details, let's quickly go across to our international news correspondent, Abhishek Jha, who's joining me on the phone line. Abhishek, whenever we see a war take off, there's always a parallel war, and that is of propaganda. How this time in this Israel-Hamas war is Hamas using propaganda as a tool to gain or garner sympathy towards itself?
Well, Akanksha, to a great extent, we have seen, the post-terror attack. The sympathy has moved quickly towards the people of Palestine who have been living in Gaza for a long time. And what the Hamas did as an act of terrorism in Israel on 7th of October, that has been, to a great extent, now been, overshadowed by what has happened to the people in Gaza, where about 12,000 people have been killed by the brutal counteroffensive that Israelis have done against Hamas. So the massive number of casualties is something that has attracted the world attention, and this is what experts believe now could be used by Hamas as an advantage. And as the world was watching carefully whether Hamas will be treated as a terrorist organization by a major number of countries, the support for Hamas as a resistance force has also gained a lot of popularity among its followers, among people who have voiced concern for Palestinian cause for a long time, and in the region specifically. So Israel's total attention towards eliminating Hamas completely is something that seems a bit difficult now.
It's also been observed that Hamas has been very efficiently using AI-generated images to sort of garner sympathy. Remember, there have been images of babies trapped in rubbles, of a boy who was spotted standing next to a dead mother. These are all AI-generated images. So remember, they're also using social media as a tool to sort of garner more sympathy in favor of Hamas, and that Hamas wants to project that they are the ones who are fighting for the Palestinian cause, and that Israel doesn't want Palestine to exist. So when you look at the role that social media, AI, even China is playing as far as TikTok and using propaganda via TikTok is concerned, I want you to throw light on how AI and social media platforms are being used not just by Hamas but also by China to sort of propagate a narrative in favor of Hamas. All right, we seem to have lost the audio with
Akanksha,
yes.
I think you are rightly pointing out these information warfare has been one of the most, the thing that was initially used by both sides, while Israel has also used a lot of information to gain sympathy and the kind of major atrocious terrorism attack that it had suffered on 7th of October. Hamas people in Hamas side are also using those pictures of tragedy, pictures of destruction to gain sympathy among the leaders of the world, among the people around the world. And we have seen to a great extent they have been successful also, as tens of thousands of people across the world in many major cities, in Paris, in London, in Belgium, they have all marched across supporting Palestinian cause and calling for a ceasefire and calling the action of Israel against Palestinians as atrocities. So the information warfare, as far as that is concerned, both sides have mounted social media as a platform where they can gain maximum number of supporters or followers by showcasing how they have been suffering for a long time because of the atrocities, because of the offensive from the other side.
All right. Many thanks to you, Abhishek, for bringing in all those inputs and for breaking down this breaking news for us. And speaking of the war in Israel, as the first set of hostages are now being taken to hospitals, Israeli officials are also preparing for a second group of hostages, hopefully to be freed by Hamas today again. And CNN's Matthew Chance brings you more in this report.
They kidnapped and killed. But now Hamas is showing its gunmen releasing Israelis in Gaza. For many, these are disturbing scenes. 9-year-old Ohad Munda being embraced as he's set free. An old woman being carried by a masked man as Palestinians cheer. After 49 long days of captivity in Gaza, aid workers from the Red Cross drive them through the border into Egypt and to freedom. Egyptian television shows a convoy of vehicles heading to the crossing. Then the hostages, including 10 Thais, a Filipino and the 13 Israeli women and children, disembarking for checks. The Israeli military posted this grainy video of the moment they all finally re-entered the country. A step, says the Israeli Prime Minister, towards bringing all hostages home.
We have just completed the return of the first of our hostages. Children, their mothers and additional women. Each one of them is a whole world. But I emphasize to you, the families, and to you, citizens of Israel, we are committed to return all our hostages.
Most of the hostages released in this first group under the temporary truce were taken from Nir Oz, one of the small Israeli communities near Gaza ravaged by Hamas on October the 7th. At least 38 people there were killed and more than 70 abducted. People like Danielle Aloni and her 5-year-old daughter Emilia, both freed in this latest release, but the relatives they were visiting when Hamas attacked remain unaccounted for as hostages. Doran Katz Asher and her 2 young daughters have also now been set free, but her partner remains in Gaza. Behind every release, a poignant reminder of those left behind. Like the family of Omri Almog, his brother-in-law and niece killed, his sister and her 3 children still hostages. Yet Omri is now optimistic.
The best is in front of us. It's going to come. Whatever happened, we cannot change. Nadav is not longer with us. Siam, the beautiful girl, is not with us anymore. But
there's still a chance. There's still a chance for your sister and her children.
Yes. We have to bring what left. We need to bring back what left from this family. It's a broken family.
A broken family in a country of shattered lives.
Women and men, the young and old, are all headed to polling booths in the desert state of Rajasthan. And remember, it's a direct contest between the BJP and Congress in the state of Rajasthan. And we'll tell you all about it in our special segment, Battle for the States.
Voting is currently underway for 199 seats in Rajasthan, and Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has cast his vote as well and also visited a temple before casting his vote. He said that the party was confident of its victory in the state. Many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Vasundhara Raje, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat have also come to cast their votes. Nearly 1,900 candidates are in the race to contest these seats in Rajasthan elections. Remember, polls in Sri Ganganagar's Karanpur seat were also adjourned after the death of Congress candidate and sitting MLA Gurmeet Singh Kunar. The ruling Congress party is eyeing a second straight term in Rajasthan. But it won't be easy for the Congress, which has had a tradition of changing parties in governance for the last 3 decades. So the question that will be answered on December 3rd is, will Congress retain Rajasthan or will the anti-incumbency lead to a win for the BJP? We bring you some reactions.
प्यार दुलार ये मेरा मोहल्ला है। मेरे मोहल्ले के अंदर बुजुर्ग महिला है। इनको मेरा बचपन याद आता होगा। मेरा बचपन याद आता है, इसलिए आशीर्वाद दे रही है मुझे। गारंटियों की क्रेडिबिलिटी बहुत हाई है, बहुत हाई क्रेडिबिलिटी गारंटियों की है। सरकार पुनः रिपीट होगी इस बार, कम नहीं है। ये चुनाव मोदी जी का नहीं है, विधानसभा चुनाव है। 25 साल के बाद में, आज के बाद में ये सब लोग गायब हो जाएंगे। ये 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। हम लोग यहीं रहेंगे, हम जनता के बीच जाएंगे, उनके सुख दुख में भागीदार बनेंगे, विकास की बात करेंगे, आते जाते रहेंगे उनके बीच में। वो नहीं आने वाले, 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। आप समझ सकते हो जनता की हाथ रहेगी।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से, कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको। तो अच्छा हुआ है, बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है जस्ट टू कास्ट हिज वोट टुडे।
अधिक से अधिक संख्या में जाकर अपना वोट कास्ट करेंगे। मैं उम्मीद कर रहा हूं कि इस बार अच्छा निर्णय जनता लेगी और हम लोगों के काम को, हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को और पार्टी की जो सोच है उसको ध्यान में रखकर आकलन करने के बाद सही निर्णय जनता लेगी, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। मुझे लगता है कि इस बार जनता चाहती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार दोबारा बने और जो भाजपा का अंदरूनी बिखराव रहा, जो उनकी परफॉर्मेंस रही पिछले 5 साल एज ऑपोजिशन, उसको भी लोग देख रहे हैं। और हम लोगों का जो देश भर में आज जो कार्यकर्ताओं में उत्साह बढ़ा है, जो नई ऊर्जा के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, हाल ही में हम लोगों ने सरकार बनाई है कर्नाटक में, हिमाचल में, उसका भी लाभ हम लोगों को मिलेगा। और पार्टी, हमारी सोच, हमारा जो आगे का विजन है प्रदेश के लिए 5 साल का, उसको लोग आंक रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 5 साल यहाँ विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाने में नाकाम रहे हैं।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि मैम आप मुझे बात कर रहे हो।
आप सबको मैं आग्रह करता हूं, आप सब घर से निकलिए, शानदार त्योहार का माहौल है, आप सब आइए और वोट करिए। और
काफी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, आश्वस्त नजर आ रहे हैं।
100% जीत रहे हैं। ये जनता का आशीर्वाद है, उनका स्नेह। और मैं तो अब देखिए, मैं खिलाड़ी रहा हूं तो मेहनत करता हूं तो और आनंद आता है। अब पिछले 50 दिन से हम जो प्रचार कर रहे थे और उससे कई सालों से हम लगातार जो सेवा कर रहे हैं जनता की, हमें पता है कि हम विश्वास से हमारी योजनाओं को घर घर तक पहुंचा सकते हैं।
लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री तो कह रहे हैं कि राज इस बार नहीं बदलेगा।
ठीक है, 2-3 दिन उनको उसी भ्रम में रहने दीजिए। लेकिन जिस तरह का धोखा गहलोत साहब की सरकार ने राजस्थान के साथ करा है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है इतिहास में नहीं हुआ था। 35,000 महिलाओं के साथ दुष्कर्म हुआ है, 35,000।
लेकिन वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि इस बार दिग्गजों को, यानी कि सांसदों को बीजेपी को उतारना पड़ा चुनावी मैदान में। आप खुद यहाँ से 2 बार सांसद हैं और इसके अलावा पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री भी हैं। आपका विधानसभा क्षेत्र है, आप विधायक के तौर पर यहाँ पर अब जो है चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। ये संदेश, क्या संदेश देना चाह रहे हैं?
ये तो पहली बार मैंने देखा कि जो दूसरी टीम है वो बोल रही है कि अरे इनको क्यों उतार रहे हो मैदान में। भाई हमारी टीम है, हमारी टीम के कप्तान जिसको उतारना चाहेंगे उतारेंगे। कांग्रेस को क्यों घबराहट हो रही है? और अब तो हम 10 साल रह लिए, हमारी खुद की पार्टी की स्ट्रैटेजी है। अब नए लोग जाएंगे लोकसभा के अंदर, नए लोगों को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ काम करने का अवसर मिलेगा। हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा, अब जो सीखा है अब वो राजस्थान के आकर उसको यहाँ की जो राजनीति है उसमें भी, यहाँ की गवर्नेंस है उसके अंदर भी करेंगे। तो राजस्थान में परिवर्तन निश्चित है, न केवल इस चुनाव में बल्कि इससे आगे भी जिस तरह से काम होगा राजस्थान के अंदर, राजस्थान को सबसे आगे
कह रहे विकास तो हमने किया है, विकास के दम पर हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, आप तो सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन कर रहे हैं।
वो 19 बार पेपर लीक को विकास कहते हैं, मुझे ताज्जुब है। वो जिस तरह से इनकी सचिवालय के अंदर सोना और पैसे मिलते हैं उसको विकास कहते हैं, तो वो तो आपके खुद के परिवार का विकास है, जनता का विकास नहीं है। जिस तरह से पीने के पानी के अंदर राजस्थान सबसे आखिरी पायदान पर है पूरे देश के अंदर, घर में पानी नहीं पहुंचा, उसमें घोटाले हुए, वो किसका विकास है गहलोत साहब? वो तो आपके खुद का विकास है। एक ही परिवार के लोग आ रहे हैं,
तो चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी तो इस बार किसी चेहरे पर चुनाव नहीं लड़ रही। आपके मुस्कुराहट कुछ कह रही, कुछ है आप भी लाइन में?
देखिए मुस्कुराहट तो इस वजह से क्योंकि इतना शानदार त्योहार है। और मैं तो एक, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, मैं खिलाड़ी हूँ, मेहनत करता हूँ, उसके बाद जिस दिन डी-डे होता है, मैच होता है,
मेहनत का कोई फल मिलेगा, बड़ा फल आपको।
यही बहुत बड़ा फल है कि 4.5 लाख जनता का आशीर्वाद, मेरी विधानसभा के अंदर 4.5 लोग, उनका आशीर्वाद आप काउंट करिए, अपने घर के अंदर बड़े आशीर्वाद देते हैं, हम खुश होते हैं उससे। 4.5 लाख लोग आपको आशीर्वाद देंगे तो बहुत बड़ी बात है।
All right, remember CNN News 18 has been reporting from ground zero in Rajasthan for quite some days now, and Aman Sharma joins me live from Jodhpur with the latest. Aman, good to see you there. Remember, they're all calling it a nail-biting election because it is a direct contest between the BJP and Congress. Tell us what makes it so exciting this time, and not to forget what has been the voter turnout like.
See, voter turnout is a bit moderate, and I am in Jodhpur, and urban Jodhpur, so urban areas usually see a very moderate turnout. Morning it was good, but like now in the afternoon we don't see many people at the polling booth. This is urban Jodhpur, a polling booth right in the middle of the city. But the elections, if you see, for the last 30 years in Rajasthan, there's always been this cyclic pattern. So the incumbent is always voted out. BJP, Congress, Congress, BJP. What the Congress has tried to do in this election through all its 7 guarantees, the freebies in the way 10,000 rupees a year for women, gas cylinder promised at 500 rupees, Chiranjeevi medical insurance scheme of rupees 25 lakh. They have tried to change the rivas, as Ashok Gehlot, the Chief Minister, has been saying that people will vote for the guarantees, people will vote to change the rivas. The BJP, however, in this election has been very strongly going on various other aspects like crimes against women, polarization, communal appeasement by the Congress. These are the issues that the paper leak issue, the 18 to 19 paper leaks which has the youth angry. These are the issues, the Lal Diary issue, for example, the corruption issue that the BJP raised very strongly. Its top leaders, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, have said that. So these are the issues on which both the parties have stacked up this election. The BJP, however, seems far more confident in this election to me than the Congress. Congress is more hopeful that, this rivas will be changed, people will vote for development, guarantees. The BJP looks a more confident party in their body language, thinking that they will be back with a bigger margin. Even in the last election, the vote difference was less than 1%. The Congress won the election with polling about 1.3 lakh more votes than the BJP. So there was not much to choose, though the seat difference was huge.
Aman, before I let you go, I quickly want to ask you about the role that caste politics is playing in this election. Because remember, just yesterday we were discussing about Shahzad Poonawala's attack on that News Daily advertisement of the Congress party, which did not have the Kharge's face or even a Sachin Pilot's face. Whereas on the other hand, you have the BJP placing its bets on the OBC and the MBCs as well. How much will that work in BJP's favor? What is the sense you're getting on the ground level?
See, Rajasthan is a very, very complex caste-driven state. The caste always determines the election wins here. Now, be it the Gujjars, the Meenas, the Rajputs, the Jats, which way these communities go essentially determines who wins the election. In the last election in 2018, the Gujjars and the Rajputs in big measure seemed to back the Congress. That is why the Congress won. This time it feels that Gujjars are angry with the Congress for not making their leader Sachin Pilot the Chief Minister. So I think the Gujjars are leaning towards the BJP and the Rajput anger against the BJP is also down in this election.
Many thanks to you, Aman Sharma, for bringing out all those inputs so eloquently for us. And now, as we all know, polling is taking place in 199 seats in Rajasthan. CNN News 18 has spoken to BJP MP Mahant Balaknath about the state elections. Let's listen in.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
क्या अब राजस्थान में लगता है कि बुलडोजर चलेगा? जरूरत है बुलडोजर चलाने की?
बिल्कुल, बुलडोजर का अर्थ है कि सुशासन, बेहतर कानून व्यवस्था और जो भी देखो बुलडोजर बहुत तरह के काम करता है, कई तरह के अनुसंधान करता है बुलडोजर। गंदगी हो तो उसको साफ करता है और नए निर्माण की नींव भी खोदता है। तो उसी प्रकार से बुलडोजर जो कलयुग में एक शस्त्र है अधर्मी लोगों को पर वार करने का, उनकी कमर तोड़ने का और विकास के पथ को आगे बढ़ाने का। क्योंकि आप देखते होंगे पूर्व में भी हमारे महाभारत देखेंगे, रामायण देखेंगे तो ऐसी दिव्य शक्तियाँ थी जो वर्षा नहीं होती तो भगवान का नाम लेकर उसी तीर को भगवान को समर्पित किया जाता तो वर्षा भी हो जाती थी और उसी तीर को अगर किसी अधर्मी किसी राक्षस पर चलाया जाता तो वो भी ज़मीन पर लौट जाता था। ये मुस्लिम समाज के अंदर जो बाहरी ताकतें और जो कट्टरपंथी विचारधारा के लोग आए हैं, इन लोगों ने मुस्लिम समाज को बरगलाने का काम किया है।
As far as the Uttarkashi tunnel is concerned, we are learning that the current situation of the rescue operations is that 21.5 meters of the auger drill has been removed from the 800 mm diameter pipe. It is expected that the entire operation of removing this drill will happen by tonight, and that manual tunneling teams have also reached the spot now. So that is the big takeaway, that a manual tunneling team has also been involved now in this entire rescue op. Once the entire blade is removed, then the manual drilling process will begin. For more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Anshul, who's reporting live from ground zero. Anshul, the big development now is that manual tunneling teams will also be involved. Why is this happening, and are we now way behind in terms of the entire status of this rescue operation?
So yes, the timeline that was made by the rescuers has been pushed back by weeks now, is what we can tell you. Also, there are a lot of questions that are being raised on how the auger machine was being used when experts from all across the globe were gathered over here, and even after that, such a massive blunder has happened in which they decided to go ahead and dig through the debris with a lot of force from the auger machine, and because of that, the auger machine has got stuck inside that pipe, which means that the rescue team is now manually cutting that entire machine down and taking its pieces out. So you can imagine how such a big blunder has happened, which has now pushed the entire rescue operations down by weeks. Yesterday, we were hopeful that we might see that day, which would mark the end of this entire rescue operation. But towards the end, towards the last 4 to 5 meters, we saw that how just one wrong decision has now made sure that these people will stay inside for at least the next 4 to 5 days. At this point, other methods are also being used. One of them is going to be manual turning, and manual turning team has also reached over here. Once the drill machine that is inside the pipe is taken out, then people will manually go inside that 800 millimeter diameter pipe and then go ahead and manually dig through the entire debris that is present over there, which could yet again take a lot of days. On the other hand, the process of vertical drilling that was stopped for the last 3 to 4 days has now restarted today as well. A machine has been tried to be taken to the top of the mountain at this point in time. But yes, this option will not only be very, very dangerous for the people who are stuck inside, but yes, this option will also have a massive environmental hazard.
All right, certainly the entire rescue operation continues to oscillate between hope and despair. Many thanks to you, Anshul. We'll keep coming back to you to track the latest in these rescue ops. And with that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for watching. News and Updates continue.
Brought to you by
घर में बढ़ते अपराधों की मुक्ति के लिए
राजस्थान में बढ़ते जो बलात्कार की घटना है उनको उसकी मुक्ति के लिए और तुष्टीकरण से मुक्ति के लिए हमने यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में ऐसा मतदान किया है कि भविष्य में यहाँ पर कांग्रेस की सरकार कभी नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि राजस्थान की जनता ने जो पिछले 5 साल के अंदर झेला है ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता कि पहले कभी हुआ। इसलिए राजस्थान के अंदर पूरे राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में निश्चित रूप से मतदान हो रहा है और 150 से अधिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीटें आ रही है।
So is this the big semi-final before the final match in Lok Sabha 2024? A lot of analysts will tell you, will point out to 2018 and say that there is no connection, that voters are very clear. What they choose in 2018 was not chosen later. So essentially, what are the numbers? What's really at stake as far as Rajasthan is concerned? Semi-final before the Mega 2024 battle. Like I said, the desert state of Rajasthan is voting. There are 199 seats which are at stake here, and it's a neck-to-neck fight between the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Badlao has been the tradition in this particular state. It swings between the incumbent and the opposition. So will it swing from the Congress to the BJP this year as well? The Congress definitely hopes that that is not what happens. Caste survey is a promise on which Congress is banking heavily. They feel that the big promise of a caste survey could ultimately defeat anti-incumbency. But will the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot really negate all the efforts that the Congress party is making? For the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is really the Mukhyamantri Chehra? Who's going to be the Chief Minister? Multiple personalities in fray. What will happen if Vasundhara Raje, the Maharani, is not given a chance to hold the CM's chair once again? How much is it going to damage the Bharatiya Janata Party chances there in Rajasthan? Those are big issues for the state, and we are going to discuss those with our colleagues on the ground who are keeping a close eye. In fact, our executive editor Aman Sharma caught up with Ashok Gehlot just ahead of polling. We also spoke to Vasundhara Raje. Let me begin by showing you what the two contenders, the primary contenders, had to say ahead of voting. Listen in.
अशोक जी, 2 महीना पूरा कैंपेन हुआ है, क्या माहौल लग रहा है? वोटिंग तो पास आ गई है बिल्कुल।
शानदार माहौल है, अंडर करंट चल रहा है, सब जगह रहता है हमारे अंदर। तो लोग कामों को याद करते हैं, गवर्नेंस हमारी जो हुई है, गुड गवर्नेंस हुई है, IT बेस्ड गवर्नेंस हुई है, इतने कानून पास किए हम लोगों ने, एक के बाद एक, लंबी लिस्ट है, इतनी स्कीम लेके आए, इतनी गारंटी दे रहे हैं, और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह में खूब काम हुए, शिक्षा में, सोशल सिक्योरिटी के अंदर।
बीजेपी ने पूरा धावा बोल दिया सर आप पे, PM ने, अमित शाह ने, बिल्कुल क्या क्या बोला गया आपको?
कारण दूसरा है, क्योंकि सरकारें गिराने का इनका जो तरीका है अलोकतांत्रिक, जिसमें लोग हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग करते हैं, 25, 35, 40 करोड़ रुपए देते हैं महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर, कर्नाटक के अंदर, रातों की दाल नहीं गली, उस जगह गिरा नहीं पाए।
अमित शाह जी तो बोले कि गहलोत जी कभी मुख्यमंत्री दोबारा नहीं बनेंगे, और तो प्रधानमंत्री भी बोल दिए सर। ये
कुछ भी कह सकते हैं। हाँ। ये अब समझ लीजिए कि प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री बोलते मेरे बारे में व्यक्तिगत, तो मैं तो इसको अच्छे सेंस में लेता हूँ कि कम से कम इतना टारगेट मुझे कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
काफी सारे इल्जाम कांग्रेस पे लगे कि सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है, सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है। बीजेपी में वसुंधरा राजे जी भी इस बार क्लियर नहीं हो पाई, वो भी
उनकी परवाह नहीं करे, वो अपने घर में क्या करते क्या नहीं करते हैं, ना उनके वो नॉन इशू बना रहे वो। और यहाँ की हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को, हमारी स्कीमों को, हमारी कानून पास की, उसकी चर्चा ही नहीं करे, उसकी वो चर्चा नहीं करे, वो खाली भड़का के जा रहे हैं राजस्थान की जनता को। भड़कने वाली जनता है नहीं।
बीजेपी ने आखिरी सवाल, बीजेपी ने लास्ट में सचिन पायलट का भी नाम ले दिया, राजेश पायलट जी का भी नाम ले दिया।
नाम वो इतने घबरा गए, बौखला गए हैं कि जो लैंग्वेज काम लिए PM ने और गृह मंत्री जी ने, योगी जी ने, आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने और बाकी जो नेताओं ने एक ही लैंग्वेज सब की, इसका मतलब वो हार रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री जी का पोलिंग बूथ भी है, ये कुछ टाइम में आएंगे। आप सुबह सुबह आई हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं आपको लगता है राजस्थान के, किस बात पे वोट पड़ेगा इस बार राजस्थान में?
गहलोत साहब के पड़ेंगे साहब, ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट।
सीएम साहब के साथ हैं आप लोग?
हम सीएम साहब के साथ ही रहते हैं, सामने ही।
अच्छा।
जस्ट सामने हमारा घर है।
अच्छा।
पुराने हमारा रिश्ता है
जी,
तो जीतेंगे जरूर।
जी जी। 4 बार इस बार कह रहे हैं कि अगली बार दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री भी बनेंगे, ऐसे सीएम साहब तो कह रहे हैं, पर सरदारपुरा में कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि सीएम साहब दिखते नहीं, उनके जो उनके अगेंस्ट है वो कहते हैं सीएम साहब तो आते ही नहीं। ऐसा लगता है आपको, ये कोई बात है?
आते तो कम है, ज्यादा तो नहीं आते हो
जी। पर महिला होते हुए आपको क्या लगता है कि महिलाओं का ख्याल गहलोत सरकार ने रखा है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं है।
Hi, greetings to everyone. क्या हाल है आपका? Well, I want to say that this time I'm going to do swag से सबका स्वागत. As the man of swag is right here, the tiger who shall always be the tiger on screen. Salman Khan and the actress who is a legitimate example of how cultural diversity in a Hindi film cast can actually work wonders in the long run. Katrina Kaif. I'm Atika Farooqi and today is the day of the tiger. Highlights must follow right now. A personal chat with the heartthrob. From Loverboy to Tiger, here is Salman Khan himself, raking over 400 crores at the box office. A tete-a-tete with Katrina Kaif, etching out Zoya on screen needed practice, discipline and kick-ass action skills. A chat with Anushka Shankar on her music legacy pedigree. Salman Khan and Katrina Kaif have been Tiger and Zoya on screen for over a decade now. A dating couple to a married couple with a kid who will go to any length to protect their child and the nation. India is changing. So are Hindi film scripts and plots. It's been the biggest Diwali release for Tiger and the box office figures are so staggering that the Tiger himself came out and talked about it. I met up with them at Yash Raj's studio and here is the chat. So an interesting part about this franchise is also कि 3 फिल्में 3 अलग-अलग directors direct कर चुके हैं. And I think all of them have been pretty fine, pretty nice.
No, they've done a fantastic job. Start with Kabir and then Ali and now Manish. All of them, they all have the different styles. They all have the different takes on Tiger. My character doesn't change, but the way they portray my character and Zoya's character in every film, they are, they have something, special about them.
Yeah. So there's this beautiful hammam scene in this movie. Yash Raj reaches the entire world, and there is a difference between being very sexy, sassy, and very beautifully aesthetic, well shot. At the same time, being cross-cultural and kind of being very mindful of different cultures, from Western world to Middle Eastern world to Far Eastern world, and you have a following everywhere. What was on your mind while shooting this scene?
I thought it was a really fun sequence. I think both Adi and Manish had conceptualized the sequence, and I think it came out, what we really wanted it to come out was that these 2 women who were both professional fighters were actually fighting. And I think that the team who were there with us.
There with you?
She's an actress who's from Los Angeles.
And so she's like a trained...
And she's a trained fighter.
Wow.
She's a trained fighter, which I think gave the scene even more realism.
Yes.
Because when someone has that speed, it automatically makes your movements look even sharper. And we had a phenomenal team with us who came from internationally. They choreographed the sequence beautifully. And it was a lot of hard work to shoot that sequence, but I think it came out looking very realistic. And that's what we really wanted. We wanted that to come across, that these are both professional women. Who are skilled fighters, and I think it was shot beautifully, shot very aesthetically, and I think it was a lot of fun. It was a very novel idea, and I think it's come out really well.
Correct. Right.
You like to
Right.
No, you don't add to it. Actually, let me come to the title of the movie.
No, so the only one thing about that is कि वो sequence इतना अच्छा शूट हुआ और एडिट हुआ है और कोरियोग्राफ हुआ है कि नज़र कहीं और नहीं जाती, कहीं और नहीं जाती,
absolutely.
सिर्फ जाती है कि ये दो बड़ी ही skilled fighters fight कर रहे हैं.
Yeah, absolutely. I must come to the title. Salman, this is a phenomenal title to behold. You will be the tiger for the rest of your life till the world shall end. You are the tiger. And you know what are the qualities of a tiger? This creature is indefatigable. इसको आप हरा नहीं सकते. मतलब चीता चीता होता है.
चीता चीता होता है, टाइगर टाइगर होता है.
टाइगर टाइगर होता है.
अलग जानवर
बात भी सही है. Actually right. But this title is such a beautiful title in the world of commercial cinema. कि it cannot go wrong. आप किसी भी सीन में टाइगर को रख दीजिए, टाइगर रहेगा तो टाइगर ही. और कुछ तो स्ट्रोक ऑफ गुड लक और स्टार्स भी बहुत अच्छे हैं. Things are falling so beautifully into place that it automatically puts the crown on your shoulders. And so would you like to talk about the title and how, I mean, from Prem to Tiger, what a trajectory, है ना? You like being tiger?
So yeah, I like being Prem too. So there are two different facets of me, you know. That is also a part of me at home and stuff like that.
Yeah.
अगर मैं घर पर टाइगर
तो पापा जो
तो टाइगर एक्चुअली वो टाइगर है,
असली टाइगर है. Yeah.
So yeah.
So what was his reaction, by the way?
To play a character like this, you need to work really hard.
Yeah.
You need to work really, really hard, and which is what I am enjoying it now. Instead of spending that extra time in the gym, you do that, and then you spend that 6-8 hours, you know, on a set, you know, on rehearsals, on sets, you know, doing those things over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So it gets difficult, but it's very satisfying, and it keeps you very healthy and strong.
Yeah, absolutely. What has it done to your mental strength and fitness, Katrina? I think playing Zoya is quite a challenge, and preparing for it for months altogether turns you into a different person, isn't it?
Definitely. I think over the last 11 years, probably Ek Tha Tiger was a new experience for me, doing action, being in this kind of action world. And from then, the second one with Tigers in the Hair, I kind of knew what to expect, and I knew that, okay, it's going to benefit me if I do a lot more of, you know, animal flow training, a lot more fluid training, action training, and spending more time on that. And I think that's what's probably gives you that finesse and gives you that speed in your action. You know, Salman, and he's been doing action for so many years, but for me, it was still, Ek Tha Tiger was new for me. I think now with Tiger 3, it's a zone that I'm really comfortable in, and it's a zone that I enjoy. I enjoy the action sequences. We enjoy the choreography, to see what new things we can come up with to make it even more, to make it an even larger spectacle for the audience, even more impressive as you know, a new sequence. What idea can we come up with?
A Zoya film, a spin-off.
And also, you know, Tiger. Yeah, this is an important question.
I think this should be in the cards in future. A film on Zoya with Zoya as a central lead, an action and thriller film. I think it warrants that, isn't it?
If there's ever a script or the right script which warrants that, then I mean, I'm sure we'd all love to look at it. I really believe that every film it's in the script first. You know, it's not like we never thought, for example, with Ek Tha Tiger, we never thought, let's make a spy film.
Yeah, exactly.
Kabir sat down and he wrote what came to him from his heart. He wrote this beautiful love story, which was about these two incredible spies. And
Kabir's mother was one parent is an MP and the other was a drama theatre person. That's why. I mean, these experiences when put into a art form.
So first came the script, first came the story, and then came the description of the film. So I think if you have a film and an amazing story to tell that happens to be female-centric, then that would be wonderful.
That would be wonderful. And in the end, देखिए हैं तो दोनों titans, Tiger and Zoya.
अगर फाइट हो गई,
Tiger और Zoya में हुई,
तो कौन जीतेगा?
हाँ.
तो मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं, टाइगर जोया को जीतने
देगा. That's so expected of you. And lastly, after all these years, how do you celebrate the success of a film? I'm sure you're beyond that. Party करेंगे, ये करेंगे. No. What feeling does the success of your film bring to your mind now, and how do you verbalize it or express it?
I think gratitude and relief.
Yeah, relief, yeah. You?
शुक्र अदा करो, बस घर जाओ, अगले पर
पीली मम्मा की पीली दाल खाओ, सो जाओ,
अगले पर वापस से concentrate करो. I don't think that success को दिमाग में लेना चाहिए. Success has destroyed more people than failure.
Yeah.
So I don't think वो आना ही नहीं चाहिए कि वो एक घमंड नहीं आना चाहिए किसी में.
Yeah. Well, kudos to the success of Tiger and many more installments in the Tiger franchise. I'm waiting for it, and I'm sure everybody is waiting for it because it's so beautiful at so many levels. And thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for being in conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
जब तक टाइगर मरा नहीं, तब तक टाइगर हारा नहीं.
And this week has been very interesting, where I shot with Salman and Katrina, and then only with Miss Kaif in a more private heart-to-heart space. Cormac McCarthy had said, keep a little fire burning, however small, however...
हो गया आप लोग देखिए, आप सभी लोग जानते हैं कि ये जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है, ये बहुत ही कठिन परिस्थितियों में और चुनौतीपूर्ण परिस्थितियों में चल रहा है. और बहुत नज़दीक पहुंचने के बाद जिस प्रकार से मशीन फंस गई, आगे कोई फिर से कोई गडर या कोई स्टील रॉड उसमें लग जाने के कारण से, वो तो अभी चूँकि उसको काट के 1 मिनट पहले 1 मीटर काट के निकाल रहे थे, लगभग 20 मीटर अभी बाहर निकल चुकी है और 20-25 मीटर करीब अभी और निकलनी है. 25 मीटर से ज़्यादा है, तो जो भी समय लगेगा हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि कल मॉर्निंग तक ये जो है मशीन पूरी निकल जाएगी. और निकलने के बाद उसके बाद मैनुअली उस पर आगे बढ़ेंगे. और अंदर जो लोग हैं उनके गब्बर सिंह, सबा अहमद और सरबियर मिश्रा, उन सभी से, अखिलेश से मेरी अभी बात हुई है, मैंने कुछ बात करी है. उन सब के हौसले बिल्कुल मजबूत हैं. वो लोग, उनके अंदर कोई ऐसी वो नहीं है कि कहीं, उन्होंने कहा है कि जितने भी दिन लगे आप हमको सुरक्षित तरीके से बाहर निकालिए. हम लोग यहाँ पर ठीक हैं और आप लोग हमारी चिंता बिल्कुल मत करिए. हमको टाइम से खाना भी मिल रहा है, सब हम अंदर ठीक से हैं, कुछ सभी स्वस्थ भी हैं. तो सभी ऑप्शंस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं. और अभी हैदराबाद से आगर मशीन को काटने के लिए प्लाज्मा जो कटर है, प्लाज्मा कटर मंगाया जा रहा है. वो भी शाम तक जॉली ग्रांट एयरपोर्ट पर पहुंच जाएगा और रात तक यहाँ पर आने से वो जल्दी, और जो कटिंग का काम है वो जल्दी होगा. तो हम भी भगवान से भी प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी हो. और आप लोगों का भी बहुत सहयोग रहा है सभी का यहाँ पर. और मैं ये जानता हूँ कि आप लोग भी कठिन परिस्थिति में यहाँ पर लगातार पिछले जिस दिन से ये आपदा की स्थिति बनी है, आप सभी लोग काम कर रहे हैं और सभी को दिखा भी रहे हैं. आप देख रहे होंगे कि भारत सरकार के स्तर पर हो, राज्य सरकार के स्तर पर हो, सभी हमारी एजेंसियाँ, सारे लोग अपने फुल एफर्ट्स कर रहे हैं, जितने एफर्ट्स हो सकते हैं कर रहे हैं. और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रत्येक दिन हर प्रकार से, मतलब कि कितनी वहाँ पर प्रोग्रेस हुई है, क्या परेशानी उसमें ऑपरेशन में आ रही है, अंदर सारे लोग सुरक्षित हैं, ठीक हैं, उनको भोजन पानी इत्यादि की सब व्यवस्था हो रही है. और सभी प्रकार की चिंता कर रहे हैं, सभी एजेंसियां भी सहयोग कर रही हैं. तो हम यही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं और हमारी आशा भी है कि जल्दी से जल्दी ये जो ऑपरेशन है वो हमारा पूरा हो जाएगा.
एक सवाल है, मशीनों को भी आज हम लोगों ने ऊपर की तरफ जाते हुए देखा.
नहीं, मैंने कहा कि आपको, मैंने बोला कि पांचों जो ऑप्शन हैं, जितने भी ऑप्शन हैं, जितने भी हमारे पास रास्ते हो सकते हैं उन तक पहुंचने के, उनको बाहर निकालने के, उन सभी पर काम होगा एक साथ काम. अरे भाई एक मिनट, एक मिनट रुके, मैं बताता हूँ. देखिए ऐसा है, मैं, अरे भाई मैं आप लोगों के हाथ जोड़ता हूँ, मैं सबके प्रश्नों का जवाब दूंगा. आप एक एक करके पूछिए, एक एक करके पूछिए. आप पूछिए सबसे पहले. आज 1 मिनट को पूछने दीजिए.
जो मौजूदा संसाधन है, उससे क्या लगता है कि रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हो जाएगी या आगे और कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी?
देखिए सारे ही संसाधन यहाँ पर उपलब्ध हैं और जो संसाधनों की आवश्यकता पड़ रही है, जैसे प्लाज्मा कटर यहाँ पर नहीं था, प्लाज्मा कटर तत्काल मंगाया गया है. अन्य भी जो संसाधनों की आवश्यकता पड़ रही है, चाहे अन्य टेक्नोलॉजी की आवश्यकता पड़ रही है, सभी यहाँ पर उपलब्ध करवाई जाएगी।
इस टनल में एस्केप टनल नहीं है तो क्या ये बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है और क्या
देखिए,
ये कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी की तरफ से एक गलती है इसके अंदर?
देखिए ऐसा है कि हम सारी चीज़ों को सारी चीज़ें ध्यान में हैं, लेकिन उसके बावजूद हमारा सारा ध्यान इस पर है कि पहले हमारे जो भाई वहाँ अंदर हैं उन सबको बाहर निकाला जाए। उसमें आप सबका भी सहयोग अपेक्षित है।
वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग कब से स्टार्ट की जाएगी सर? कोई समय सीमा उसकी? वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग कब से स्टार्ट की जाएगी?
नहीं, वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग के लिए जो है आज से ही जो है उस पर काम शुरू हो गया है।
सर ये GPR जो GPR कहा जा रहा था कि 5 मीटर आगे का पैसेज सेफ है, तो उसके बाद सर ये यहाँ क्यों फेल हो गया, क्यों मशीन टूट गई?
और दुनिया भर के टॉप एक्सपर्ट्स हैं सर यहाँ पे, उसके बाद भी इतना बड़ा ब्लंडर हुआ है, कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फिक्स होगी इसमें फाइनली किसी की?
देखिए मैंने क्या कहा कि ये सब बातें आप लोग सेकेंडरी हैं। सबसे पहले हमारा काम है कि सबको पहले सुरक्षित बाहर निकालें और वो सब चीजें होंगी और उसी पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। कोई प्रयास में अभी सारे प्रयास सेना के लोगों की ऑलरेडी उनकी मदद ले रहे हैं। अब देखिए अभी तो जो भी डिजास्टर की स्थिति है उससे हम लोगों को सबको जो है चुनौतीपूर्ण तरीके से उसका सामना करना है।
सर 5 दिशाओं में काम करने की बात हो रही है, पर क्या किसी और जगह पे कोई प्रोग्रेस है? बड़कोट की तरफ से हमें 2 दिन पहले बताया गया था कि 9 मीटर तक अंदर पहुंचे हैं।
नहीं, वो काम कर रहे हैं। RBNL वाले लोग वहाँ से लगे हुए हैं, RBNL वहाँ से काम कर रही है और ऊपर से सतलुज वाले काम कर रहे हैं। अलग अलग तरीके से सभी साइडें अच्छा आप लोग पहले तय कर लीजिए कौन बोलेगा भाई। अब देखिए इतने लोग एक साथ ऐसा है। ऐसा देखिए एक मिनट मेरी बात सुनिए। मैंने आपको वो सब स्थिति बताई है। मैं आपको कोई घुमा फिरा के बातें नहीं बता रहा हूँ, क्योंकि आप लोगों को मैं जानता हूँ कि बहुत चिंता है जो अंदर हमारे भाई हैं और हम लोग सब लोग उसके लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। इसलिए मैंने वो बात बताई है जो अभी वर्तमान में स्थिति है। जो टेक्निकल चीज़ें हैं, जो भी ड्रिलिंग से लेकर कितनी प्रोग्रेस हुई है, कितना क्या और प्रयास हो रहे हैं, कितना और जो है टेक्नोलॉजी की आवश्यकता है, विशेषज्ञों को और बुलाने की आवश्यकता है, कौन कौन इस पर काम कर रहे हैं, इस पर हमारे जो ब्रीफिंग होती है रोज़ की, उस ब्रीफिंग में आपको सारा विस्तार से बता दिया जाएगा।
GPR हमको बताया गया था कि आपको पूरा ब्यौरा दिया गया था GPR मैपिंग का। ये बताया गया कि 5 मिनट तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है और साथ में ट्रेमर्स नापने वाले भी एक्सपर्ट्स थे।
मैं एक मिनट आपका प्रश्न अनुराग जी उसके बारे में थोड़ा बता दीजिए आप। जो ये कह रहे हैं ना आगे का पाइप जो है उन्होंने ये ड्रोन में देख लिया था कि 5 तक ठीक नहीं है, जो आप बता रहे थे ना मुझे।
उनके तौर पे जो समझ में आता है कि वहाँ पे उन्होंने जो पाइप के मुँह पे रखा, सर आवाज़ नहीं आ रही, थोड़ा तेज कोनिकल शेप में वो देखता है और शायद उसका ये हुआ होगा कि दोनों बार जस्ट पाइप के एंड पे रही होगी और जब वो काटना शुरू करता है तो दैट गेट्स पुल्ड और समथिंग, तो उसके बाद वहीं उसने ऑगर के साथ अंदर आने।
तो सर यहाँ एक्सपर्ट्स का क्या काम है?
क्वेश्चन इज ये एक ऐसी चीज़ है जो कंपनी वाले खुद हैं जो उस मशीन को बनाए हैं, वो साथ में यहाँ पे थे। उन्होंने ये सब चीज़ जब भी एक्सपर्टीज कहते हैं वो कहते हैं ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ है। उन्होंने बताया था कि 2.1 मीटर पे कोई चेंज आएगा, 3 पॉइंट समथिंग मीटर पे कोई चेंज आएगा। अब उसके बाद ये जो ऑगर अंदर फंस गया, नहीं तो अदरवाइज थोड़ा अंदेशा होता तो मैनुअल प्लान हम कब से शुरू कर सकते थे, बट उसी चीज़ पर डिबेट कर रहे थे हम लोग। बट फाइनली ये हुआ कि यदि नहीं है तो अब मुश्किल से 10, 11, 12 मीटर और बचा हुआ है, तो इसको जल्दी से कर
आप GPR को लेके मैपिंग बेसिस पे आप लोगों ने कहा कि हम फुल स्ट्रेंथ से ऑगर मशीन को आगे ले जाएंगे, तो गलत रीडिंग थी कल फिर।
देखिए ऐसा है अभी हम लोग, मैं आप लोगों से ये अनुरोध करूंगा, देखिए जितने भी प्रयास हो सकते हैं वो सारे प्रयास हो रहे हैं और आज रात तक पूरी रात भर काम चलेगा। आज ये जो कटर है हमारा प्लाज्मा कटर, वो शाम तक पहुंचेगा। अभी क्या है कि हम लगभग 1 घंटे में 1.5 मीटर काट पा रहे हैं और उसके आने के बाद 1 घंटे में हम 4 मीटर लगभग काट पाएंगे। तो उससे बहुत आसानी से जल्दी जो है हमारा ये 30 मीटर जो बचा हुआ है वो हमको लगता है कि 7-8 घंटे में कट जाएगा। उसके कटते ही मैनुअली अंदर जाएंगे और 1 मीटर 1 घंटे का मैनुअली जो है उसको करने के बाद उसको पाइप को पुश करने का काम शुरू होगा। तो ये मान के चलिए कि जल्दी से जल्दी हो, अगर कोई हडल ना आए, जिस प्रकार से आप लोग सहयोग बनाए हुए हैं उसको हम लोग देखिए ऐसा है, हम लोग चूँकि ऐसे स्थान पर हैं कि यहाँ से हमारे सबके बीच में अगर सकारात्मक भाव रहेगा तो आवाज अंदर तक जाएगी और जो हडल जा रहे हैं उनको कम हो जाएगा।
थैंक यू।
कम्युनिकेशन ब्लॉकेड है, इंफॉर्मेशन बाहर आती नहीं है, यहाँ कोई आता नहीं है, रात रात भर यहाँ सब लोग बैठे रहते हैं।
आप लोगों को शाम को
Alright, so Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami addressing a press conference there as far as the entire tunnel rescue operation is concerned. Remember, it's going to be almost a fortnight since these workers remain trapped in the Silkyara tunnel. Remember, they were in the tunnel from the night before Diwali and they've been trapped ever since. The rescue operations have been oscillating between hope and despair. The latest being that the entire rescue operation team is now way behind the timeline because there's been a massive failure as far as the auger machine is concerned. The GPR mapping also, as Pushkar Singh Dhami pointed out, was not reliable. So several hurdles yet to be cleared by the team over there. The Chief Minister has also indicated that a plasma cutter has been called in from Hyderabad to cut through the debris manually. As we've also broken the news story earlier, that manual cutting teams will also be involved in this rescue operation now since the auger machine has given up. Remember, there have been several intervals when the drilling process has stopped, and it was just a couple of days ago when there was greater hope for these workers to be rescued, but it seems that now the entire operation has been put way behind as far as releasing them is concerned. But the Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami also highlighted that the workers remain safe inside the tunnel since they've also been supplied with adequate essentials, and that they are hopeful the operation will be completed. The government is also taking responsibility that they will ensure that all the those over 40 workers are released as soon as possible. Remember, CNN News 18 has been tracking this story for us, and on ground zero is our correspondent Anshul, who's going to be joining us with the latest details. But remember, it's also important to highlight that this entire rescue operation has also been able to highlight the failures when it comes to rescue operations. The NDRF has also been very active, but today we are now getting to know of all those hiccups and hurdles that are taking place in this entire rescue operation. That includes unreliable GPS mapping as well. The GPR mapping has been pretty unreliable. At the same time, the auger machine has been giving trouble. It did manage to drill over 45 meters as far as this entire auger machine is concerned. It's an American equipment, remember, that was flown down from the national capital in bits and pieces and finally assembled there in Uttarkashi. Anshul joins me live with more details. Anshul, going by what Pushkar Singh Dhami had to say right now, it's also becoming very apparent that this entire rescue operation has sort of highlighted the failures that have taken place, whether it is unreliable GPR mapping or even the auger machine giving up.
Well, definitely, if you see since day one, the kind of failures that has happened on the ground is definitely absolutely shocking. Since day one, initially remember when the initial debris had fallen, it was just 20 meters. And post that, the first operation that was taken in hand, that was taken through a heavy earth movers machine, which meant that the entire, that more debris eventually fell, and eventually one mistake after the other, we are seeing that situation that has developed inside till today. More than the 41 people are still stuck inside. They called in for the auger machine. That auger machine is also stuck inside, and now a new machine has been called, a plasma cutting machine has been called from Hyderabad to first initially rescue the auger machine that is stuck inside for the last 13-14 hours now, and once that rescue operation ends in which the auger machine will be rescued, post that we can expect that the work could start on the main rescue operation that is going on, that is to make sure that the people who are inside the tunnel for the last 14 days, more than 350 hours have passed, and these rescuers have still not been able to get any sort of headway if you see the manner in which this entire operation has gone ahead. The auger machine is still stuck inside. By late night tonight, we are expecting that the parts of machine will be cut and taken out, and post that people will go inside and start manual drilling, which is also known as rat hole mining. That is the process that is going to be utilized now. Will this plan be successful? That is still a big question mark, because with every passing day, if not the workers who are stuck inside, but yes, the family members are definitely getting more panicky, because they know that these people are inside for the last 14 days, and whatever health conditions is being told to us by the administrations themselves. So it is very tough to believe on them at this point in time as well, because we have seen that many statements have been changed over the last 14 days regarding the rescue operations as well. But yes, at this point in time, one thing is for sure, that work is ongoing, but when will this work bear the results that we are waiting for? That is still a big question mark.
Absolutely. And if manual drilling teams had to be finally involved, then what was the point of bringing in the auger machine in the first place is also going to be a question that will be plaguing the rescue ops as of now. Many thanks to you, Anshul, for bringing in all those details. We'll keep coming back to you to track the latest. And with that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for watching CNN News 18.
तो आपका वोट जो है वो बेसिकली पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर है क्या?
पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर साहब।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से, कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको, तो अच्छा हुआ है, बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है जस्ट टू कास्ट हिज वोट टुडे।
So voting is currently underway at 199 seats of Rajasthan. You heard Vasundhara Raje Scindia there saying that this vote should be in the name of nation building. But not just her, but many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat have already come out to cast their votes, appealing to voters to come out and ensure that they take this responsibility, take this duty seriously. There are nearly 1,900 candidates who are in the race as far as these elections are concerned. But it's a direct battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. There is at least one seat where the Sri Ganganagar's Karanpur seat where voting has to be adjourned after the death of the sitting Congress MLA there. Congress party is definitely hoping that all the schemes that Ashok Gehlot has announced will work in their favour, and they will be able to change tradition of changing parties every 5 years. But the Bharatiya Janata Party is depending on also the Modi factor and the anti-incumbency factor as well. Once again, let's listen in to what the leaders have said so far as they've come out and casted their votes from both the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
ये अपनी सरकार चुनने का अधिकार लाखों बलिदानों के बाद हासिल स्वतंत्रता और लोकतंत्र के द्वारा मिला है। 5 साल के लिए हम अपने क्षेत्र का, अपने राज्य का, अपने देश का भविष्य चुनने के लिए, और 5 वर्ष पूर्व जो मतदान हमने किया था उस मत
Face of that. It's the semi-final ability of Congress to be giving Congress slight edge there.
चलते जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां और हालात बनी, इन दोनों का आकलन कर हमें मतदान करना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार में आ रही है। जनता अब की बार मतदान करते समय जो 5 साल तक दुख, तकलीफ, कष्ट सहे, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपमान हुआ, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपराध हुए, उन एक एक अपराध का जैसे बदला ले रहे हो।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि मैम आप मुझे बात कर रहे हो।
निश्चित रूप से आज राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते अपराधों की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते जो बलात्कार की घटनाएं उनको उसकी मुक्ति के लिए और तुष्टीकरण से मुक्ति के लिए हमने यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में ऐसा मतदान किया है कि भविष्य में यहाँ पर कांग्रेस की सरकार कभी नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि राजस्थान की जनता ने जो पिछले 5 साल के अंदर झेला है, ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता कि पहले कभी हुआ। इसलिए राजस्थान के अंदर, पूरे राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में निश्चित रूप से मतदान हो रहा है और 150 से अधिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीटें आ रही है।
So is this the big semi-final before the final match in Lok Sabha 2024? A lot of analysts will tell you, will point out to 2018 and say that there is no connection, that voters are very clear. What they choose in 2018 was not chosen later. So essentially, what are the numbers? What's really at stake as far as Rajasthan is concerned? Semi-final before the Mega 2024 battle. Like I said, the desert state of Rajasthan is voting. There are 199 seats which are at stake here, and it's a neck-to-neck fight between the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Badlao has been the tradition in this particular state. It swings between the incumbent and the opposition. So will it swing from the Congress to the BJP this year as well? The Congress definitely hopes that that is not what happens.
वाले परिवार की जेबों में जा रहा है। మిత్రులారా, తెలంగాణ రైతులు తమ కష్టార్జితానికి పెట్టింది పేరు, అది ప్రసిద్ధి. కానీ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వము ఈ రైతులను కూడా మోసం చేసింది. బీఆర్ఎస్ ప్రభుత్వము ఇక్కడ అనేక నీటి పారుదల పథకాలను ప్రకటించింది. కానీ ఈ పథకాలన్నీ కూడా ఏటీఎం గానే మారిపోయాయి. ఎవరికైనా ప్రజలకు డబ్బు అవసరమైతే ఏటీఎం దగ్గరికి వెళ్తారు డబ్బులు తీసుకోవడానికి. కానీ బీఆర్ఎస్ కు డబ్బులు అవసరమైతే ఈ వ్యక్తులు కొత్త నీటిపారుదల పథకాన్ని రూపొందిస్తారు. ప్రాజెక్టుల వ్యయం పేరుతో ఏ ప్రాజెక్టు పూర్తి కాలేదు, కానీ ప్రాజెక్టు కూడా ప్రారంభించలేదు. తెలంగాణ అభివృద్ధి సొమ్మును బీఆర్ఎస్ కు నడుపుతున్నటువంటి కుటుంబ సభ్యులకు ఆ యొక్క డబ్బులు వారి జేబుల్లోకి వెళ్తుంది, కానీ మనకు న్యాయం జరగటం లేదు. నా కుటుంబ సభ్యులారా, किसानों का हित बीजेपी की हमेशा प्राथमिकता रहा है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के जरिए देश के करोड़ों किसानों को 3.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा रकम डायरेक्ट ट्रांसफर की गई है। तेलंगाना के करीब 40 लाख किसानों को भी इसका लाभ मिला है। इसमें करीब 1.5 लाख किसान कामा रेड्डी के भी हैं, जिन्हें इस योजना से करीब 400 करोड़ रुपए मिले हैं। यूरिया की जो बोरी दूसरे देशों में 2,500 से 3,000 रुपए की पड़ती है, वही बोरी भाजपा सरकार तेलंगाना के किसानों को 300 रुपए से भी कम में उपलब्ध करा रही है। మిత్రులారా, రైతుల సంక్షేమమే బీజేపీ ఎప్పుడు ప్రాధాన్యతనిస్తుంది. ప్రధానమంత్రి కిసాన్ సమ్మాన్ నిధి పేరు మీద దేశంలోని కోట్లాది రైతులకు 2,75,000 కోట్ల రూపాయల పైగా నేరుగా రైతుల బ్యాంక్ ఖాతాలోకి బదిలీ చేస్తున్నది. తెలంగాణలోని దాదాపు 40 లక్షల మంది రైతులకు దీని ద్వారా వాళ్ళు ప్రయోజనం పొందుతున్నారు. ఇందులో కామారెడ్డికి సంబంధించిన రైతులు 1,50,000 మంది రైతులు కూడా ఈ పథకం ద్వారా 400 కోట్ల రూపాయలతో లబ్ధి పొందుతున్నారు. ఇతర దేశాల్లో 2,000 నుంచి 3,000 వరకు ఒక యూరియా బస్తా ధర అయితే ఈ రోజు భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ ఈ ప్రభుత్వము 300 రూపాయలకే ఆ బస్తా యూరియాని ఇచ్చి రైతులకు ఆదుకుంటున్నటువంటి ప్రభుత్వము ఇది మోదీ గారి ప్రభుత్వము. నా కుటుంబ సభ్యులారా, बीते वर्षों में यहां पैडी की 1,30,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की खरीद हुई है. केंद्र सरकार किसानों से बॉइल्ड राइस भी लेती है. अब हमारी सरकार ने निश्चय किया है कि इस खरीफ सीजन में तेलंगाना के किसानों से 20 लाख मैट्रिक टन बॉइल्ड राइस अतिरिक्त खरीदा जाएगा. इससे भी तेलंगाना के किसानों को बहुत लाभ होगा. మిత్రులారా, గత కొన్నేళ్లుగా 1,30,000 కోట్ల పైగా ఈ ప్రభుత్వము వరి కొనుగోలు చేసింది. కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం కూడా రైతుల నుంచి బాయిల్డ్ రైస్ కూడా కొనుగోలు చేస్తా ఉన్నది. ఇప్పుడు మన ప్రభుత్వము ఈ ఖరీఫ్ సీజన్ లో తెలంగాణ రైతుల నుండి అదనంగా 20 లక్షల మెట్రిక్ టన్నుల బాయిల్డ్ రైస్ కూడా కొనుగోలు చేయాలని చెప్పి నిర్ణయించింది. ఇది తెలంగాణ రైతులకు.
And with more news, as far as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is concerned, he also flew the indigenous light combat aircraft Tejas in Bengaluru today. He co-piloted a trainer version while on his review visit to the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. This makes Prime Minister Modi the first Prime Minister in history to fly a sortie in an indigenous fighter. Prime Minister's visit has come at a crucial time as the Indian Air Force has recently issued a tender to HAL for the purchase of 12 advanced Sukhoi 30M Mark 1 fighter jets. Prime Minister Modi later also posted on X and he said, let me quote, "The experience was incredibly enriching, significantly bolstering my confidence in our country's indigenous capabilities and leaving me with a renewed sense of pride and optimism about our national potential." Meanwhile, politics has also erupted over this entire matter. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram has taken a dig at the Prime Minister, saying that former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was a real pilot. And with that, let's quickly go across to Aman Sharma, who's joining me on the phone line. Aman, while the political face-off is bound to happen, the fact of the matter is that Prime Minister's message through flying this sortie has been very, very crystal clear that India is now ready to be a self-reliant force, one to reckon with as far as defense is concerned.
Absolutely, Akansha. And this is not the first time that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has stood up for indigenization, Atmanirbharta of our defense forces. Of course, today flying in the Tejas is a major statement. 4 years ago, we had Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh also flying in taking a sortie in the Tejas. A few months back, we had President Draupadi Murmu taking a sortie in a Sukhoi. So essentially, the Modi government trying to send out a message that we are moving towards our own defense preparedness through indigenization. I would point out that the Tejas aircraft, the first version of this aircraft was inducted into IAF in 2016. And this is originally an idea of former PM, Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Currently, 2 squadrons of the IAF, the 45 Squadron and the 18 Squadron are fully operational with the LCA Tejas. And under the Modi government, an order worth over 36,000 crore rupees for delivery of 83 LCA Mk-1A aircraft has been already placed with HAL. The delivery is scheduled to begin from February 2004. So in a way, the Modi government has been going full ahead with the Tejas aircraft. In fact, many other countries have evinced interest in importing Tejas from India. So that is a very heartening thing for India, that far from now totally being an exporter of fighter aircraft earlier, we are now in a position to export fighter aircraft. Also, a major missing factor in India was that we didn't have our own aircraft engine for our fighter aircraft to further promote that indigenization. When the PM had gone to the US in June this year, we had negotiated a deal with the GE engine for transfer of technology to India. So not just we are manufacturing our own fighter aircraft in India now. The day is not far when India will also be able to manufacture the aircraft engines also indigenously through transfer of technology. And this is also a message to our adversaries on the borders, be it Pakistan or be it China, that how prepared India is to take on them in the eventuality if it arises at any point of time.
Absolutely, Aman, and very rightly pointed out by you that how India is now taking its defense capabilities internationally as well. Remember, several countries, including the United States and especially the defense giant GE Aerospace, have shown tremendous interest in Tejas, in buying Tejas. Having said that, do highlight how the Modi government's also given a boost to India's defense capabilities, something that was also highlighted in April earlier this year by our Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh when he said that India's defense exports have reached an all-time high.
Absolutely. India's defense exports have reached an all-time high. This has happened last year also. This financial year also we are expected to go beyond what we did in the last financial year. So not just in exports, indigenization, make in India. That is the focus which is there. The Modi government, if you remember, got a lot of criticism from the Congress over the getting the Rafale aircraft to India. At that time, the entire political campaign, was launched in 2019 by Rahul Gandhi against Prime Minister, alleging a so-called scam in the Rafale fighter aircraft purchase. But today, we can see the Rafale aircraft which have come from France have become the pride of the Indian Air Force. They have become a major deterrent in India's defense preparedness for countries like China or be it Pakistan. So in a way, India has been pressing ahead on the indigenization, and the days to come, we'll see much more news on this front, including many nations in now, as I said, importing India's Tejas aircraft, given its capabilities, and this will be a major success story for the HAL as well.
Absolutely. And when we talk about the Prime Minister's visit to HAL, do throw light on what it was meant to be.
Well, HAL visit is also very significant because many a time the Congress has been targeting the Prime Minister as well as the HAL, saying that the HAL is not doing well, the HAL is in deep trouble, HAL was shortchanged by the Modi government. In a way, the Prime Minister's visit to HAL, earlier we also seen a Defence Minister visit HAL. This is also a messaging that, the government is firmly behind HAL. It's the premier arm which is on the forefront of this entire indigenization process, and be it HAL or be it DRDO, the Indian government, the Modi government especially, leaving no stone unturned to give them funds or give them the expertise or give them all the help that is needed to make India more self-sufficient and strong on the defense front.
Many thanks to you, Aman Sharma, for bringing in all those inputs and breaking down that entire story for us. And with that, we have some big breaking news story coming in. This is with regards to the case of Prime Minister Modi's security breach back in the year 2022. We are now learning that the SP, Gurvinder Singh Sangha, who was posted in Bhatinda, has been suspended. He's been suspended for negligence in duty. There was security breach during the Firozpur tour in January of 2022 of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's, and that time Gurvinder Singh was on the post of the SP as SP of operations in Firozpur. For more details, let's quickly go across to Manoj Rathi, who's joining me on the phone line. Manoj, और जानकारी दे सकते हैं कि इनका सस्पेंशन क्यों हुआ है, इनका क्या रोल था as far as the entire security breach is concerned?
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि 5 जनवरी 2022 को जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी फिरोजपुर दौरे पे थे पंजाब के, और उस समय जिस तरह से सिक्योरिटी को लेकर चूक हुई, कई अफसरों पर उस समय भी काफी सवालिया निशान उठे थे। लेकिन अब डीजीपी पंजाब की रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक, जो ऑर्डर कॉपी भी हमारे पास मौजूद है, उसमें साफ तौर पे कहा गया है कि उस समय जो एसपी ऑपरेशन थे गुरविंदर सिंह सांगा, उनकी कहीं ना कहीं लापरवाही रही है सिक्योरिटी को लेकर, क्योंकि कई जिम्मेवारियां दी गई थी, जिसमें गुरविंदर सिंह को भी एक जिम्मेदारी दी गई थी सिक्योरिटी को लेकर, क्योंकि जिस वे से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने निकलना था वो पूरा तय था कि किस तरह से वहां पर सिक्योरिटी के अरेंजमेंट्स होंगे, कौन कौन वहां पर तैनात होगा, अचानक वहां पर किसान कैसे पहुंचे, ये सारी चीजों को लेकर बहुत ही डीपली यहाँ पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई है। 2022 से लेकर अगर हम बात करें अभी तक, तो काफी इसमें चीजों में इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई है, और आज डीजीपी की एक रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक उनको सस्पेंड किया गया है और उसमें लापरवाही काफी बताई गई है। रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक के काफी चीजों में लापरवाही जो है वो देखी गई है, जिसके बाद उनको सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है और अभी तक उनको हेडक्वार्टर में जो है वो ज्वाइन करना होगा और उसके बाद अभी जब तक वो बहाल नहीं हो जाते, पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं हो जाती, जब तक उनकी किसी भी जगह कोई बार पोस्टिंग नहीं की जाएगी। ये साफ तौर पे उसमें ऑर्डर्स में लिखा गया है। तो कह सकते हैं कि अभी एक बड़ी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद, काफी डीपली इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद ये फैसला डीजीपी की तरफ से लिया गया है, डीजीपी के ऑर्डर्स के बाद। और ये पूरा जो फैसला दिया गया है कि गुरविंदर सिंह सांगी जो उस समय एसपी ऑपरेशन थे, फिरोजपुर के एसपी ऑपरेशन थे, जिनको जिम्मेवारी उस रूट की दी गई थी जो रूट से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने निकलना था, और उसी रूट पर जिस तरह से किसानों का धरना हुआ, किसानों ने सड़क रोकी और काफी देर वहां पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी वहां पर रुके रहे, कुछ भी हो सकता था, कई चीजों को लेकर सिक्योरिटी जरूर ब्रीच हुई है। उस पर आज एक बड़ा फैसला पंजाब डीजीपी की तरफ से दिया गया है।
जी देखा जाए मनोज तो ये बहुत ही बड़ा इंसिडेंट था और बहुत ही बड़ी सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच मानी गई थी, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे पंजाब के सीएम चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी थे और इस पूरे मामले को एक बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंट सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच माना गया था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी एक कमेटी फॉर्म की थी इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट करने के लिए।
बिल्कुल 2022 से लेकर जिस दिन ये पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ, बिल्कुल जैसे आपने भी जिक्र किया कि उस टाइम कांग्रेस के जो सीएम थे चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी थे और उस समय जो फार्मर्स का जो काफी प्रोटेस्ट भी चल रहा था, उनके अपनी डिमांड्स को लेकर भी कई जगह पंजाब में प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा था। लेकिन जो भी सिक्योरिटीज के अरेंजमेंट होते हैं, पीएम मोदी के आने से पहले जो सिक्योरिटी होती है या फिर जो रूट तय किया जाता है, पूरा रोड मैप तय किया जाता है कि किस रोड से जाना है, किस रूट को अपनाना है, ये सारी चीजों को लेकर पहले से ही जो सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स होते हैं, चाहे वो पंजाब पुलिस के हों, चाहे वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी जो होती है, पूरा जो एजेंसीज होती है, उनको भी पूरा तरह से जो बताना पड़ता है कि किस रूट से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जाना है, जहां पर भी डेस्टिनेशन है, जहां पर भी वेन्यू है, जहां पर भी उनकी स्पीच है, उन सभी चीजों को लेकर पहले से ही एक पूरी गाइडलाइन तैयार की जाती है। लेकिन उस दिन जो हुआ वो बिल्कुल हैरान कर देने वाला था कि आखिर ऐसी सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट में आखिर कहां पर चूक हुई कि इस तरह की चीजें सामने आई कि अचानक काफी देर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को रोड पर ही रुकना पड़ा, उनको वापसी करनी पड़ी। तो कह सकते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं काफी चीजों को लेकर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई और बड़ी डीपली इसमें ऐसे स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम्स भी बनाई गई, कोर्ट तक ये मैटर गया और उसके बाद अब कह सकते हैं कि अहम जो ऑर्डर्स हैं, कह सकते हैं अहम डिसीजन जो है डीजीपी पंजाब का सामने आया है, जिसमें एसपी ऑपरेशन गुरविंदर सिंह सांगी को इसमें जो है वो बताया गया है कि उनकी बहुत बड़ी लापरवाही रही है और जिसके चलते उनको सस्पेंड भी किया गया है। जी
मुझे ये भी याद पड़ रहा है मनोज की पिछले साल अराउंड अगस्त के टाइम पे उस टाइम पे चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया एन.वी. रमन्ना थे, उन्होंने भी एक बहुत ही सख्त डांट ही दी थी एसएसपी के लिए। उन्होंने कहा था जो फिरोजपुर के एसएसपी हैं वो काफ़ी फेल कर गए अपनी ड्यूटीज़ डिस्चार्ज करने में, क्योंकि उनके पास बहुत ज़्यादा वर्कफोर्स थी, तब भी वो उस लेवल का प्रोटेक्शन नहीं प्रोवाइड कर पाए प्राइम मिनिस्टर को, जबकि उनको 2 घंटे पहले इत्तला कर दिया गया था। All right, we seem to have lost an audio connection with Manoj Rathi over there, but he's also highlighted how this entire matter was also taken up by a committee of the Supreme Court. But a big news as far as this entire security breach matter is concerned, that the SP in Bhatinda has now been suspended and removed from his duties. This for the fact that he could not discharge his duties properly when the Prime Minister was visiting Firozpur. And with that, let's now shift focus over to the war between Israel and Hamas. As we all know, a deal between Israel and Hamas for a temporary operational pause for at least 4 days pause in hostilities has already taken place. 13 Israeli hostages and 10 Thai nationals were the first batch to be released to the staff of the International Committee for Red Cross and were taken from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza to the Rafah crossing into Israel yesterday. Israel on its part has released a total of 39 women and children that have been detained in the country's jails. The accord was orchestrated by Qatar and the United States and officially announced earlier this week as well. The agreement entails a complete ceasefire with no attacks from the air or the ground and the skies clear of drones to allow for hostages to be released to happen in a safe environment. In the meantime, Israel's defense forces have launched an offensive in Gaza since 1,200 citizens were killed in a Hamas attack on October 7. Hamas had also taken nearly 240 hostages, mostly civilians, when their operatives burst across the border fence and raided towns in southern Israel. But remember, the United States and Qatar both have played a very crucial role as far as bringing in this truce is concerned. On that note, let me also play out a reaction coming in from the US President Joe Biden.
13 Israeli hostages were released, including an elderly woman, a grandmother, and mothers with their young children, some under the age of 6 years old. Separately, several Thai nationals and Filipino nationals were also kidnapped by Hamas on the 7th. They were released as well. All of these hostages have been through a terrible ordeal, and this is the beginning of a long journey of healing for them. Today has been a product of a lot of hard work and weeks of personal engagement. From the moment Hamas kidnapped these people, I, along with my team, have worked around the clock to secure their release. I've consistently pressed for a pause in the fighting for two reasons: to accelerate and expand humanitarian assistance going into Gaza, and two, to facilitate the release of hostages. And over the past several weeks, I've spoken repeatedly with the Emir of Qatar, the President Sisi of Egypt, and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel to help secure this deal.
And so as the first set of hostages have been released and sent to Israel, many are now being taken to hospitals. Israeli officials are also preparing for a second batch of hostages, hopefully to be freed by Hamas today as well. And CNN's Matthew Chance brings you more in this next report.
They kidnapped and killed. But now Hamas is showing its gunmen releasing Israelis in Gaza. For many, these are disturbing scenes. 9-year-old Ohad Munda being embraced as he's set free. An old woman being carried by a masked man as Palestinians cheer. After 49 long days of captivity in Gaza, aid workers from the Red Cross drive them through the border into Egypt and to freedom. Egyptian television shows a convoy of vehicles heading to the crossing. Then the hostages, including 10 Thais, a Filipino and the 13 Israeli women and children, disembarking for checks. The Israeli military posted this grainy video of the moment they all finally re-entered the country. A step, says the Israeli Prime Minister, towards bringing all hostages home.
We have just completed the return of the first of our hostages. Children, their mothers and additional women. Each one of them is a whole world. But I emphasise to you, the families, and to you, citizens of Israel, we are committed to return all our hostages.
Most of the hostages released in this first group under the temporary truce were taken from Nir Oz, one of the small Israeli communities near Gaza ravaged by Hamas on October the 7th. At least 38 people there were killed and more than 70 abducted. People like Danielle Aloni and her 5-year-old daughter Emilia, both freed in this latest release, but the relatives they were visiting when Hamas attacked remain unaccounted for as hostages. Doran Katz Asher and her 2 young daughters have also now been set free, but her partner remains in Gaza. Behind every release, a poignant reminder of those left behind. Like the family of Omri Almog, his brother-in-law and niece killed, his sister and her 3 children still hostages. Yet Omri is now optimistic.
The best is in the front of us. It's going to come. Whatever happened, we cannot change. Nadav is not longer with us. Siam, the beautiful girl, is not with us anymore. But
there's still a chance. There's still a chance for your sister and her children.
Yes. We have to bring what left. We need to bring back what left from this family. It's a broken family.
A broken family in a country of shattered lives.
Now, voting is currently underway for 199 seats in the desert state of Rajasthan, and Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has cast his vote as well and also visited a temple before casting his vote. He said that the party was confident of its victory in the state. Many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Vasundhara Raje, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat also came to cast their votes. Nearly 1900 candidates are in the race to contest the seats in the Rajasthan elections. Remember, polls in Sri Ganganagar, its Karanpur seat were adjourned after the death of Congress candidate and sitting MLA Gurmeet Singh Kunar. The ruling Congress party is eyeing a second straight term in Rajasthan, but it won't be easy for the Congress party, which has had a tradition of changing parties in governance for the last 3 decades. So the question that will be answered on the 3rd of December is, will Congress retain Rajasthan or will the anti-incumbency lead to a victory for the BJP? Let's listen in to what Rajasthan's Chief Minister has to say.
प्यार दुलार ये मेरा मोहल्ला है। मेरे मोहल्ले के अंदर बुजुर्ग महिला है, इनको मेरा बचपन याद आता होगा, मेरा बचपन याद आता है, इसलिए आशीर्वाद दे रही है मुझे। गारंटियों की क्रेडिबिलिटी बहुत हाई है, बहुत हाई क्रेडिबिलिटी गारंटियों की है। सरकार पुनः रिपीट होगी इस बार, कम नहीं है। ये चुनाव मोदी जी का नहीं है, विधानसभा चुनाव है। 25 तारीख के बाद में, आज के बाद में ये सब लोग गायब हो जाएंगे। ये 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। हम लोग यहीं रहेंगे, हम जनता के बीच जाएंगे, उनके सुख दुख में भागीदार बनेंगे, विकास की बात करेंगे, आते जाते रहेंगे उनके बीच में। वो नहीं आने वाले, 5 साल बाद आएंगे सब लोग। आप समझ सकते हो जनता की निगरानी रहेगी।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से, कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको। तो अच्छा हुआ, ये बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है, just to cast his vote today.
And that's all I have for you in this newscast. Thank you so much for watching. News and updates continue. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Is a promise on which Congress is banking heavily. They feel that the big promise of a caste survey could ultimately defeat anti-incumbency. But will the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot really negate all the efforts that the Congress party is making? For the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is really the Mukhyamantri Chehra? Who's going to be the Chief Minister? Multiple personalities in fray. What will happen if Vasundhara Raje, the Maharani, is not given a chance to hold the CM's chair once again? How much is it going to damage the Bharatiya Janata Party chances there in Rajasthan? Those are big issues for the state, and we are going to discuss those with our colleagues on the ground who are keeping a close eye. In fact, our executive editor Aman Sharma caught up with Ashok Gehlot just ahead of polling. We also spoke to Vasundhara Raje. Let me begin by showing you what the two contenders, the primary contenders, had to say ahead of voting. Listen in.
अशोक जी, 2 महीना पूरा कैंपेन हुआ है, क्या माहौल लग रहा है? वोटिंग तो पास आ गई है बिल्कुल।
शानदार माहौल है, अंडर करंट चल रहा है, सब जगह रहता है हमारे काम में। लोग कामों को याद करते हैं, गवर्नेंस हमारी जो हुई है, गुड गवर्नेंस हुई है, IT बेस्ड गवर्नेंस हुई है, इतने कानून पास किए हम लोगों ने, एक के बाद एक, लंबी लिस्ट है, इतनी स्कीम लेके आए, इतनी गारंटी दे रहे हैं, और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह में खूब काम हुए हैं, शिक्षा में, सोशल सिक्योरिटी के अंदर।
बीजेपी ने पूरा धावा बोल दिया सर आप पे, PM ने, अमित शाह ने, बिल्कुल क्या क्या बोला गया आपको?
कारण दूसरा है, क्योंकि सरकारें गिराने का इनका जो तरीका है अलोकतांत्रिक, जिसमें लोग हाउस ट्रेडिंग करते हैं, 32, 35, 40 करोड़ रुपए देते हैं महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर, कर्नाटक के अंदर, रातों की दाल नहीं गली, उसका गिरा नहीं पाए।
अमित शाह जी तो बोले कि गहलोत जी कभी मुख्यमंत्री दोबारा नहीं बनेंगे, और प्रधानमंत्री भी बोल दिए सर। ये
कुछ भी कह सकते हैं। ये अब समझ लीजिए कि प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री बोलते मेरे बारे में व्यक्तिगत, तो मैं तो इसको अच्छे सेंस में लेता हूँ कि कम से कम इतना टारगेट मुझे कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
पे काफी सारे इल्जाम कांग्रेस पे लगे कि सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है, सीएम फेस क्लियर नहीं है। बीजेपी में वसुंधरा राजे जी भी इस बार क्लियर नहीं हो पाई, वो भी
हम उनकी परवाह नहीं कर रहे, वो अपने घर में क्या करते हैं क्या नहीं करते हैं, ना उनके वो नॉन इशू बना रहे वो। और यहाँ की हमारी परफॉर्मेंस को, हमारी स्कीमों को, हमारी कानून पास की, उसकी चर्चा ही नहीं करे। उसकी वो चर्चा नहीं करे, वो खाली भड़का के जा रहे हैं राजस्थान की जनता को। भड़कने वाली जनता है नहीं।
बीजेपी ने आखिरी सवाल, बीजेपी ने लास्ट में सचिन पायलट का भी नाम ले दिया, राजेश पायलट जी का भी नाम ले दिया।
नाम वो इतने घबरा गए, बौखला गए हैं कि जो लैंग्वेज काम लिए पीएम ने और गृह मंत्री जी ने, योगी जी ने, आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने और बाकी जो नेताओं ने एक ही लैंग्वेज सब की। इसका मतलब वो हार रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री जी का पोलिंग बूथ भी है, ये कुछ टाइम में आएंगे। आप सुबह सुबह आई हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं आपको लगता है राजस्थान के, किस बात पे वोट पड़ेगा इस बार राजस्थान में?
गहलोत साहब के पड़ेंगे साहब, ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट।
सीएम साहब के साथ हैं आप लोग?
हम सीएम साहब के साथ ही रहते हैं, सामने ही।
अच्छा।
जस्ट सामने हमारा घर है।
अच्छा।
पुराने हमारा।
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Mission Swachhata Aur Pani, where we are celebrating the lives of India's unsung heroes, our women sanitation workers. These are silent warriors who work tirelessly to make our streets and country cleaner, but very rarely get the due and recognition they deserve. Over the next half an hour, we'll take you on a journey across India to celebrate their unwavering commitment that mirrors the very soul of our nation. First up, let's witness the inspiring journey of Parmeshwari Gunasekaran, a 53-year-old septic tank cleaner from Trichy, Tamil Nadu. With 33 years of experience, she balances running a meat stall with leading her team as one of the few female desludging operators in the region. Here's a look at how she is playing a crucial role in transforming Trichy's sanitation landscape.
Hello, my name is Parmeshwari and I was born in a village called Kilamurkur. My parents were farmers and we lived close to our farm to stay near our work. I have an elder sister and a younger sister and I completed my education up to the 8th grade. After finishing school, I worked in the fields. I married my uncle's son, who initially worked for daily wages before we started our meat shop. I was the only woman working with a septic tank vehicle, and people often asked if I was the driver. When I confirmed, they found it strange and would make comments. They questioned how could I do such work typically done by men. But I believe that with dedication, any job is achievable. I don't let people's words affect me. If they say anything, I respond promptly and return to my work. While working with the septic tank, we often faced rejections when we asked for water due to our occupation, which was hurtful. People would question why we didn't carry our own water containers. So I stopped asking and would buy water from shops instead.
Whenever people call for the septic tank service, even at midnight or 1 a.m., my mother responds to them. She takes the boys and works without anyone's support. She is fearless. We have truly come this far. Because of her courage and faith, she is the reason for our progress.
I never considered quitting my job due to what people say. Sometimes I feel disheartened and my children ask me to quit because they see how hard I work. They suggest we could manage with limited resources. However, I'm determined to work hard and earn for our family. It was a significant achievement to get 8 hours of rest in a day. I have strived to ensure my children receive a good education.
Moving on, it's time to explore the resilient story of G. Bhavani, a toilet cleaner and a street sweeper from Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh. Defying societal prejudice and personal tragedy, Bhavani transformed her life through sheer determination and hard work in the sanitation field. Here is her story.
Namaste.
Greetings, my name is Gatika Bhavani and I work as a toilet cleaner for the municipality in Kurnool. We are 5 siblings, 1 older brother, 3 younger brothers and me. My parents used to work for the RTC. Unfortunately, my father passed away and soon after my mother also expired. Following this, my brothers arranged my marriage. Despite facing numerous hardships during my childhood, this job has significantly changed my life. I live with my mother-in-law and take care of our small family, which includes her, my son, and myself. Our household relies solely on my income. The most challenging obstacle I faced was the recent passing away of my husband 4 months ago. It was a devastating time, but I had to take responsibilities for my family, which I'm managing with the help of this job. We have been working for a while now, but initially we were unaware of the importance of wearing gloves and other protective gear. However, representatives from Harpic provided us with gloves, masks, spectacles, shoes, soap, phenyl and more. We are now well equipped and knowledgeable about our work. We take care of ourselves and maintain cleanliness in our surroundings.
My daughter-in-law performs her work with dignity and has earned considerable respect. She effectively manages the household and supports all of us. Our lives have improved significantly, and it's all because of her efforts.
I believe it's through my work that I live with respect. In India, everyone should work and live with dignity. I'm a proud citizen of this country, and I believe in the importance of keeping our country clean.
And now the story of a sanitation worker from Bengaluru who is making an impact on the global front. Indumati represented waste pickers at the International Negotiating Committee's meeting in Paris, advocating their rights in Global Plastic Treaty. Here is a look at her journey from local sanitation efforts to inspiring a movement towards a more equitable and sustainable future.
Hello, my name is Indumati. My journey in sanitation work began in 2004, around the time my son was 8 months old. My mother passed away when I was about 6 or 7, leaving a void in my life. Following my mother's passing, my interest in studies waned, and I found myself needing to earn a living. My grandmother and I started selling idli, a livelihood that sustained us until I was 11. Eventually, we left the idli business and moved to Bangalore. The choice to enter the sanitation field was driven by the need to support my children and myself, as I had no one else to rely on. My children were very young then. One was 8 months old and the other was 3 years old. In the absence of any other support, I had to care for them. Most jobs required fixed work hours, usually 8 hours a day, but I needed flexibility to tend to my children. This necessity led me to become a waste picker. When I was working, there wasn't always food for my young children. Thankfully, a kind person supported us by providing 1 rupee buns for my children to eat before I returned home from work. Today, I'm proud to say that I have employed many people. My children are now well educated and have secured better jobs. This brings me immense happiness. It's been a long journey spanning years and even decades to reach where I am now. My goal is to employ more people as I have first-hand experience of the positive changes this work can bring. It's the change I have seen through the Asurdola that I wish to share with other waste pickers, hoping they too can benefit from my journey.
It's time to slip into a short break on the special episode of Mission Swachhata and Pani. More inspirational tales coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
जी
तो जीतेंगे जरूर
जी जी 4 बार इस बार कह रहे हैं कि अगली बार दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री भी बनेंगे, ऐसे सीएम साहब तो कह रहे हैं, पर सरदारपुरा में कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि सीएम साहब दिखते नहीं, उनके जो उनके अगेंस्ट है वो कहते हैं सीएम साहब तो आते ही नहीं। ऐसा लगता है आपको, ये कोई बात है?
आते तो कम है, ज्यादा तो नहीं आते हो
जी। पर महिला होते हुए आपको क्या लगता है कि महिलाओं का ख्याल गहलोत सरकार ने रखा है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं है।
तो आपका वोट जो है वो बेसिकली पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर है क्या?
पुराने रिश्ते को लेकर सब।
देखिए, मेरा तो आग्रह होगा सब वोटर्स से, स्पेशली नव मतदाताओं से, जो नव मतदाताओं से कि वो आए और अपना वोट अवश्य कास्ट करें। आज ये वोट उनके राष्ट्र के लिए, ये वोट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, और ये वोट आने वाले नेशन बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होगा। हमारे पास भी फैमिली में फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है इसको। तो अच्छा हुआ, ये बहुत दिल्ली से रात भर चल के आया है जस्ट टू कास्ट हिज वोट टुडे।
So voting is currently underway at 199 seats of Rajasthan. You heard Vasundhara Raje Scindia there saying that this vote should be in the name of nation building. But not just her, but many important leaders like Sachin Pilot, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Shekhawat have already come out to cast their votes, appealing to voters to come out and ensure that they take this responsibility, take this duty seriously. There are nearly 1,900 candidates who are in the race as far as these elections are concerned. But it's a direct battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. There is at least one seat where the Sri Ganganagar's Karanpur seat where voting has to be adjourned after the death of the sitting Congress MLA there. Congress party is definitely hoping that all the schemes that Ashok Gehlot has announced will work in their favour, and they will be able to change tradition of changing parties every 5 years. But the Bharatiya Janata Party is depending on also the Modi factor and the anti-incumbency factor as well. Once again, let's listen in to what the leaders have said so far as they have come out and casted their votes from both the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
ये अपनी सरकार चुनने का अधिकार लाखों बलिदानों के बाद हासिल स्वतंत्रता और लोकतंत्र के द्वारा मिला है। 5 साल के लिए हम अपने क्षेत्र का, अपने राज्य का, अपने देश का भविष्य चुनने के लिए, और 5 वर्ष पूर्व जो मतदान हमने किया था, उस मतदान के चलते जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां और हालात बनी, इन दोनों का आकलन कर हमें मतदान करना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार में आ रही है। जनता अब की बार मतदान करते समय जो 5 साल तक दुख तकलीफ कष्ट सहे, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपमान हुआ, महिलाओं के साथ जो अपराध हुए, उन एक एक अपराध की
Welcome back to this special episode of Mission Swachhata Aur Pani, where we are saluting and applauding the unsung women sanitation workers of India who are dedicated to keeping our homes, our toilets, our entire country clean. It's time now to witness the extraordinary journey of Rasika, a garbage collector from Goa and a true hero in the sanitation field. Honoured by the President of India and Union Minister of Jal Shakti on the International Women's Day 2023, Rasika's commitment to maintaining Goa's cleanliness through effective waste management has been transformative. Here is her story.
My name is Rasika Ravindra Khandeparkar. I live in a village called Pansa. Growing up without the presence of my parents, I studied until the 7th grade. I had to leave school due to financial constraints. As a young girl, I worked in a cashew factory for 2-3 years. Then, upon everyone's insistence, I got married. For the next 2-3 years, I was trapped in poverty. And my husband struggled with addiction. I approached the Panchayat of Pansa for help. They introduced me to farming practices, which I pursued for several years. Later, I became involved with the local Panchayat, who offered me a job in waste collection. I accepted, seeing no shame in working with garbage. My supervisors informed the authorities of my willingness to work. During my initial 3-4 years on the job, people referred to me derogatorily as the garbage woman. They neither appreciated my work nor respected my circumstances. After 3 years in this role, my supervisor approached me saying, "Rasika, you need to go somewhere." When I inquired where, he responded, "Delhi." Despite my inability to afford the trip, I agreed. He explained that I was being recognized for my work and efforts, and that my contributions were valued. Today, despite my job as a waste collector, people recognize that women like me can achieve something meaningful in our lives. Other women seeking my work feel motivated. I sense their inspiration.
In our Mission Swachhata Aur Pani special, let's go across to Mysuru for the empowering tale of Nagamani, a sanitation worker who transformed her life and became a beacon of hope. An alumni of Harpic World Toilet College, Nagamani overcame poverty and personal challenges to become the sole breadwinner for her family. Here's a look at Nagamani's journey.
My name is Nagamani and I work at Tulsidas Maternity Hospital. I live in Udrumali, Mysore. My parents had 3 children. I have 2 brothers and I'm the only sister. They took special care of me as I was their only daughter. My parents passed away a decade after my marriage. Until then, I had been completely sheltered from the outside world to the extent I didn't even know how to use public transport. To send our children to school, one person's income was not sufficient. My husband, who worked as a plumber, used to earn between 300-500 rupees per job 10 years ago. He would spend 100 rupees on alcohol leaving us with only 200 rupees to run the household. That was unsustainable. Consequently, I started working in people's home. But I still did not earn more than 2,000 rupees a month. Life became extremely challenging during the 3 years of the pandemic, as raising children became difficult with both of us unemployed. During that period, I joined Tulsidas Hospital as part of the COVID ward. Life was very tough back then. While working in the hospital, especially cleaning wash basins and toilet seats, I used to use bleaching powder. Unfortunately for us workers, the use of bleaching powder led to side effects like wheezing. Then we switched to Harpic, and Harpic World Toilet College came to our hospital to train us. They taught us proper cleaning techniques and effective communication with patients and supervisors, including senior management. Reflecting on my initial jobs, things were tough when I worked in homes or PGs. I had to endure rude behavior. They would ask me in a harsh tone why I didn't come. In our hospital, no one talks in such a manner. Everyone is polite and no one is rude to each other. Honestly speaking, Tulsidas Hospital feels like a family now.
Moving on, it's time to witness the story of Julie, who has been serving at Vadodara Municipal Corporation since the last 13 years. Despite personal struggles and the risk associated with her job during COVID times, she continues to do her job with unwavering commitment. Respected both at home and in society, Julie's story is a stirring tribute to the unsung heroes and heroines of the sanitation sector.
My name is Julie Ben Siman Bhai Solanki and I live in Baumanpuram, Harijan Bas. I have been employed by the municipality. My father passed away a long time ago, leaving behind my 2 sisters, my brother and me. My elder sister got married early, so my mother, needing to work, didn't prioritize my education. Instead, I was tasked with the household chores, missing out on the opportunity to study. My mother arranged my marriage at a young age without consulting my wishes. I had no choice but to accept a proposal from my relatives. My husband, an alcoholic who didn't work, left me no option but to return to my mother's house with my child. After my mother's death, I found a job while raising my young children. My initial salary was just rupees 2,500 rupees, making it nearly impossible to run a household. I later took a private job earning between 3,000 to 5,000 rupees. As I worked, my children grew, but the loss of my mother and my divorce left me deeply disrupted. I feared managing a household alone, but eventually I learned to balance home and work. Now I confidently perform my job without any shame. A stark contrast to when I first started and felt inexperienced. In my work, we often advise against improper disposal of wet waste or glass, as glass can cause injuries and handling wet waste can lead to illness. Despite our warnings, people continue to be inconsiderate, forcing us to handle such garbage. I urge everyone to segregate their waste responsibly. We as sanitation workers are humans too and susceptible to sickness. Proper waste segregation and disposal through garbage vans is essential for everyone's safety and health.
That's all we have for today, but as we end this episode, let us remember the strong spirit of India's women sanitation workers. With Mission Swachhata Aur Pani by News 18 Network and Harpic, we'll keep supporting these amazing women who clean our country every day. Thanks for watching.
जैसे बदला ले रहे हो,
ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट डालिए, ये आपका अधिकार है, सबको जाकर वोट करना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, मैं सबको अपील करती हूँ कि जाके जरूर अपना वोट कास्ट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्योंकि मैम आप कुछ ही बात कर रहे हो।
निश्चित रूप से आज राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते अपराधों की मुक्ति के लिए, राजस्थान में बढ़ते जो बलात्कार की घटनाएं उनको उसकी मुक्ति के लिए और तुष्टीकरण से मुक्ति के लिए हमने यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में ऐसा मतदान किया है कि भविष्य में यहाँ पर कांग्रेस की सरकार कभी नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि राजस्थान की जनता ने जो पिछले 5 साल के अंदर झेला है, ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता कि पहले कभी हुआ। इसलिए राजस्थान के अंदर पूरे राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में निश्चित रूप से मतदान हो रहा है और 150 से अधिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीटें आ रही है।
So is this the big semi-final before the final match in Lok Sabha 2024? A lot of analysts will tell you, will point out to 2018 and say that there is no connection, that voters are very clear. What they choose in 2018 was not chosen later. So essentially, what are the numbers? What's really at stake as far as Rajasthan is concerned? Semi-final before the Mega 2024 battle. Like I said, the desert state of Rajasthan is voting. There are 199 seats which are at stake here, and it's a neck-to-neck fight between the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Badlao has been the tradition in this particular state. It swings between the incumbent and the opposition. So will it swing from the Congress to the BJP this year as well? The Congress definitely hopes that that is not what happens. Caste survey is a promise on which Congress is banking heavily. They feel that the big promise of a caste survey could ultimately defeat anti-incumbency. But will the infighting between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot really negate all the efforts that the Congress party is making? For the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is really the Mukhyamantri Chehra? Who's going to be the Chief Minister? Multiple personalities in fray. What will happen if Vasundhara Raje, the Maharani, is not given a chance to hold the CM's chair once again? How much is it going to damage the Bharatiya Janata Party chances there in Rajasthan? Those are big issues for the state, and we are going to discuss those with our colleagues on the ground who are keeping a close eye. In fact, our executive editor Aman Sharma caught up with Ashok Gehlot just ahead of polling. We also spoke to Vasundhara Raje. Let me begin by showing you what the two contenders, the primary contenders, had to say ahead of voting. Listen in.
अशोक जी, 2 महीना पूरा कैंपेन हुआ है, क्या माहौल लग रहा है? वोटिंग तो पास आ गई है बिल्कुल।
शानदार माहौल है, अंडर करंट चल रहा है, सब जगह रहता है मर्द। तो लोग कामों को याद करते हैं। गवर्नेंस हमारी जो हुई है, गुड गवर्नेंस हुई है, IT बेस्ड गवर्नेंस हुई है। इतने कानून पास किए हम लोगों ने, एक के बाद एक, लंबी लिस्ट है। इतनी स्कीम लेके आए, इतनी गारंटी दे रहे हैं, और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह में खूब काम हुए हैं।
What seemingly the opposition suggests is one-sided use of the investigative agencies under the BJP government against only a particular set of parties and never really touching anybody concerned with the BJP.
Bharat's past is yearning to be catapulted into the present. Isn't it an irony that the naysayers are against the NCRT's proposals, even though our constitution derived their inspiration from our Indic civilizational roots?
मार्च 2019 से ये मसला चल रहा है, तब से कहा जा रहा है पैसा रिलीज करो, पैसा रिलीज। हर बार कोर्ट पे जाना पड़ रहा है पैसा रिलीज करने के लिए। एड बजट में तो पैसा रिलीज करने के लिए कोर्ट में नहीं जाना पड़ रहा है। That's the observation. It's not just the fact that they perform badly, but does that fully explain the kind of comments? I mean, talking about Sir Viv, a racial abuse against him, Aishwarya Rai. I mean, come on. I understand the eyeballs argument to an extent, but you don't have to be crass to get the eyeballs.
Very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's begin this segment with some exclusive CNN News 18 news break. This with regards to Nepal. We are now learning that there are major protests in Nepal against democracy, and these protests are taking place in the capital city of Nepal, Kathmandu, against political parties and politicians. And former Nepal Prime Minister Madhav has spoken to CNN News 18 saying that there is no civil unrest in the entire country. People are not fed up with democracy. Differences are there, but natural in any democratic setup. People don't want monarchy, and no question of monarchy coming back. This is a loan scam which is causing this huge tension and created by an individual who's taken a huge loan and doesn't want to repay. In fact, this interview is coming shortly after all those protests that were taking place in Nepal. Remember, news reports have been indicating how the Nepalese have been very fed up of the entire system in Nepal, and that they want the country to go back to monarchy, which, remember, was in fact over in the year 2008. On that note, here's a report.
Nepal, former Prime Minister Nepal. Sir, these protests are happening in Nepal, and people are demanding monarchy, and they are fed up with the democracy. What is your take?
So far, my information and my view is concerned, I think the problem has started from Mr. Durga Prasad, who has taken millions of rupees as a loan from different financial institutions, and it may many billion. So he is just all the time raising the issue of completely giving him the facility of non-payment of all the loans. How can it be possible? He can demand that some rebate for the interest should be given. That may be justifiable demand.
Sir, but
as for the loan is concerned, no bank, no financial institution can just give loan without just the repayment. So that is the first reason that Mr. Durga Prasad is there. He has taken the issue of monarchy as a cover. So people who have participated in some number in the demonstration are those people who are the victims of, the loans, that the land loan, some people in the villages, they give the people in high rent, high interest rate, and people are the victim of that loan. So these type of people have participated there also. So this is not a big. So the main issue is not the restatement of the monarchy or giving up the republic here, and it is not possible. The people of Nepal are not in favor of any sort of monarchy here, and people like republic, like federalism, like inclusiveness, they like participatory democracy here. So there is no chance of the comeback of monarchy here. How can, if the problem is started from the president, then we can blame the president. If the problem is from the prime minister and the government, then compete for the post of the prime minister and go to the people, ask them to vote for having the majority in the parliament so that they can form the government and give the benefits to the people or serve the people in a better way. So this is the issues that has been raised is not an issue that is popular here.
So, sir, you are saying that people are very much, they have very much faith in democracy. They are not interested in monarchy at all, and China angle is also not there.
No. There is no any other. I don't see that sort of thing.
So people are fully satisfied with the democratic system, which is changing every year. They are okay with that?
I will not say that. As for the democracy, the people may not have any complaint about democracy. They may have a complaint about the governance system, about the parties, about the political leaders. And that is the case. There is a frustration among the people because of the economic situation here. So the thing is that the government should do the work, should perform and give the people the message that they will provide good governance to the people and then they will take care of the people. So that is the dissatisfaction from the governance.
All right, and we have some breaking inputs coming in this with regards to the Mahadev betting scam case. Asim Das, the courier in the entire case, who was also the accused in the Mahadev betting app case, has now written to Rajpur PMLA court through jail and to the superintendent, retracting his earlier statement against Chief Minister Baghel. He's earlier claimed that he was a human courier carrying that money for Chief Minister Baghel during the Congress election campaign in Chhattisgarh. Now, ED sources are saying that this will not affect the probe in the entire case, but it's a big development that's come in on the entire Mahadev app betting scam case that the courier, who is Asim Das, has now retracted his statement. He's also gone on to write a letter to the jail superintendent and saying that he has done so under pressure from the investigating agency. For more details, let's quickly go across to Arunima, who's joining me on the phone line. Arunima, if you could elaborate on what Asim Das has had to say, and will this have any kind of bearing on the ongoing probe?
So Asim Das was a human courier who had arrived from Dubai and he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. And he then subsequently said, and ED had mentioned this in their press release also, that Asim Das had mentioned, along with another accused, Shubham Soni, that they were working for Bhupesh Baghel, that they were carrying money from Dubai on behalf of Mahadev's book, and that money, crores, at least 500 crore worth of amount, was meant for Baghel and the Congress Party's election campaign. Now Asim Das has written to the PMLA court in Raipur. This letter has come via the jail superintendent where he is in custody, saying that I realize I'm being made a scapegoat. I'm retracting from my earlier statement and all allegations that I have made against the Chief Minister. Now, when I spoke to the ED officials, they said that this will not have a bearing on investigation. But politically, already the Congress is hitting back at the BJP. The youth Congress leader, Mr. Srinivasan, has tweeted to say that this just shows a misuse of agencies ahead of elections.
All right, many thanks to you, Arunima, for bringing in all those inputs. And that is the big story that we are bringing to you right now. A big development, as Arunima was highlighting. Asim Das, the courier, the man courier in this entire betting app scam case is concerned, has now retracted his statement. He's in fact made this allegation that he has done this under pressure from the investigating agency. For more detail, in fact, we'll keep tracking the story for you. But for now, let's quickly cut across to Uttarkashi, where a press conference is being addressed by Syed Atta.
और ऑगर जो है, जो अच्छा काम कर रहा था अभी तक, और तकरीबन 47 मीटर तक चला गया था, उसमें कुछ टूट पड़ी, आगे के हिस्से में कुछ टूट पड़ी, कुछ हिस्सा तो बाहर निकालना पड़ा, निकालने में सक्सेसफुल हो गए, मगर कुछ जो टूटा उसका हिस्सा था वो अंदर रह गया और उसको धीरे धीरे निकालने की कोशिश की, मगर नहीं उसके अंदर सक्सेसफुल रहे। उसको काट के अब निकालना पड़ रहा है और काटने के लिए काफ़ी सोफिस्टिकेटेड, आप समझिए एडवांस्ड मशीनरी जो है वो चाहिए। वो मशीनरी भी अब इंडियन एयरफोर्स ने अलग जगह से एयरलिफ्ट की है और उसको वहां पर पहुंचाने की अभी कोशिश हो रही है। तो हाल में अभी के लिए टेम्पररी जो ये ऑगर का रूट था, ये तो आप समझिए कि इस पे कोई ज़्यादा प्रोग्रेस नहीं हुई है, हॉल्ट हो गया है और अब कटर्स का काम वहां पर ज़्यादा है, कटिंग का काम है, जिससे कि जो अंदर फंसा हुआ माल है इसका उसको निकाला जाए। ऑप्शन ये रहता है कि जब ये निकल जाएगा बाहर, जो उसका टूटा हिस्सा जो है वो निकल जाएगा बाहर, जो भी जरिया इस्तेमाल करते हैं, तो इसको फिर मैनुअली अंदर से इसका खुदाई करके और ऑगर की मशीनरी का इस्तेमाल तभी भी किया जाएगा सिर्फ पाइप को धक्का देने के लिए। पाइप आप मैनुअली खोद कर और फिर पाइप को धक्का देंगे। मैनुअली जब कहते हैं खोदना, उसके लिए भी पावर टूल्स हैं, पावर टूल्स आते हैं, पावर टूल्स का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा, मगर ऑब्वियसली प्रोसेस जो है वो उतना ज्यादा तेज नहीं होगा जैसे पहले 4 से 5 मीटर पर घंटा था, वो उस तरह की स्पीड नहीं आएगी। मगर अच्छी चीज तो यह है कि ये रास्ता बना हुआ है, इसको स्टेबलाइज करना है, स्टेबलाइज रखना है और इस जरिए को हमने इग्नोर नहीं करना है। इसी पे जब ऑगर का टूटा हिस्सा बाहर निकल आएगा, इसी पे कोशिश दोबारा जारी की जाएगी। दूसरी चीज है कि ऑल्टरनेटिव मैं आपको तरीके बताता गया हूं पिछले 3-4 दिन से। तो अब जो ऊपर से मैंने बताया था कि इधर जो सिल्कियार तर के ओपनिंग की तरफ जो टनल के छत के ऊपर पहाड़ है, वहां तक बीआरओ ने सड़क बना दी थी। अब वो मशीनरी, शायद आप लोगों ने देखा भी होगा, कुछ उसके वीडियो के वो भी आ रहे थे, झलकियां आ रही थी उसकी, उस मशीनरी को ऊपर ले जाने में काफी सक्सेसफुल हो गए हैं। वहां पर पहले से प्लिंथ बना हुआ है, अब उसको प्लेसमेंट करने का जो है पूरा अभियान चलेगा। वो एक दफे प्लेस हो जाएगी तो ऊपर से खुदाई भी फिर शुरू हो सकती है। इसका जो डायमेंशन होगा वो तकरीबन 1.2 मीटर 1200 मिलीमीटर जो है वो इससे भी बड़ा होगा, क्योंकि ये तो 900 मिलीमीटर है, वो 1200 मिलीमीटर मगर ऊपर से नीचे होगा। 86 मीटर 86 मीटर की डेप्थ तक इसको जाना पड़ेगा और फिर नीचे जो टनल का क्रस्ट है जो अभी गिरा हुआ है, यहां पर 62 मीटर जो गिरा हुआ है, उस क्रस्ट को एनकाउंटर करेंगे, उसको तोड़ना पड़ेगा और फिर उसके अंदर जाना पड़ेगा। तो ये इसमें भी थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा। तो जो भी तरीके हम इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं इस वक्त, इनमें हमें थोड़ा पेशेंस, धैर्य रखना पड़ेगा, बेयर करना पड़ेगा। इसको कोई प्रेशर नहीं डालना है वर्कफोर्स पर। याद रखिए कि जहां पर भी काम हो रहा है खतरनाक काम है। जितना खतरा अंदर पेश आया था पहले, अभी तो काफी अच्छा है अंदर, जहां पर 41 वर्कर हैं, मगर बाहर जहां वर्कफोर्स काम कर रही है वहां अब 2 तरीके इस्तेमाल किए जा रहे हैं और शायद कुछ देर में एक तीसरा तरीका भी इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। अगर वहां पर जगह रही काफी, अगर स्पेस रही काम करने के लिए, तो जो तीसरा तरीका हमने बताया था ड्रिफ्ट तरीका, वो भी शायद अपनाया जाए। अभी इसके बारे में कोई सर्टेनिटी नहीं है, मगर शायद अपनाया जाए। तो अभी स्थिति यह है कि हमने ये 47 मीटर जो खुदा है,
And another news story is now Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Bengaluru earlier during the day, where he flew the indigenous light combat aircraft Tejas in the city. He co-piloted a trainer version while on his review visit to the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and this makes Prime Minister Modi the first Prime Minister in India's history to fly a sortie in an indigenous fighter. Prime Minister's visit has also come at a crucial time as the Indian Air Force recently issued a tender to HAL for the purchase of 12 advanced Sukhoi and 30 Mark 1 fighter jets. Prime Minister Modi later posted on X saying, and I quote, "The experience was incredibly enriching, significantly bolstering my confidence in our country's indigenous capabilities and leaving me with a renewed sense of pride and optimism about our national potential." Meanwhile, politics has already erupted over this entire matter, and Congress's MP Karti Chidambaram took a dig and said that former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was also a real pilot. And with that, let me bring you some breaking inputs. We are now learning that politics has already begun over Prime Minister Narendra Modi flying the Tejas in Bengaluru's HAL. The Congress is now claiming that Rajiv Gandhi was a real pilot, making comparisons